Oh man, golly, dude. The list of folks that are backstage right now has me excited. I'll just tell you that much. You ready for this?
I don't know if you can get more ready. It's
Oh,
gonna be wild tonight.
yeah. Guys, welcome to episode 108 of the Drag Drive Repeat Show presented by Summit Racing. This show, we're just naming it the Mega Week Mega Show. Get comfortable. We're going to have a long one tonight. We've got up first, though, we have Matt Lang and Josh Castle from Back to the Streets to kind of give us a recap on the No Prep Heads Up Dragon Drive that happened last weekend. Did I tell you? Have I told you they visited Brown County? Did I say that at all? Yeah.
Yeah, you might have once or twice, I think.
And then we're going hard on everything Rocky Mountain Race Week Mega Week. We've got guests that are going to be on telling stories from the past. We're going to be talking about the tracks we're visiting. We're just, man, like I said, we got like 3 or 4 hours here in front of us. So get ready. Mr. Eric White, will you please hit that intro video so we get this thing started?
All right, let's do it.
Oh man. Again, guys, here we are. Welcome to the Mega Week Mega Show, episode 108 of the Drag Drive Repeat Show presented by Summit Racing. Y'all, tonight's gonna be awesome. My name's Mike Narks. I'm hosting this tonight. Co-host over here, Mr. Eric White. Tell him what you got going on, man.
I am Eric White and co-host of the show in the news, and I am about to attend my first Rocky Mountain Race Week.
Dude, I'm so pumped. It's going to be awesome. And we go in just a couple days. Mr. Matt Frost in here saying, here, I'll let you drive. Mr. Matt Frost in here saying hello and howdy, everybody out here. So let's get this thing going, man. Y'all, you know the deal. We can't do this without you guys, our race car friends. Really, I mean, you truly do make this happen. This is you're one of the reasons we do this every week, week in, week out. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being our race car friends. Hit the share button as you come in here to get as many comments and stories going on in the comment section in the chat over there for the folks that are watching live. For the folks that are watching later, hit the comment section down below. Tell us what you liked. Tell us stories you've got from Rocky Mountain Race Week history. 10 years, 3,000 plus racers have attended Rocky Mountain Race Week events. There's been more than 15 events total, 10 years of this, man. It's been absolutely crazy. And we can't do this without our sponsors, man. They make the world go round for us. I can't wait to hang out with the guys at Summit. They're bringing the Summit truck for Rocky Mountain Race Week Mega Week. Deechworks, Eric and I are stopping by that shop in Oklahoma City on our way down and invite anybody else to that wants to. We're going to do that. Molly Motorsports, who is going to be on site. So we're going to have Eric Grillo racing the Nova. It's going to be awesome. I don't know if they're going to have a tent set up or not, but I hope they do. Driven Racing Oil, another one of our sponsors. They're going to be there on site with Driven Racing Oil. So there's a lot of stuff that's happening here that Matt has done an incredible job of keeping up with. Whole vendor row and everything. They've got tires going to be there. Summit's going to be there with parts trucks. There's a transmission builder. There's quick performance rear end builder, like all this kind of stuff. Howard's Cams is a big supporter of ours. All your valve train stuff. J Wire Solutions, WAF Racing, Performa Built Transmissions, Car Chains 3D, Power Tube TV, Sweet Patina, and Racing Junk Classifieds. Man, that list is getting long and we love it. And we appreciate every one of those. And if you have the chance, spend money in those spots when you can.
Did you see
And
Tom Bagley is in Summit right now?
Oh, nice. Nice. That's awesome. That's great news. That is great news for him. All right. Summit Racing Speed Legacy began in 1968 as a one-man startup and is now the world's speed shop with 4 facilities and 200 plus catalog editions. They feel your passion, save you money, deliver fast, and offer top-notch customer service for more than 1,500 brands. Make sure to download the Summit Racing mobile app for easy access to speed parts, or be like Tom, go to Summit Racing, one of their facilities. Also, you can find them on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, talking about everything from drag racing to dirt track to off-roading. You can also find them on the On All Cylinders podcast, which is automotive discussions like what we have here, but obviously wider ranging. Their Summit, they cover everything. From humble origins to the social media lane, Summit Racing stands by your need for speed. You can find everything at summitracing.com. And today's the last day to use the road trip coupon code, right? So there's like this graduating scale. You get more the more you spend. And today's the last day. May 28th is the last day to use that code. So use code road trip, which we're all about to go on. I think that's probably perfect timing on their part to do it. So pretty smart stuff there.
Did you get a picture of it in there?
I don't think I did actually. Nope. I sure
You're
didn't. You
killing
know,
me,
what would
Smalls.
have been really cool is because they used the photos that Eric took for the road trip. So
Yeah,
pretty
that was super cool. That was a surprise. I didn't even know that was coming.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Brett Marvel in here saying, watching from the road on his way to Mega Week. Dude, come on. I can't wait to hang out with him.
Yeah, be safe.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of people coming from all over the country. While you're doing your shopping at Summit Racing facility when we're in Ennis, or you're doing it online, just hop over there, drag, drive, repeat. In the search bar, you can get a shirt, hoodie, big brim hat, like we're all going to need, and all that kind of stuff. Let's talk about some drag, drive, repeat updates. We have our spot for PRI. I'm really pumped about this. This is a big deal. This is something, now we're in our 3rd year of doing the awards, on our 3rd year of having a standalone booth at PRI. So PRI 2025, we are going to be, there it is, at booth 4611. So we're 2 rows over from where we were last year, putting us basically just around the corner from Summit's booth. So they're actually like right in front of a door, and then you'll turn to the right, go 1 row, and then we're right there on the front side. So it's going to be pretty awesome to be even closer to them. We were working on ways to obviously kind of butt up to them, and maybe PRI 2026 we can do that. But this year, booth 4611, and we got a 10 by 20 booth because our friend Chris Wozniak over at WAF Racing wants a little bit of an area to display his stuff as well. So we've doubled the space that we had, which means we're going to bring a table and some chairs with us, and we're going to set up a legit podcast area. If anybody has been to our booth before, it was kind of small, like 2 and 3 people, and you were as all the space you had. So this will at least give us more room for that, that kind of activity, which is what we want.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. I'm excited. And that just means I get to start designing our new sticker for this year as well.
Yep. Limited edition 300 stickers, 100 per day is all we give out, which is, man, they went pretty quick last year. And just so you guys can see, when you go into the yellow hall, you can see the Summit booth there. We are literally just around the corner from them. On the backside of AFCO, which AFCO is a big sponsor and big supporter of the drag and drive community. So we'll be right behind them, which will be cool. All right, sir, you ready? We'll do some Driven Racing Oil event updates.
All right. Driven Racing Oil is the performance engine oil that can do it all. GP1 is the ultimate oil for any race or performance application, whether you're launching hard at the drag strip, enduring the extreme heat of off-road and circle track, or even pushing limits in top fuel drag boats and demo derbies. Winning racers choose GP1. Compatible with engines from classic hot rods to cutting-edge race machines, GP1's unique surface cling and high zinc formulation ensures superior wear protection, particularly for flat tappet camshafts, while solving issues like cylinder washout with methanol and ethanol fuels. It's crafted from the legendary Bradford, Pennsylvania base oil, then enhanced with state-of-the-art additive packages. GP1 offers the best in protection and performance. DrivenRacingOil.com is where you can go pick up your oil, any kind of merchandise. Driven Racing Oil on Facebook and Instagram is where you can see what events they're going to be attending, or obviously stop by and see them at Mega Week.
We're going to be doing some Drag Driven Repeat podcast live stream stuff from their booth as well during the week. All right. Well, typically this segment we cover all of the upcoming events, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But we would be remiss if we did not talk to our boys Matt Lang and Josh Castle. So let's bring them on now, guys. I want to tell you something before we get started. Back to the Streets looked amazing. It looked like it was an absolute blast.
It was.
Josh, what did you think of your first time doing that?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh man, it's. I tell you what. So it was a little bit different format than what I was used to. But I tell you what, you get there, and day one, Wednesday, you start seeing these guys pull up. And it's like, man, these are my kind of guys. These are the people of the people pulling up to this thing. You're not going to have nothing against the big stackers. And, everybody knows how much money we put into these cars and everything. But, these are grassroots guys that, these are your 9-to-5 guys. These are the normal people. Nothing against the big people. I might be one of the big people myself, but I understand, that these guys – man, the heart that these guys show, and just the will to get it done, man. And it's different. That no prep stuff, yeah, it's an equalizer. It is an equalizer.
That's an understatement. See what went down over the weekend. Motor Mania TV has all the live stream stuff. Wow, man. So many people should have won, but because of spinning, because of no prep, dude, it just put it right in their hands.
Yeah.
3 people went undefeated during the week and did not win the event.
That's crazy. And let's talk about the R word for a second, because you had a little bit of that on Wednesday. So it took racing out on Wednesday, which meant nobody had data for Muncie.
Yeah, nothing for Muncie. They got rained out there. And it was pretty much, straight to Bunker Hill on Tuesday. Yeah. Hey, here's the deal, though. So it rained out on, day one. But then Matt and the crew there, it's all of a sudden, hey, man, we got pulled pork, we got beer, we got waters. I mean, who else do you know of a drag and drive that's going to do that? It's unreal. Unreal.
It was cool to watch the driver meeting and him say, hey, don't go anywhere. Like, don't get on the road yet. We've got – How many pounds of pork did you guys have?
100 pounds of pulled pork, 40 pounds of mac and cheese, 500 beers, and 500 waters.
Unreal.
That's insane, man.
And somehow I came home with beer, which I'm mad about.
Yeah, it's hard to put into words how crazy that is. I mean, it's. Yeah, did you see? Yep, Joe Dirt Ltd. Yeah.
What a fun, man, bunch of rides. So let's talk through that. What was kind of some of your favorite cars of the weekend and all that?
Are you talking me or Matt?
Yeah, both of you.
Are you gonna go, Matt?
Go ahead.
You want me to go? I'll go. I'll tell you right now. That's John Bazansky out of Wisconsin, the Turbo Ltd. Big Buns is what they call it. I mean, that guy MKE Racing. I followed him back to my 5-3 days, and he actually remembered who I was, which I was like, really? He's like, oh, yeah, the Red Mustang. I was like, yeah, okay. So I knew what he was about. And then Jeremy Fields out of Kentucky. He was in small tire class. Never seen the truck before, ever. And, I mean, he's one of them average guys, hopped right in the small tire. I'm trying to talk him into, man, you should make this thing a True Street truck, put a radio on it. And because he'd be really competitive in the radio class. And he did good. He ran really good. I think he got second because Hodson beat him.
Yep.
750 cars. Bradley Hodson, Racetronics. He was there, which was pretty cool to see because he literally just finished that car before and drove it to high school like on that Monday or Tuesday, and then there he is Wednesday getting teched in. 650 guys. I got a soft spot for my bracket guys. There's a guy named Jody Beach there. And this dude from Greenwood, Indiana, he shows up and he's kind of a loner by himself. But by the end of the whole event, man, he's right there in with everybody. So that was, I mean, he still had competition numbers on the car. and he says he bracket races a car. So that was pretty damn cool. That was cool.
Well, and that's what I think these weekend events will help pull is those bracket guys because they're used to spending the whole weekend at the track anyways.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never seen so many people tent camp ever. The tent.
It was 39 degrees and raining, and they were camping. They didn't care.
No way.
Nice.
I'm out on that. I'm like a fair weather. Like it's got to be 50.
Hey, Matt set me up good at the Holiday. If you're ever looking for a hotel, the damn Holiday Inn Express, geez, man, the best continental breakfast going. Matt set me up good there.
Nice. Yeah, Matt will take care of some folks now. I'll tell you, that was man, your team was big too. You guys did a great job. I got to see some of the registration and stuff. The driver meetings always went well. It was really cool. Okay, well, let's talk about like who won the most races, who ended up carrying it all the way out to the end.
You got that, Matt?
So Travis Cox went undefeated in modern until the last day. Brian Hosner went undefeated in True Street, and Steve Rosinski went undefeated in 750 index. Again, none of them won their classes. Winners were, well, I'll go through the people that didn't win. 0 wins. Bruce Cook, Tony Borg, Nick, and Ryan Tharp. 0 wins for the first 3 days. But then they won during the finals. They won, in B bracket, but they still had fun.
If you're going to do it, hey, show up on the day it requires you to do it.
All right.
Yeah. Hey, every day, like that's a weird thing. Like the different format about that back to the streets, like every single pass matters. I mean, these guys are going for it. You know, you don't have a whole bunch of guys out there getting out. These guys are flat out going for it because if they want to race on the A side of the bracket, they have to win more than 50% of their runs.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't gonna lie, I didn't even understand that until Saturday. And I was like, oh shoot. I said, man, this is pretty damn sweet. I like this setup here. I mean, I'm telling you guys, if you got a car out there that, even a 750, take 750 guys had 20 cars, 650 guys, man. I mean, they're still out there having fun. So, I mean, this thing could definitely be built big. I mean, these guys are having fun. Modern class, it's fun. I ain't kidding you. It is fun.
Right. And one thing I really like about the format is that there's no test passes. Like you literally pull up, you're at the track, you better figure it out watching other people and adjust your tune that way.
Oh yeah. And so Saturday, I know I'm jumping way ahead, but Saturday, they had a road race Friday night. So Saturday, the track was kind of tacky, right? Start line's tacky. And, I was back there in the pits talking to these guys and they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to turn, I hold this and whatnot. And then next thing I see, dude, Muncie Crew's got the damn scrapers out and they're scraping like passes 60, almost 100 foot out. And I get on the microphone. I was like, guys, you may want to come back up here and check the track again because it's not what it was. I mean, it was legit a true no prep, which is, it was awesome. And what was nice? I wasn't waiting on people to prep the track. And, we had our fair share, of leaks and whatever. But, man, it was sweet. It was sweet.
Man, that's pretty interesting to go in like that. Because then again, nobody had they had no data. They didn't know what to look for. Wow. Mm-hmm. Well, route stops, dude, you killed it on route stops, man. Let's flip through some photos here. You sent me, let me get out of the winter stuff here.
Don Schumacher Racing was the best route stop I've ever been on a Dragon Drive. They took our racers on an 1.5-hour tour through the facility. All the race cars were in the shop. They have a whole lobby full of Wallies. It was amazing. Guys went home with pistons, like used pistons.
That doesn't get any cooler than that.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, my seat was still good. It was good.
And then other spots, you guys had, did you have 3 route stops?
We had Mosier. They took us on a tour. Cone Engineering. They also took us on a tour. RPM Transmissions. Adam Hodson rebuilt his trans there. Kamak Station, which was like an old gas station turned into a restaurant. Super cool atmosphere. Burnouts at every place. It was cool.
Yeah, and big shout out to Jesse Fox, 3G Video. Man, dude murdered it on the coverage. It was amazing to see all the stuff.
I don't know how he's in so many different places at the same time.
He secretly has a twin or something. I don't know.
I'm telling, hey, he's gonna get that big break one day. He's gonna be like the outdoor boys. I'm telling you, like that dude is on it. He just needs that big break, man, and he'll be hanging out with Cletus and all them other social.
Oh yeah, he's got the level of coverage to do that. You know what I mean? His coverage and editing is there. He just hadn't had that break yet.
Oh yeah, he'll get it, man. He'll get it. Just waiting.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, so we know that. I want to talk about the Matt Walter pass. Man, that was crazy. Like literally, you guys had to go look at the line to see if he had crossed. What a wild pass.
There was tire marks on the line, but nothing crossed.
Wow, man. And for him to do big wheelies each time and keep that car gathered up. I mean, what did he lose one race? And it was some crazy race at Brown County.
Kenny LaFleur beat him. And I'm telling you, dude, the dude was freaking doing wheelies at Brown County. And I've never been to Brown County before. And, I've watched War in the Woods. Jordan's like, oh, we need to take a car up there. I'm like, no, we're not taking our stuff up there. I'm not going to tear it up. I'm walking the track and I'm seeing like big old craters, like a 1/4 inch deep in this track. And I'm like, damn. I said, somebody's waiting to tear some stuff up here. Then Walter comes up, dude, just lets her rip, man. And that thing was all over the place, but it's still doing wheel stands. And he's got that thing set up right. It's unreal, man. It's whew. Him and that the John Marks guy, that the Toyota pickup truck and stick shift. That was another truck I was impressed with. That thing is, ooh.
Yeah, what's the setup in that thing? Because it like pops and bangs and does all the fun noises.
It's a dude. It's an aluminum 6-liter. I mean, good crank, good rods. I think he's got a set of trick flows on it. It's a 98 millimeter turbocharger on the thing. But he's got a faceplate T56 with a Black Magic slipper clutch, and dude, that truck if he does a drag and drive, if in a prep deal, that truck's going to go in the 7s.
Wow!
Just on its no prep, I know we can't talk times and stuff. On his no prep mile an hour, and that was only on 15 pounds of boost. And I was trying to tell a guy during tech on Wednesday, I said, you guys are looking at 7-second stick shift car right here. And he's like, I don't know. Whoever that one guy was, he's awesome.
Dave McKenna. He's like, oh, that thing's not that fast.
Shit. I told Dave, Dave, shoot, man. Even though Dave's got a fast car himself, I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, this truck's going to be bad. And I will say this. I mean, he's faster than Walter. And Walter's impressive, but that truck is bad, boy. That thing's the real deal.
And wasn't on like a huge tire. Like it didn't look like it looked like it was it a 17-inch tire or rim? It
was a 15, but he had those the 660. They looked like the CCW wheels. He had CCW 17-inch front runner, and they had like the 660 bead locks on the back. Because that's the first thing I see, and I was like, man, this dude's slick. I think his TKR Performance is his shop or something like that, and he's out of Cincinnati. And dude, he does some serious build. Dude, that thing needs to be at PRI. I'll tell you that right now. People are freak. I'm telling you, dude, people freak the hell out if they seen that at PRI. That thing's immaculate. It looks like
drive shaft out of it. First round at Brown County, made 3rd round with a new drive shaft that was painted. I don't know how the thing was dry.
Wow. Oh my gosh!
I thought he was done.
Yeah. So yeah, talk about that, because you guys without Muncie on day one, you end up going 3 rounds each other day, right?
Yeah, we made up the 3rd round, basically running all A again on Thursday and then AB as a 3rd round on Friday.
How cool. Wow, man. I want to hear so many stories. I want to hear what's the best races that came to y'all's mind.
I made Adam push his truck from the back of the pits all the way to the starting line. Uphill.
Oh, brutal.
He drained the coolant out of it after popping the head gasket. Didn't want to run it to the line, so I said, it's not an emergency, so you're going to have to push it.
I bet they hated you.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
He still won, but.
Yeah, man, that truck was impressive too. Just huge wheelies. The other S10 did a great job too. The little square body
Fields,
yellow,
Jeremy
white
Fields.
one. Yeah,
Which one?
the
Yeah.
yellow or white
Yeah,
colored one, whatever.
Jeremy Fields out of Kentucky. Yeah, that's anytime he was up there, it's going to be a good race.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you what, that dude, he'll drive the snot off that truck. I mean, he don't believe in lifting.
So Josh, I don't think you know this.
Yeah.
The steering wheel came off at Brown County at like the 500-foot mark.
Yeah, and he crossed the center. He went through the grass.
He grabbed the shaft to steer himself back away from the wall.
I do.
Hey,
That's wild.
and he's a Kentucky boy. And I don't know if you've ever, well, I'm talking accent. I mean, good old country boy. That's Jeremy Fields. That's what he is, man. Him and his buddies, and nice as can be. I mean, just incredibly nice, man.
We gave him the Wild Ride Award.
Oh, he definitely earned it. He definitely earned it to cross over and go through the grass and, man, get on the other side. And now knowing that he's holding that by his dude, ain't no way.
Yeah, he's a big old country boy. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, these are real people, man. Real people, man. I mean, these guys are the guys that have factory jobs. These guys are dude, we even had an RN there, Tony Borg, the guy that didn't win any races for 4 days. He's an RN, a registered nurse. I mean, these are real people. I mean, which was awesome to see. Nothing against anybody that, big money, You're not going to see a $200,000 car out there or $150,000 car, but what you're going to see is a car that's put it together in a two-bay garage, with everything they got. I mean, how much money these people put in this thing. I mean, all the extra money they got, they're putting into their drag and drop car. They're going to come out here and let it spin, man. I mean, hell, I was impressed. There was a Galaxy, a 69 Galaxy out there, brown. The dude came in, pulled in a freaking pop-up camper.
Oh, yeah. I saw that video.
It's legal.
Dude. I ain't kidding you. And the damn car weighed 4,200 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So,
Hefty.
and he was spraying it. And he drove it in. And he made it. He made it, man.
Awesome.
Austin Moyer was his name. Austin Moyer. So.
Dude, I won't miss that one next year.
Oh.
But, sitting at home having to watch that, I was like, man, what's wrong with me? Why didn't I go?
I'm telling you, how many cars, Matt, were registered and how many showed up?
80 registered, 69 showed up.
Man, that's awesome.
That's good.
I'm telling you, there can be plenty more 650, 750. Hey, they all get the love. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it don't matter. If I'm announcing, I'm going to show them the love. So it is, I took time Wednesday and met with almost every single driver and talked with them. And it means something to those guys. So especially with Motor Mania, the OG, the Pioneer live feed.
Yep.
I mean, I don't care what you say about Flo and all them. I'm gonna tell you what, you put Motor Mania up there, and the guys that remember the original live feed, they're gonna hit that Motor Mania every time. Guess what? I'm not paying for that either. That was free.
Yeah. They did a hell of a job. Matt and I were talking about this, yesterday or day before. I'm like, dude, I said, I want to know how he did did he have like some remote panning thing? There were so many different angles and all that. And Matt's like, yeah, it was him standing out there panning the camera to get those shots. I'm like, what? How does the guy do all the stuff and get the panning shots? It was badass.
There's only two of them on that crew.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Dude.
That's it.
Husband and wife. Killing it.
That's wild. Yeah. Yeah, they did an incredible job.
Is that Walter's parents, Matt?
Yep.
That's his parents? Oh, man. And I had my Motor Mania radio, man. I was reliving like old school Duck days, man.
Yeah.
So that was an awesome deal there.
Well, I think the next question is, what are the dates for 2026?
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I need a week, please.
Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, you did a great job. Both of y'all did. Josh, I want to give you a big pat on the back for you and Will's flawless. Like y'all's announcing together was awesome. It was great. I commented to Matt the other day. It was like you guys were in sync and y'all weren't in the same room.
Oh, hey, Will, that's the first time I ever met Will. And they told me about
y'all
this.
didn't act like it at all. It was
Hey, man. Hey, Will didn't get into that hotel room till like we're leaving Brown County. He said, "Hey, I'm headed to the hotel because we shared a room that night." And I said, "All right, you better call me because I'm going to be asleep." He didn't get into like 2 a.m. and it was time to get up and head to Muncie. And the checkout was at 11. It was like 10:20. He's still knocked out. And I said, "Hey, man, 11 o'clock, check out." He said, "Yes, indeed." Oh, man. I love that dude, man. He's awesome, man.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
He did great. He seems like a ton of fun than you. I met him on 2023 and man, another great announcer. But y'all were synced up, man. It was great stuff.
Oh, yeah. Hey, what about them payouts, man?
Come on.
Dog play. How about them surprise payouts?
Yeah, tell us about it.
What do you think about that, Matt?
Paid out $17,000 in cash and prizes.
Oh,
12
wow.
of which was cash.
Who doing that? Who's doing that? They ain't no jackets or hats. Who's doing that?
Wow. Hang on. Let's pull this up because like look at the front there of Travis Martin's rig. Big O stuff.
$1,500 he won for winning True Street.
Man, that's awesome.
I mean, that's dude. When Matt started doing that award ceremony, then I was like, "What? You playing like?" I think they went back all the way to 4 spots.
Yep.
Which is like,
Wow.
hey, it was a surprise to everybody, and that right there showed you like how much rate. Like, well, I cannot stress this enough. Racers putting something on for racers, and it's more about them guys than about collecting the pocket change. You see what I'm saying? And you could tell. And I don't know how Matt did it, to tell you the truth, Matt, but I was like, oh, God. Dude. Oh, man.
That's awesome.
It was unreal, man. I'm telling you, you will not, if someone comes to that event, they're not going to find another event like it.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys, that was their first time no prepping also, which, and I ain't gonna lie, some like the bracket racer, Jody Beach, when he says, "I've never no prep, but I got a 650 and it was a small tire car," and I was like, "Oh boy, it's gonna be interesting." See, hey, by the end of the event, we don't want to talk times, but he wasn't that far off.
Wow.
So a lot of these guys weren't that far off. By the end of the week, they were not that far off of
That's
where they
the
need to
other
be.
thing. They had no data. I didn't turn the clocks on for anybody, not even index cards.
Nope. No time slips.
You don't know.
No time slips. And I wouldn't tell them. And I knew what they were running. And some of them guys was tight. and yeah, and there were some protests.
That's interesting. Yeah, not even to give them their slip is pretty. That's pretty salty. I like it, especially with the index cars, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jody B should know what to think.
He's like, "Wait, what? Where am I at?" You're like, "I'm not telling you." And he's like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh, Dan Chandler right there. He's in the big square body, man. That thing was pretty slick. That thing was slick now.
All right, y'all. We've got to get to Mega Week stuff. Listen, I want to say thanks for y'all coming on. I'm so sad I missed this event. It looked amazing.
Oh, it was.
Can I give a shameless plug here for some of our racers?
Yeah.
All right. So we had 2 racers unfortunately wrecked this week. We're doing some raffles on my page personally. First one's this T6 Turbo flange that was donated. We're gonna raffle anything off we possibly can to get these guys some money. We got the banner from Brown County that's going to go. I think it's going to go huge because that thing is 14 feet long, signed by every competitor. I want it. So, yeah. Racetronics, fuel pumps, Harm mufflers. Everybody's getting in. Please help support these racers.
Oh yeah. I got one thing real quick. Hey, them guys that go into I love racing. I support all the Dragon drives, but hey, if you're a slow guy out there and you feeling underappreciated, hey, you can come see me.
I know that's right. All right, guys. Thank y'all for coming by. We appreciate it. We'll see y'all soon.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Man, how fun, dude! I'm telling you, I am sad I missed that one.
Yeah,
That's one we should have went to, man.
it's just a crazy time right now with all the events going on.
Oh,
But yeah,
yeah.
it looked awesome. I agree. It definitely should be one on our list.
Yes, definitely, definitely. I do want to talk about events that are coming up though, real quick. Biggest Drag and Drive weekend in history kicks off tomorrow. I've got the 28th on here, but it's actually tomorrow.
Yeah,
Uh,
Mega Month.
yeah, Mega Month, I guess, is probably the best. We go from a week right into Mega Month. There are 11 or 12 events between now and the end of June. This weekend, we're going to have more than 800 cars racing, maybe 900 cars racing across the country. Sick on the Green, Drop the Hammer, Olympic Streetcar Shootout, and of course, Mega Week, which Eric and I will both be at. So, dude, it's insane. It's insane. The community we're in right now is going to be vastly different at the end of June just because of the amount of content that is going to come from 12 events and dude, who knows how many racers.
Right.
I think we figured up like 2,000 drag and drive racers through the month of June or something crazy.
Yeah, I think that's what we counted, or a rough estimate on last week, which we said is almost as much as we had in previous years for the entire year. We're going to have that in 1 month.
Yeah. Well, I think thinking about that now, yeah, I think we had 2,300 in 2023 and 11 events total or something like that. Maybe 2022 is 11 events and 2,300 people. So, I mean, listen, that's where this has gone because of all of our friends out there. So
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Yeah. This 1 month is going to, equal what we had for 1 year.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. So here's kind of our plan for the rest of the night. Again, thank you so much to Driven Racing Oil for being a part of our program here. I can't wait to hang out with them at Mega Week. It's going to be fun. They're going to be on site, have all the kind of stuff that is there as well. Our plan for the rest of the night is to bring in, we're going to literally talk about Rocky Mountain Race Week stories, the 10 years worth of history. This is a celebration, man. I mean, really, to host an event 10 years is something that's just astronomical. It doesn't happen anymore. People don't go 10 years. 5 years seems to be about the limit of stuff anymore, right? So to go 10, to do like 15 total events, to have hosted more than 3,000 people, it's just awesome to see where it has come now. And now that, if you don't know, Mega Week is absolutely crazy. 550 plus cars are registered. We are racing all of them. Group A starts racing at 7 a.m. and runs until 2. Group B will start at 3 p.m. and run until 10 p.m. So each day we are literally racing 14 or 15 hours on the track. There is 1,200 or 1,300 plus miles worth of driving that we're going to be doing. It's over the top. Matt, June, and Adam have put on an incredible event, and I can't wait to get it started, man. We're going to do this in just a couple days. So we wanted to kick off this show tonight, have a Mega Week mega show where we just visited with people. So I'll start us off with reading an ad read, and then about every 30 minutes we're going to do that. We're going to do an ad read. We're going to try and cycle through a bunch of folks as we go through tonight. We have no rhyme or reason. There's no timer on people's stories, but when they're done telling the story, they can bounce off, or if there's more stories that come up because someone else is on as well, that's what's going to happen. So let's get into this. The J-Wire Solutions segment here. Expert car and marine wiring solutions you can trust. J-Wire Solutions can wire and plumb your hot rod, your race car, or your drag and drive car. Plus, they offer products that make your driving experience better, like the blinker module that is a must for all drag and drive cars. The module will allow your rear turn signals to continue to function while the brake pedal is applied, just like your stock car. And Jay is also a longtime drag and drive racer. He is a co-pilot for Brian Acton, one of the most competitive 850 cars that are out there. They won't be at Mega Week, but they will be at the circuit, and they will be at Drop the Hammer this coming weekend. All right, let's kick this thing off, man. Let's bring in our first set of guests here. Let's bring in Mike and James Baker. Talk to them for a minute. Dude, here's the thing. We want to know who you are, where you're from, and what you're driving this year to start us out, and then we'll wait on him to come back in.
Yeah, James is he's grabbing some chow for us real quick, I think, and he should be heading back in. But this year we're trying to bring Yukon Cornelius, our 3/4 ton GMC Yukon. It's an animal that's been evolving for a couple of years. We tried to bring it last year, and we just had too many problems. Yeah, come on in, that we couldn't overcome. And this year we've been through the same kind of mess with
Oh, a
all
huge
sorts of
mess.
stuff. But yeah, that's a story in and of itself. But between tornadoes and blown up engines and air conditioning not working and all sort, because after race or was it 1.0 or 2.0 last year that was fire hot. Anyway, everybody was, you saw all sorts of redneck air conditioning at that point, and we're all like,
Yeah,
makes sense. So
yeah.
anyway,
Mark Grote in the Gremlin when he had the back blocked off in that
in the
window unit
back,
in the car. Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's our family version. We after James and I went on 23 2.0 in the Mustang, Allison, my wife, you know, she didn't really like not being able to come along, being part of things. So I thought, well, okay, we'll get something that'll hold more people, and it snowballed. It's a crazy project now, but hopefully it's running, driving. We've got some miles on it. Hopefully it's coming this year, and we'll be thrashing to the end to make it out. But so far so good.
Yeah, and you guys said you were actually out in the shop earlier today working on it and plan to do a little bit of that tonight as well, right?
Since last Friday, I've probably after work and everything and over the weekend and all, I've probably put 40, 50 hours into it, dialing in the
Wow.
small stuff. We had a lot of things that because the tornado, so the truck was in a shop local to us, and during a lot of these spring storms that have come through in Nixa, Missouri, and we had an EF0 tornado. I didn't know that was a thing, but apparently it is. But an EF0 tornado that hit one building, the shop the Yukon was in, and it
Oh,
just
man.
smashed the thing. There's pictures and video out there of a wall of the shop just leaning on the Yukon. But it didn't. I mean, it beat it up, broke some windows and stuff, but it's still going.
That's awesome.
What's the setup in it?
So now it is a 408 Iron Block LS. It's just got a baby 78, 75 VS Racing turbo on it. A built 4L80. I think it's got like 410 gears in it or something, so it kind of screams everywhere it goes. It feels like it'll pull a house down, isn't it? Isn't that to say? But it's a for a 6,000 pound rig. It feels scary. Put
Yeah.
it that way. It's scarier than my Mustang. So
Yeah. Things
I
this
think it'll
big
be a
should
hoot.
not go that fast.
No, they shouldn't. I think it'll be a lot of fun. It if nothing else, it's gonna make for some wild trailer burnouts.
That's
There you
awesome.
go.
And what class you guys signed up for?
Oh,
Sure.
whatever it'll fit in, basically.
Yeah.
We've only made one pass down the track with the thing because we blow it up every time we try something new.
Fair enough.
And so it ran a 13.3 on the stock 6 liter with the
Oh
turbo.
wow.
Now we're a 408 and a slightly bigger turbo, and so I don't know. We might be running in 12.0, 13.0, 14.0.
Yeah.
I don't think the tires will let it fit into Rowdy Radial. I wouldn't mind that, so I don't have to run the full track because over 100 miles an hour, that thing feels like you're driving the Ark down the strip.
I
Wow.
guarantee it, dude. That's awesome. Well, which track is your favorite as we move to Austin Mackey next?
Our favorite track? Goodness.
Mhm.
I'm not sure that we have been to any of these tracks,
Oh
actually.
man.
I don't think we
Wow.
have. So it'll be a fun. I mean,
Oh
we've
yeah.
watched at
The
Tulsa. We
the
watched at
the
Tulsa, but I haven't been
Mustang.
down any of them.
Yeah, because we hung out, I guess, at Race Week
Yeah.
23, been when they did Bandimere and stuff.
Oh yeah, that was great. I was so
Oh
happy
man.
to be able to go down that track, And just quick plug for race week, Matt, June, the whole crew, everybody that races is just amazing for this kind of stuff. James and I went in not having ever, we went on the circuit before that
Mhm.
in 23, but we'd never really been down, a multi-state kind of size drag and drive. It was just a dream. And we had all sorts of fun stuff with the Mustang that year. We hydroplaned, wrecked, we destroyed the trailer. I've got pictures of Matt and a whole crew of guys at 2 a.m. Yeah, I've got a whole list of people just thanking, but we created a trailer out, Matt remembers, he's probably still got that piece of junk trailer that wrecked his house. But everybody came together to help us just keep going and keep going and keep going. And so it doesn't matter how fast or slow or race car like or not your vehicle is, man, just come out and have fun time. You'll meet
Yeah.
some of the coolest people. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you know them or not. Everybody's going to chip in and help. We've got memories of people crawling underneath our car when it was covered in mud with screwdrivers scraping mud off so we could make a pass on 4 bent wheels at Vandermeer.
That's
Memories
awesome.
that we'll never forget. It's great. It really is. Yeah. We've got a lot of good friends through that.
Yeah.
We don't want to do any more rain driving on drag radials, but the rest of it was great.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and hey, that's a lesson you learn the hard way typically.
Yeah, we blew out our street tire. Make sure your street tires are new. We'll say that.
And maybe have a spare.
Yeah, have a spare for your spare for your spare. We had a catastrophic failure on the street tires, so we had to put the drag radials on. Then it started raining. Then we did the loop-de-loop.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Cassie Lowry, you're saying,
That's
hey,
yeah.
we'll leave the Honda at home.
Okay,
this
you
event.
guys, I tell you what, you better leave that Honda at home. That's funny. So yeah, okay, we'll shut up here a second.
No,
But
no, no.
when we
Yeah,
went
tell
on our
the
first
story,
drag
yeah.
and drive, our first drag and drive
Circuit.
was the Circuit 2023, and we brought a different Mustang. We were in stick shift, and it's just a little 13-second thing. We were having fun. It was our first time. My wife followed in the car behind us. That was a crazy one too, with all the temperature changes and all. But anyway, the Lowry crew, their cars weren't going. They've got a really cool. Oh geez, what is that wagon that they drive now? I can't
57.
remember, but super cool car. But they didn't have anything going at the time, and so they showed up in like a '94 Honda Accord, and it was it's just a drive around car. Every drive that we made, we're like, okay, we're doing good. We're going to get there fast. We're obeying speed limits because we don't want a ticket or whatever. Here comes this darn little Honda Accord. And in our rear view mirror, we'd just be driving along and I'll hear James go, here it comes. And of course they come flying past us. We'd speed up and try to catch them. And those little Honda Accords are, they get, anyway, it was a fun time. Every checkpoint, every track, we'd get going, and wouldn't you know it, here comes that Honda Accord again. We've got
Well,
pictures. It was great. It was
I'm
it was a lot of
excited.
fun.
Yeah, I'm excited for them to come on because man, they are beyond race week because they've
Yeah.
got a full month in June. They're doing like the circuit, Big Sky Race Week, and Mega Week.
Yeah, and I think they're Group A, aren't they? So we don't have to worry about the Honda this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I hope not. I think we're gonna be worrying about the 57 this time. I'm excited for it. So, all right, well, y'all, good luck. Good luck tonight in the shop. If you
Thank you.
need to jump back in, you can use the link. Come back in, tell us what's going on out there as well.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. I'll see you soon.
See you, Eric.
Yep.
All right. Bye.
Man, we really should have made a list of questions to start asking. That would have been better. Austin Mackey, dude, talk to us, man. Tell us what's going on.
How's it going, guys?
It is
It's
awesome, man.
going.
We're trying to get my rhythm here, moving through guests and what we want to do, and all the questions we want to ask, man. So tell us who you are, where you're from, what you're driving.
I'm Austin Mackey, and we're a big clan of Mackeys. The whole family races. We're from Colorado, and I drive the 65 Rambler American is what I drive around. So
Nice. Yeah, I'm excited about the car your dad's putting together. That turbo inline six is gonna be awesome.
I'm watching him as I got my little podcast set up here. I'm watching him paint his car.
I'm right here finishing up the paint.
Nice. Nice.
I got it running way ahead of schedule, like 3 days beforehand. Usually we're getting it running to drive on the trailer and bring it to the event. But yeah, so we decided to paint it.
to stop and paint.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, what was the engine combo in that car before? It was like a big block Ford turbo setup.
It was big block Ford nitrous.
Nitrous.
Just a
Yeah.
bunch of leftover stuff sitting around.
That's awesome.
But it was high compression and it was high lift cam, and it just beat the valve train up going down the highway. So I always had valve train issues.
Yeah. Now it's a inline 6 turbo setup. Like what's in the what does Jamie drive?
The 59 Ranch Wagon.
Ranch wagon. Yep. Yeah, that thing's cool too.
Hers is a little more mild. It's still a stock, like a cast crank. I mean, she's in the 400, 450 range. I'm hoping to get 850 out of mine. So
Come on.
Nice.
That's awesome.
it's
Yeah, I can't wait
actually,
to see this
it's
thing.
the engine that was in Keith Lopez's Fairmont wagon. So
Oh wow.
I'm working with Keith on this deal, and this is his engine still. We've changed a few things, but basically it's Keith's engine in my car. So
That's awesome. And what
a little
size
bit
turbo on
lighter
it?
chassis. 80 millimeter.
Nice. Nice. That's a big one. And then Austin,
same-
sorry.
Same as my turbo.
Yeah. and what's the setup in your car?
Mine's a small block Ford 347 with an 80 millimeter turbo.
Yes. Gets down. That's awesome.
It does pretty good for a little 302. So
How fun. Well, let's get into some Rocky Mountain Race Week stories. I know you guys have them for sure. So tell us something that happened roadside or along the way on one of the trips.
well, 23 for me was probably my worst race week I've been on, or drag and drive total. Because what did we start in? Kearney, because Great Bend was having
Yeah, Great Bend got
going
canceled.
through their
shut
stuff.
down.
We started in Kearney, and I got my then personal best of an 11:30 with nitrous, and took off from Kearney to Pueblo, I believe, and ran out there. But at the end of Pueblo, or no, in between Kearney and Pueblo,
Well, because it worked out that it moved from Great Bend to Kearney as a starting point, it put the drive day on a Sunday, which is a points race at Julesburg.
Julesburg, which is my home track, and I'm in the point series there. So as we were driving by, we stopped and I actually raced, and it was one of the points races that if I missed it, I was going to be completely out of the points. And it all worked out. I was able to race, and I actually won the full points event and took first, and it secured my win in the points series that year. So
That's so
that was
cool.
a pretty cool little checkpoint.
Yeah, we used our drive day for him to race 5 rounds in a bracket race at Julesburg on the way by.
So
That's pretty awesome, man. That's
and then when
pretty
he got all the way down to Pueblo,
Yeah.
then
we made it to Pueblo, and everything was fine until we were packing up. It was starting to tick, and we fired it up, and we're about to leave, and one of the lifters decided it didn't want to play the game anymore. So I had to take the rockers off, pull the push rods out, and take a little bit of metal, like baling twine, like
bailing
wire,
wire. Yeah.
and lift the lifters up just enough that they were out of the oil galley, so that way the oil still passed through, but the lifters weren't being used anymore. So limped it to Vandermeer at that point.
No, I think we were headed back to Kearney. after that.
Oh, yeah, it was back to Kearney.
Oh,
Yeah, we
Yeah.
left Pueblo with him hanging a set of lifters, and then halfway between Pueblo and Kearney, he lost a second set.
So
oh,
I was an 8-cylinder. By the time I made it back to Kearney, I was running on 6 cylinders, and I don't remember, we did the calculation for cubic inches, but the car came with a 232 inline 6, and I think I was like 5 to 10 cubic inches shy of the stock motor that came in the car. So,
man,
But
that's
when we
wild.
were at Kearney, we were warming it up that morning. He's like, it doesn't sound that bad. So he raced the bracket race on 6 cylinders and went 3 rounds in the shootout. So
That's crazy. So yeah, so here you are, and Pueblo to Kearney's 400 miles or something, right?
it was
Yeah.
a stretch. And funny enough, it really didn't change the drivability of the car. It drove pretty much the same, got about the same fuel mileage. It sounded a little funny, obviously, but it really
Yeah.
didn't care a whole lot. So
Interesting. Yeah, that's not the way you want to get, different fuel mileage.
Right.
no, definitely not the ideal way to do it.
No. Wow. Well, Brian, I know you have some good stories. If you want to drop one on us here while we're in this.
my wagon has been a battle, is what it's been. I mean, the very first year I brought it to Great Bend, we had 0 highway miles on it, and when we left the track, I had an exhaust leak that was lying to my O2, and it thought it was lean, so it just kept dumping fuel and correcting. And I even putting it in open loop, it still didn't want to run properly, and I was getting like 5 miles to the gallon and overheating. So I tapped out in Garden City. I think I made 150 miles down the highway. In the second event, I took it to Sick Week, and it survived that one. Took second place in Pro DYO, ran 890s with it in Florida. And then the third event, we brought it back up here, which was the same. I think it was 23.
I think it was 23, yeah.
But at Bandamere, on my first pass, in second gear at 7,000, it sheared the cam pin, and so it bent all 16 valves and fire out the hood. And
Wow.
we were 60 miles from home, so I said we're done. So I didn't try to fix it. I just towed it home.
Just went to the house. Well, I want to say we were somewhere one morning, and I don't remember which event it was. But we were going to leave the hotel. We were a few minutes later than what I wanted to be, and we look over, and you guys are trying to warm your car up, and you shut it off and said, "Oh, something's wrong." And then we didn't see you for like 4 or 5 hours. I can't remember where we
That
were.
was probably Sick Week.
Sick Week.
The one I
Hmm.
survived. I lost a lifter. I thought it was just fouling the plugs driving, but it turned out that it had knocked the wheel off of a lifter. So we changed a lifter in the parking lot of the hotel. It headed to
Yep.
in Valdosta. So
Yep. That's where it was. And one thing that's really cool about your car that I always enjoyed is the side panel is removable to help take the big tire off, because without that, man, I don't know how you would have done it.
So my car started as a 4-door wagon, and when I put it on the body, the doorpost was in the way for me to get in and out of the car. So we decided to change it to a 2-door wagon. I found some doors that someone was parting out. So my car is a true Pro Mod underneath. It was a 6-second 41 Willys. We took the plastic body off, cut the floor out of this wagon, and strapped it down, changed it to a 2-door from a 4-door. And the rocker panels were so rusted out that I bought repop panels, and we clamped them on. And when I unclamped it and took it off, I said, it's got to stay like this. So we just made the quarter panel. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, quarter panels are completely removable to change those tires.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cars, man. I can't wait to see this new setup in it too. So, man, bring it on.
Well, you
So
want a sneak peek of the paint?
Yeah, flip that camera around. Let's see it.
Okay.
You know, nothing like getting your car running a couple days ahead of time and then deciding to completely
I'll
paint
just
it.
do it this way. But I mean, I posted some pictures, and it's a blue. It's called Smurf Blue. But and then but we're doing it like a graffiti style. So it's got some cell shading on it where there's light colors, and then we basically drawn out every body
wow.
line on it to where it's going to look like a cartoon when it's all done. And
Oh,
like a
yeah.
sketchbook from a cartoon. So
I'm in.
Austin's bringing the light over here to kind of show this side of it. It's still in the shadow, but it's still.
Yeah. Hey, y'all know we leave. Like, y'all leave on Friday?
I'm going to clear coat it tonight still.
Or-
Once we get it clear coated, then we'll finish up the tune. I just got to put the drive shaft in and a couple other small details, and
That's awesome.
we'll be on the road. Yeah. Bringing 5 cars with us this year. So
Oh, my.
Holy cow.
Austin's Rambler, Laney's got her 63 Falcon. It's over here underneath
That's
underneath
It's covered
the
up.
paint shield, and then Jamie's wagon is right here as well. And then Laney's boyfriend, I had bought a 63 hardtop for myself as a second car, and before I got it off the trailer, he bought it from me. So he actually built a twin to Laney's car, only it's the light blue, the 60s
Wow.
Ford light blue.
How cool. Well, y'all,
So 3
I'm a
Falcons,
big fan.
2 wagons, Rambler American.
Yep, I'm the odd one out. I'm the old category, but
That's awesome. Well, you guys can find all the stuff, Cut and Grind Garage. You guys are doing a heck of a job. TikTok, probably your most, I would say you probably post on more over there. That's where I see you the most anyway.
Yeah, TikTok gets the most engagement. I'm trying to do YouTube. but editing YouTube videos that people watch is tough. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
that's
sure.
a tough one. It's good for it's good for documentation though, man. I tell you.
Well, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm not building videos for someone else. I'm just building a journal and a scrapbook of what we're doing. So it's videos that I want to watch that's telling our story. And I mean, I'm not trying to go viral or get paid, but more or less it's documentation of our journey. So
That is so cool, man. That is so cool. I'll put that down in the comments there for everybody to see, and we'll let you guys get back to it. Thank you so much.
sure, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
All right. I want to bring on Adam Dory. That's skipping ahead just a few, but I think if he's willing,
You don't have to jump
No.
to me if you don't want to.
well, I kind of want to see if you'll maybe co-host some of this stuff too. So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, like you, 'cause
I
you
might
know
need
these
I
stories
need
too.
might need more drink. This
Hey,
is
even that's what I told Eric when we started. I should have brought beers out here, man. So maybe I'll make a here. in a
I
minute.
didn't know you were doing beers. I thought this was a beer-free zone. So this is
No, not
Oh.
tonight. This is the Mega Week Mega Show
Oh.
right here. We're
Well,
gonna have fun.
then
We're gonna hang out.
go to your next guest and let me
Okay.
go get a beer.
Perfect.
And I'm gonna actually also I'm gonna order a pizza because let's just make
Oh.
it fun.
Let's make it a hangout.
Go do that. I will get the wife all set up on my end. I'll
Cool.
be right back.
Awesome. Works for me. Awesome. Okay. So let's see here. Who was next in the list here? Red Hat Scotty actually came in next. All right, buddy. Tell us what's going on, man.
So I'm down here in my shop, wrenching on the black car, going buck wild right now, trying to get this thing done. We had an issue a couple days ago, and I just got the cylinder head back on, the intake back on, trying to button it up.
Yeah, you've had this car for a long time. It was almost a little heartbreaking in the group chat when you send a video and it's peeing water out of the cylinder head.
Right.
Yeah. So that was a wild deal. When I sent the startup video, we didn't have water in it. It was just a quick, hit the key, let it run for a second, shut it back off. Then the dude and I went ahead and was working on a bunch of other stuff. I put water in it. And I got down there and was looking, and I'm like, why the hell is my V-band wet? Like, this is not a water-cooled turbo. Why is this wet? So I loosened the turbo kit and the manifold and everything, and it just, like Niagara Falls, poured water. And I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah.
So then we yanked the head off, and we found a crack in it. So we're like fingers crossed that that crack that we'd found was the issue. But yeah, we're farther behind than we wanted to be.
Well, but without that, you would be on track. There's nothing like the thrash to get ready. It's Wednesday night. We're literally 2.5 days before we leave. So and you have a real job. So like you got to be at work. So it's not like you can do this all day every day.
Yeah, no, I think we left the shop last night at 11:15. I was at work at 6 a.m. this morning. I got off work. I think I made it to the shop at like 4 o'clock today, and then we're here now.
Wow. That's pretty awesome.
What do you got left before you start it up again?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
What do you have left in order to get it started up again?
Oh, stupid. Every time.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, so yeah, I'm a little bit behind. I'm still coming. I'll be there like a 97.762% chance the black car will be there. I got all the new BTR stuff, so we're going to try to go in the 9.0 class. I don't care if it goes 9.99 every day. I just want a true 9-second average. And yeah, I'll see you guys. I'm going to cut out because I got work to do. So good luck.
Right, buddy.
See you guys later.
Bye.
Yes, Tim.
That's awesome. Okay. Let's bring in David and Keaton Maxon real quick. Gentlemen, you're muted. No.
What's going on, guys?
Well, y'all do it. Hey, I want to say here in front of God and everybody, thank you to David Maxon for bringing the circuit shirts down and hanging out with me for way longer than he thought he was going to have to. We ended up driving the old truck out to Stevens. He had to hang out with me for like 2.5 hours. So thanks for doing that, man.
Had a great time. I enjoyed every minute of it. Hopefully, maybe next week or the week after, I make a work excuse trip to head back to Bentonville, Arkansas. So
Yes, bring it on for sure. We'd love to have you down here. Will y'all tell us who you are, where you're from, what you're what you raced in, what people would recognize you from Rocky Mountain, and then let's get into some stories.
It's my dad, David, and I'm Keaton, and we did Rocky Mountain in 21, and so I did it as for my senior trip. That's where I really wanted to go to Donald Long's race, and be on the start line, but COVID kind of messed it up. So we did Rocky Mountain Race Week instead, but it was a blast, hot. And then, we thought it was going good. I think we entered the 11 or 12 class, I think.
yeah, I think
one
so.
of those classes, and then ended up breaking in, where was that?
Nebraska,
Kearney,
Nebraska.
Yeah, we broke the 7.5, the spider gears. So we were doing all right, and then broke that on the track. It was hot, so we pulled some power out on the 1-2 shift. We just broke it immediately, broke the spider gears and everything. So we were thrashing. And then what is his name, Jim?
Well, like Vince Rui, everybody knows Vince.
Yeah.
So Vince kind of was, he had to get out of competition. But one of the Jeff Woods, actually.
Yeah, Jeff Woods. Yep.
Yeah.
Matt and June let us steal the welder from their trailer because it needed a decent welder or generator to power the welder. So we stole that. So they were over there with no lights. She was turning in time slips and everything. So he was welding the spider gears back together so we could finish making a spool. And then
That's awesome.
Yeah, we got it back together. We didn't really make a pass. We just wanted to break the beams and finish. So we did that, and it was a blast to, do it with my dad and finish our first one. That was our first one ever. And I mean, I've had the truck since high school, so I mean, it was only right to do it.
But you're 22. That don't. You had it 5 years.
Trip though, so we had to finish.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. And to have to thrash on it like that. I mean, listen. Breaking spider gears, that's no fun because now you really gotta either put new spider gears in or you weld that thing to the case.
Yeah, we welded it, and then I had 8.8 at home, and I was like, I guess it's time to put the 8.8 in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So kind of circle back on that was, so at Keaton's graduation party, 3 days before we left, it broke down. And he calls me and he says, "Hey, my truck died at the stop sign.
No fuel pump.
Yeah, no fuel pump. And you guys know how close we are with Lance Drager at R&D Performance Fabrication. Put Lance on the phone. He said, I think it's that relay. Pulled everything apart. We get it home, pulled it apart, got it all put back together. And I'm like, okay, all right, I think we're good. We loaded up. So we didn't actually get in the show. So it was sold out. But what Matt and June do is, I mean, phenomenal. You show up, and the commitment. I mean, we made that drive all the way to Great Bend, Kansas, not knowing whether we was ever even going to get the race or nothing.
Yeah.
As a dad, I'm like, man, come on, this is a senior trip. This is what he wanted to do. I'm like, man, how am I going to tell my son that, it's not in it, So basically Matt and June kind of went over to them. We talked a little bit, and Matt had said, get him up here, get it ready to go, have him ready to go. Let's go. And that was just when Great Bend, they just repaved that track. I believe we were the first ones down that surface that time. So,
nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a great place. I mean, that town, like what they do, I mean, they shut it down and the county commissioner was handing out beers. I mean, they love, Rocky Mountain Race Week and those people coming in there and through that city. And I really hope that track opens back up and they can race.
Surely it will. Like it's the one with the concrete
Yeah.
contractor, right? Or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they've got a plan, right? They've got a plan to get it fixed or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of heard that. So, yeah, I mean, I hope so. I mean, you know, I think it's SRCA or something.
Mhm.
Something like that. And so, I mean, they're great. Like that town. And actually, our good friend Red Hat Scotty wasn't actually attending that event, but you guys know how close we are with Scotty. And
even the sleepers, they said show up and we'll help you.
Yeah.
So.
And then, so Scotty actually showed up that day, drove down to Great Bend to Keaton make his first pass in that event. So
how cool.
So I mean, Scotty's great. You do get an opportunity, don't mess with the red hat on the trailer.
That's a no.
That's a no. But he knows it's all in good fun, and Scotty's like a brother to us, and I mean he's good to my son. I'm proud to I've known Scotty 30 years, so I mean
that's
we've
awesome.
been doing it a long time, and I'm blessed that I get the opportunity to pass it. My cars and things and friends down to Keaton here, and and the Sleeper family. I mean, they're great. That whole 301 streetcars people,
they're awesome.
Yeah, they're great. I know Mike Sleeper. He everybody knows how clean the car is, right?
Right.
I gotta give him a hard time with this. We were somewhere in the middle of nowhere in the mountains. His brother, I believe it was Steven, that dropped a wrench. And he just looked up at him like, you got to be kidding me. And we looked at each other, me and Keaton. We're like, yeah, I think it's time to get out of here.
Those dudes be fighting here in a minute.
And for some reason, that was the year of like fuel pump failures. Like
because it was so hot, I think, right?
Yeah. So we thought we were going to be one. We pulled in. I was like, man, we're dropping fuel pressure. Look down at the dash, and I see it dropping. I'm like, crap. And the Holley, fuel gauge isn't like on the dash isn't that accurate, so it's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
But we moved on to better things. But we kind of moved, and we pulled in the gas station, put fresh gas in it, cold gas, and fired it back up. And man, that pump's been kicking ever since.
Yeah.
So
that's one thing we've talked about in the past is like how hot fuel gets, especially on long drive, especially when it's 100 outside, So if you're hot, they're hot,
Yeah.
So
we kind of.
Yeah, it didn't kill it, but I will say for everybody that's doing the circuit, it is going to be in June. If you've never done it, make sure you have an extra fuel pump.
Yeah. Or just run a half tank and stop and fill up.
Yeah. And really, so we kind of hung out with Galen Newton and him and his boy, Ethan, his son-in-law, and we kind of rode with kind of that group too. And I mean, we stopped at like every, 100 miles and put fuel in it to keep it cold. Yeah. So, I mean, it took from Great Bend to Pueblo, Colorado. It was like a 14.5-hour drive.
Yeah. Yeah. It's 400 and something miles, I think.
Yeah.
Like it'll be what we have from Flying H to Oklahoma City.
Yeah. Yeah. He looks over at me and is like, are you going to slow down coming down the mountain? I was like, why? I didn't realize Colorado didn't believe in guardrails on the mountain.
Oh, man.
So he's like looking down, like, we're dead if we go up the side of this mountain. So I was like, oh, well, I guess I can slow down. But, then you get in the mountains and you don't want to ride the brakes or anything because, you boil the brake fluid and everything. So that adds a strategy to it as well.
Oh, he actually scared the shit out of me on that. I will say that. I mean, I was like, yeah, it wasn't really that calm. I'm like, are you going to slow the fuck down? I mean, this is, I mean, because all I see is the edge of the road, and I'm like, and nothing but trees down, and I'm like, oh man, I mean, and I was pretty nervous, Bandimere, I mean, I mean, I never got to race there, he did, and I tell you, I mean, that's a phenomenal facility, and man, what they do.
It was gorgeous. Like it's a top 5 track for me for sure.
Yeah, we even try to get Flying H to incorporate the downhill staging lanes, but I don't think they could do it with the property that they had and everything.
Yeah.
But we suggested it and everything, but
Yeah, that would have been really cool. The snake through by the by the stands and the dirt
Yeah.
track. That's going to be interesting. You get 300 cars on property trying to get up there.
Yeah, it was interesting. What race did we have recently that it was pretty
Streetcar
Takeover?
Takeover.
It's always interesting at Streetcar Takeover. I mean, it's just a cluster right there. You got fans coming in, and then you obviously got all the 275 guys, the 28 guys, the push cars, and they're trying to get through to make it and everything. It's just that I wish they could have done that a little bit better, but
Maybe they'll get a chance in the future. Let's talk about Flying H for a minute because that's y'all's home track. You guys, are you going to hang out with us on Monday?
yes, we're actually going to come down. I got to pick up a wing for that back there from Nate Corinne. He built one for me, so I got to meet him down there in Tulsa. We're going to come down Saturday. and
Oh,
hang
perfect.
a little bit.
Oh, I remember your dad saying that now. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick on Travis a little bit, my little brother. But yeah, and then when I gotta work, and then we'll be out there at Flying H Monday. hanging
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably head out about 10 o'clock, and then like Mike Anger, Mike's a good friend of ours, builds a lot of stuff for us, sheet metal wise. He's a good man, and he's gonna come and hang out with us, and
How
he's
cool.
gonna join us in the afternoon. If you've never been to Flying H, it's a great facility. It's awesome. I mean, the people are awesome. Blake and Scott Higgs, what they do there, it's nice. Also, anybody gets in any trouble, we are 7.2 miles from the track. Most people know how to get a hold of me. If you guys need something, I got a lift. We got TIG welders, MIG welders, other parts. My shop essentially be open to somebody if they need help. We want to make sure everybody finishes, and if we can help, definitely somebody get a hold of me. On here or Keaton, one of us, and I'm not very good at TIG welding, but he can. So just hope that if you need that, it's after 3 o'clock.
I mean, even if you need to use it,
Yeah.
and just come on and use it. I mean, it's open. We can roll these outside, and
That's awesome.
yeah,
I'm excited about Flying H. The one thing that's really cool about it is the way the pits are set up is you can almost if you get far enough over, you've got a great view of the track. You can see what's going on, all that kind of stuff. It is one of the nicest spots in the country.
Yeah, and they I don't know if you've been up there, but they did repave. They did pave the second tier, so there's a lot more.
Oh, that's awesome.
parking now versus the second tier being all gravel. The
Yeah.
second tier is paved now, so I think there should be plenty of asphalted pit parking for everybody.
Yeah.
If anybody needs E85, get off at the Grain Valley exit right there at Temp Stop.
Mhm.
That's where you get it. They're on their summer blend right now. I don't care what he says. He's been in the group saying he knows about gas stations. That man has run out of gas like 16 or 13 years in driving. So do not listen to Red Hat Scotty about gas stations.
Yeah, he knows where they are. He doesn't use them. He knows where they are.
Drives right past them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says, I think I got 3 more miles. And as soon as he passes it, he runs out.
Sid's got it down to the science of when they're going to run out.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So,
That's cool.
and there is good places there. I mean, in Grain Valley to eat for everybody, there's Culver's.
There is an Riley's in Odessa, a Napa, and stuff like that. So they need parts or anything. They're not too far away.
Yeah.
either.
Yeah. And if you need to save money, just go in and use Maxim Racing LLC as the account. So save you guys a little money.
It's a charge account, right?
Yeah, it's going to be charged to Drag and Drive Repeat.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
better not. Please no.
Yeah. So,
That's funny.
Yeah. So if anybody needs help with that, I mean, we're
cool.
We're definitely down to help, and it's great. I mean, Paul Heinrich, good friend of ours, you can see his comment. There's Paul. Actually, we do some drag and drives with Paul. We're actually really wanting him to come down. He's friends of ours from Michigan.
Oh yeah, bring it on.
We're hoping that he can make it. Maybe kind of squeeze into the circuit somehow. Maybe, I don't know if he gets it done. Who knows? I mean, he's old, and I don't know if he can make it. He's got to ask Tracy. If he can come play with the guys. You know how that goes.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, we will. We'll see you guys Saturday, and then we'll be hanging out Monday. I think everybody's from what I've seen on the Rocky Mountain Race Weekers page is like folks are going to hang out from Group A and watch a bunch of the Group B racing before they leave, since we've got a drive day on Tuesday. So it'll be kind of cool.
Yeah, that'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be good to see everybody. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and
Sweet.
I hope that they see how great the track is and maybe come to another events and support it.
Yeah.
It's an amazing facility, man. And there was no expense spared in making sure all the grounds and the track and everything is ready to go.
Yeah, almost. Like it'd be hard to get a Mocan type vibe there, but because it's so big. But it is a world class facility. But you can't beat Mocan though.
Right, Mocan's awesome.
Yeah, just the vibe when you pull in and everything. It's just, and they race. Like I wish they kind of raced a little more, but I know it's expensive just to open it up for test and tune and everything.
Yeah, Flying H is 18 months old.
Yeah,
Mocan's 60 years old. You know what I mean? They got some time to get a vibe going.
Yeah, and then Mocan, they'll race every day if they could, every year round.
Yeah. So, yeah, they get down. All right, guys. Well, cool. We'll see you soon.
All right. See you.
Thanks,
See you
guys. Mr. Eric, would you want to do a ad read real quick for us? Sorry.
Yes, I can. So Molly Motorsports, racers and high performance enthusiasts, are you ready to start your next engine build? If so, there is no better time than right now to check out Molly Motorsports all-in-one Power Pack Piston Kit. With over 1,200 applications, these kits come complete with pistons, rings, wrist pins, and clips, all designed to work together. Molly Motorsports Power Pack Piston Kits take out all of the guesswork. No more trying to determine if a piston will need this ring to work with a certain cylinder size. Molly Motorsports did all that engineering for you so you can get to the part that matters, which is building a power plant that leads you to victory lane. Visit mollymotorsports.com for more details. And for our podcast listeners, Molly is spelled Mahle. And you guys can come check out Molly at Mega Week.
Yeah, I'm excited about Molly being there. I'm excited about seeing Mr. Eric Grillo. Let's bring in Mr. Adam Dory, who can tell some stories about some Eric Grillo and his 10-second stick shift Nova.
Mike, real quick, can you take a look at that comment I got starred for you?
Oh, yeah. So, Taylor, yep. So I sent him a message. The folks that got the guest link, jump in. We're going to get to you as we can.
You'll just kind of be chilling down there. You can watch it just like you're watching right now. It's easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And apparently I'm going to be helping with this a little bit. So then like you'll be here.
Yeah.
And not or there. If Eric doesn't stop driving the thing around the way he's doing it.
That was me. That was me driving.
I thought Eric was the director. Okay, well, Mike Nark sucks.
Mike gets a little click happy when he's on here.
It happens, dude. But dude, Mega Week. Can you believe 10 years this has been going on? Like Drag Week, like all of them, it started as nothing. It was nothing. It was Matt Frost's handful of friends with cars.
Mm-hmm.
It's 550 cars, not including road weekers, not including people that might just show up. That's a thing too.
Yeah.
This is insane, you guys. This is absolutely insane. And I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it. But, Eric Grillo, dude, that dude is the jam. That dude got me pistons for the engine that's in my Malibu currently. It ended up being a weird bore. It's just what it took. It's a 15 over 6 liter.
Weird.
Yeah. Aluminum blocks are not supposed to go more than about 5, maybe 10. This one's like, we just like to party at 15. What's cool is he took a shelf piston, sent it out, got it machined to a 4015, and I think he took out like a 4125, and they just machined it out for me, got me a ring pack, and got them coated and to my house in like less than a week. It was insane.
Jeez.
It was
That's awesome.
insane. And I told him I don't need them that quick. You can take
Yep.
your time, whatever. Yeah, dude, those Molly dudes are absolutely cream of the crop. I love them. I rep them. They have full disclosure, giving me a couple of set of pistons, but I've
Nice.
never gotten a dime from those dudes.
Nice.
But that said, I've got Molly pistons in all my stuff, including the 383 sitting in my garage that may end up in my Cadillac because it's
Ooh.
acting up currently.
Oh.
So
Oh.
I am also thrashing. It black soot, like, I mean, totally fouled one whole side of spark plugs. I'm
Ooh.
hoping it's the O2 sensor, and I found some local, and they'll be at my O'Reilly's at 8 in the morning. But I am not immune to this. We were planning on driving to Salina, Kansas to get a tune at Josh Rich's place and then making the rest of the drive in that
Yeah.
car. We did 730 miles a couple of days ago. No problem. Yeah, it does. It's a 335, dude. And if you guys don't know, that's the diesel BMW.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
dude. And
wonders.
that's what this thing was doing. I was just like, why is it missing? What is going on? I look behind me and it's just smoking. Like, oh, we're in trouble. So we're doing it too. But that said, Eric Rilio, big one out to you. You are the
Yes.
jam. Molly stands behind their stuff. And like Eric was saying, they come with the rings. They come with everything you need to put that stuff, jam it right in your engine. They are filed to fit rings, which is a good thing, so that you can, get it set up for your stuff. But
Yeah.
it comes with everything you need. It's all set. It's ready to go. Those Power Pack pistons are absolutely awesome.
Well,
So-
and he's a racer. Like that's one of the biggest things with our stuff too. We're
Right.
like, okay, these guys have to understand that, these things have to live, man. They got to live when you're
Right.
driving around beating them on them 400 miles on, between Monday night racing and Wednesday racing.
At 100, yeah, I mean, we have done 420 plus miles on paper.
Mhm.
And that turns into 450 or 460 in a hurry.
Yeah.
When you make one wrong turn, or you need to get gas over here, or whatever, man.
Or your hotel's over. Oh shoot, it's over there. Not
It's
over
right.
here.
It's all the way on the other end of town. Whoops, we
Yeah.
screwed that up. Yeah, dude. It's just that's part of the deal. And that dude has driven that car with a 1-to-1 fourth gear in that car. So no overdrive. No, it does. He does have a gear vendor in it. I think he does have a gear vendor in it.
Wow.
But it is, and Matt says we have a big drive coming up, but that car has proven it time and time again. A G-force transmission, straight cut gears in every gear. If you've driven anything with straight cut gears, dude, it's loud inside that car. Yeah, dude, that dude's the jam. He dukes it out in the naturally aspirated small block category all the time. He does fairly well in that category as long as big hitters don't show up in that category.
Yeah.
And he bangs the gears, and I love him for it.
Well, and he would be really good. Like probably, I mean, I don't know if he'd be as competitive in the 10-0, but man, that car is an animal. Like
Right.
low 10-second passes out of a stick shift in
Right.
a setup.
Naturally aspirated stick shift, and I think
How
it's not very big. I think it's 383-ish
Wow.
inches. It's not very big. It's old school small block.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that dude lives it, and I'm always happy to see his face. And that dude surprised me. This is going through my cables, so that I've got to be real careful. But he cut me a piston.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
And totally
That's
caught me
cool.
off guard at the end of one of the race weeks. And yeah, dude, I'm not a very emotional dude, but that's almost as close as I've come to crying in a long time. So yeah, and I had to regain myself, and a couple of days later sent him a message, and I was just like, I don't know if I showed you how cool that was for me, but that was super cool. So
And then yes, I think that is Adam's ice cream shirt.
dang. If I hold it just right, I can just
It's like your yeah. There you go. It's like your face.
Hello, hello, you
That's
guys. How
awesome.
are you doing?
Well, dude, talk to us about early days, man. When did you start announcing? That's
So
what I
I
wanna hear
started
about.
announcing my very first year in 2012 in Douglas, Wyoming. Little EDB, tiny track. It was a 1/4 mile track. They actually put a prison at the top end of the track, so it's now an 1/8 mile, no prep track.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still kind of around. It's owned by the city of Douglas, Wyoming.
Oh, cool.
There's a cool Central Wyoming Motorsports group that's running some cool stuff out there and doing some big money races out there, like Royce Payton and a bunch of those, Jason Pickett and a bunch of those dudes have gone up there and won some money. But I started doing it there, and it was just a buddy asked me, can you help at the racetrack? And I was like, great, I'm in. Like I wanted to be the guy at the starting line flipping the switch. And I did that for like a day. And I was like, F that, pal.
Yeah.
It's loud, it's stinky, everyone's car is broken all the time. You get tire smoke, you get oil crap, you get dudes exploding next to you. If it's going to be on fire, it's right there. No, thank you. I was like, cool. What about an announcer? And they were like, you can announce.
You're like, hey, what about in that air conditioned?
Right, air conditioned building up there. Let's do that. That sounds fun. And I did all I really have done my entire career. And if I'm from the Denver area, I raced at Bandimere my whole life. There was an announcer at Bandimere. His name was Bruce Kamada, and he passed a number of years ago. But this dude, he's a Hawaiian guy, and that dude loved that racetrack.
That's cool.
And he just he poured his heart and soul into it. And that dude taught me how to announce, and he doesn't know it. He'll never know it.
Wow.
He knows he probably knows my name. He knew my name or whatever. He called me to collect on a bad check one time that I wrote the racetrack. Which was because I was racing with my rent money, because that's what you do.
Yep.
When you're 17.
Yeah.
Whatever.
21.
But that dude, that was way before that. But that dude taught me how to announce, and like I said, he has no idea. All I did at Douglas was say the same stuff that he said, and it's levity. It's a little bit of education, and it's wowing people with your stupid knowledge once in a while. That's announcing, and
100%.
And then I showed up to race week. It was a very similar situation. I typically would race all summer, but my car was broken, so I announced. Same thing happened at race week. 2020 came around. Matt's got his big gigantic balls in his wheelbarrow and throws not one but two dragon drives when no one else does any. But because everything was shut down, it was okay, dude, we're gonna go. And who better? I'd run the social media for Rocky Mountain Race Week. It was kind of a spin-off of the Drag Weekers group. There's a very exclusive, you have to have been on a drag week to be in this group. It's 1,000 people, I think. I started a similar group, but also we kind of used it for promotion because Matt's my buddy, and I was like, well, let's just do this. And that it was born in 2015 when Race Week was, and it's grown into a gigantic, out of control monster now. But it is whatever, man. It got to where it was 2020, and my car was broke. I ran the social media, so I knew these people, and Matt said I need an announcer, and I said, let's go. And
man, that's awesome.
That first time we talked, he was like, think about what you need for money. And I was like, I don't, at this point, like I had been a participant in his events, and we'd become closer through his events and stuff, but like, we weren't like buddies. We just, I didn't know, and I don't know how much money he's making, or if he's making any money, and I want to make it cool and I want to make it awesome. And I think I asked him for $600 for a week.
That probably wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. So, and he was like, "No, dude, I'm going to come correct. Like, we're going to make it right."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Dude, I'm double dipping. I had a job at the time, obviously. But yeah, dude, whatever." We started announcing, and then he couldn't get rid of me. I'm like a virus. I'm like a rash.
A good one. I tell people this all the time. Your announcing style is the way I've done one announcing gig, right? I've been on the mic a bunch. We've done one like announcing. Heads Up Hustle. Big shout out to John Paul Franks for letting me do that.
Yep.
And the whole time I'm like, what would Adam be saying? How would he be describing this? Who would he, And so I think that's one of the funnest things about being at the track while you're announcing is because, dude, these returning racers, Mega Week, Rocky Mountain Race Week's really one of the only events besides some regional stuff that brings folks back in, right? Like, so if you race
at a large percentage and not on accident.
Well, and like Sick Week brings the top 100, and Six Summer, like they choose who gets the early like that, right? Matt's like, hey, if you raced 2024 and you want to race 2025, you just sign up,
right?
And it works. It's like 70% sell almost immediately. It's
right.
It's a great idea. I love it.
It's been that way since day one. It really that dude, and Matt's watching. He's doing his thing, and I would say this if he wasn't watching, and a lot of guys are going to be get off his nuts, but this dude has figured it out. He has figured it out. You support those that support you, 100%, and that's your sponsors, that's your racers, that's your tracks, your everything. You stand behind these people, and for years and years and years, they will also stand behind you. Now, if you talk to him, they'll also try to give you the screw job because when you make money, they need to make more money.
They're like, hey,
they gave you the deal early. But at the same time, that's a big thing. That's a really big thing. And I mean, kind of since I signed on, and it's funny. People think I'm really, really involved with Race Week, and I'm not. I'm really not. Don't follow me. I don't know the routes. I don't know anything. Matt and I are now.
Go follow their car, Adam and Stevie. Go
No. Stay away from whatever the hell I'm driving because it might whatever the hell it is. But we've Matt and I are buddies. Like we can talk, we can call, we run through stuff together. Awesome. He's kind of made me a bit of a stakeholder in Race Week.
Nice.
He runs me and Chad Reynolds as well. He really, we've been in it both of us since the beginning. Daphne was a huge Race Week supporter, and of course that made Chad a huge Race Week supporter because happy wife, happy life. Because he's a smart guy. And Matt showed his colors when Daphne got sick. That was kind of our our defining moment. And there's, that, I don't know, there's been a lot of other events. I do need Wago Van Honda bits. You jump in them DMs, baby. I need all kinds of stuff. That crap broke down today. I had to go rescue Stevie from Walmart.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was good. In the middle of thrashing on my Cadillac, by the way, that was supposed to drive 9 hours in 2 days. Good times. Yeah, we're having fun here. But no, dude, that was a defining moment. There is a lot of these events out there. A lot of those people don't take care of their people. None of those people take care of their people. And I'm present company excluded because I mean, you do a drag and drive for charity. That's more noble than anything in the whole world. But
it's fun.
But Matt has put his money where his mouth is. He is every year always. If it's we need to pass the hat around, if it's we need to think about or pray about this person, or we need to rally around this person that needs to work on their car or get their car back or whatever it is, dude, that guy's in. And I mean, he's no shit in, that he goes in head first, and he has an unmatched passion for this. And it's a very, very cool and refreshing thing in this world right now, because there's not a lot of people that that are quite as cool as Matt Frost. So again, even if he wasn't watching, I would say that stuff. But that dude's awesome. He gave me he gave me a career that he didn't know he gave me.
And dude, a good one. Like, look at what you've done with it. You've gone from announcing 1-2 events a year to now you announce all the time. That's your full-time job.
I'm the June guy as well. I'm a Mega Week, a Big Sky Race Week, and a circuit guy.
Oh my gosh, I didn't think about it. Yeah, dude.
In June, I also have entries for Stevie for Mega Week and for Big Sky Race Week in something.
Nice.
So and of course the circuit is not my event. I don't plan on keeping that event. I'm stepping in for a buddy of mine.
Yeah, we
Cliff
appreciate
will be
you
back.
stepping up. Yeah.
That's not this is not a long-term deal. This is literally Cliff and Mike said, I need help. And I said, I'm your guy. And you know, that's one of those things. So you know, that's I'm happy to be able to do it this year. I'm so psyched to go do that this awesome, year. Dude. But my yearly calendar is always going to include anything race week, either competing or you know, or working. And then I'm gonna throw in my hat on that Big Sky deal. It's right up the street. It's super awesome. The drives are going to be absolutely crazy, and I think that's gonna. I'm gonna make my move for making that my event as well.
That'll be cool. Well, let's do a quick ad read, and then I want to bring in Pat Cook, the Grom guy, who's been waiting patiently backstage.
Who is the ad read for? Is it someone I can do?
Oh, it's for Deechworks.
Oh, I don't. You guys do that one.
Okay. All right. Well, you can do the next one. How about that?
I can't wait.
I don't know who the next one is, but the next one will be WAF Racing. You know that guy, Chris Wozniak. All right. So Deechworks, it's a leading manufacturer of high performance fuel system components. The DW product line includes fuel injectors, fuel pumps, pump modules, fuel rails, regulators, filters, lines, and fittings. And surge tanks engineered to support power levels ranging from 400 to 2,200 horsepower. Since its founding, Deechworks has committed to delivering quality, innovation, and precision to the automotive performance industry. Every DW product is built to maximize reliability and efficiency, which you got to have on Drag and Drive, ensuring optimal fueling solutions for racers, tuners, and performance enthusiasts worldwide. Find everything on Deechworks.com. Also use the code DDR10 for a 10% discount. And I'm telling you, if you put in an order tonight, you could probably have that extra fuel pump that you're going to need for our 1,300-mile trip that's coming up this weekend. And if you guys didn't hear earlier in the show, Eric and I are going to be stopping by the Deechworks facility in Oklahoma City on our way through town and hanging out there, doing some getting some conversations, getting a tour, seeing all the cool stuff they have going on there. So we invite anybody else to stop by that place too.
And if anybody needs a fuel pump while we're there, just reach out to us.
Yeah, let us know. It looks like if the route's based on what I'm kind of seeing, we may drive right by it. So we did on 666 on our way through. So it's kind of fun. Okay, Mr. Pat, are you ready? I hope you are, because I'm hitting the ad page. But
yeah, dude. So Pat, dude, screw you. All right, and your stupid Hayabusa. All right, and what are you? Are you Grom? Are you Gromming it this year? Okay, so it's you and me. I am sick and tired of you talking all that smack on social media because you beat me one time on a freaking dude. I was riding a Grom that I didn't even know that was GP shifted, by the way, which I forgot halfway down the racetrack. And then, I mean, whatever, dude. I mean, whatever. Pat Cook, dude, you're the jam. If you guys don't know, this is the dude that rides the Grom, and he's rode the Grom on Rocky Mountain Race Week. I'm kidding you not. We go 5 digits. We go over 10,000 feet of real life elevation. And he rode like a 17 horsepower bike at 10,000
like
feet,
8 horsepower.
Whatever. Yeah. With all of his crap live for a week on his back on that
Yeah.
bull crap. And this dude's a living legend. I can't wait to talk to you, dude. Let's do it.
Yeah. Tell us who you are, man, where you're from, all the fun
So,
stuff.
I'm Pat Cook, the guy with the Grom. I'm from Harlingen, Texas. So go as far south as you think is South Texas, and I'm probably a little farther.
That's why you're a little
You
red.
certainly are.
You got some sun
Yep.
today.
Oh yeah, it's summer, so it's like 90 to 100 every day already.
Right. And this dude has your kid's favorite job. He builds fire trucks. That's all this dude does. He builds fire trucks. For a living.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get to go out to South Padre Island tomorrow actually to work on both of their trucks.
Nice.
Yeah, air conditioning work.
Just so everybody knows, this is what he rides. Like,
Yep.
what's the top speed on this Grom?
I've had it 83 on the Speedo.
Oh,
Going
But are
going
you
through
bringing this
Dallas
one?
drafting traffic.
Are you bringing this one or are you bringing the 250?
Yes.
Both.
I'm bringing that one because you got to race it.
Okay,
You
so
got to kick
that's
Jason
the
Hurley's butt.
that's the stock one.
Yes.
That's the one that I rode. He
Yep.
has a 250 swapped Grom that
Mhm.
I have only seen in pictures and burnouts in the back of his truck, I think.
Mhm. Yep.
I've never seen this one actually compete yet.
this
so
thing
yeah,
looks
that one.
wild. Yes,
It
this
is
one is
so
hot rod.
loud. It's going to be great.
How fast is this one?
I don't know.
Attaboy.
Fast enough to be sketchy.
Attaboy.
I think
I-
83 is fast enough to be sketchy.
Mhm. It's I rode it to the zoo with some friends last weekend and I kept up with traffic on the highway. I was
Okay.
doing
Wow.
70, 75 the whole way.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
But it only has a 1 gallon gas tank, so like 50 miles is about it.
Oh man.
Did you strap
After
a
50
tank to your
miles-
back and fill it while you're riding?
He's got to have
Gravity.
clothes. How is he gonna?
Yeah.
You got to have. Man's got to have drawers, my friend. Yeah, and I'm Jason Hurley is in the comments. That dude has no idea. He's like, I raced bikes forever. Blah 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 blah. You never raced a Grom, my friend, and I got
Yeah.
one up on you on that.
It's gonna
I am-
confuse him when second is down.
Oh yeah, I am taking on Jason Hurley, and we are doing I'm going to call it out right now. We are going to do a charity bet, $100 to your favorite charity if you beat me, $100 to my favorite charity if I beat you.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
Done.
Yes, that's awesome.
hmm And I think you've got an
Oh,
advantage. because you're
$200
shorter.
done. $200.
Heck yeah.
I mean, Iraq and Afghanistan veterans of America, just get it all in your make a favorite. And just put 200 in there because I mean, here's the thing. I'm a small guy. Typically with these little bitty bikes, I win, but Jason Hurley's Skeletor. He's tall, but he's also very skinny. He's basically a skeleton. You can you can see his ribs. He needs to eat more. For
Race
sure.
weight, man.
I'm not sure
Race
what
weight.
his wife's trying to feed him or nothing. But I don't know what I am today, but I am down to my fighting weight. I am 168.
Oh wow. Yeah. Damn.
So
Um,
better buy him some food before that race.
I'm gonna. He's not gonna know about it, but I'm gonna be in there like putting a feeding tube into him. I know you're 185, but I've been racing bikes my whole life, and yeah, dude, I rode a Grom once in my whole life, but I did the biggest wheelie that Race Week has ever seen.
And the biggest one that bike's ever seen by far.
I'm just saying. I'm just
That's
saying.
Well, Pat, dude, tell us some stories, man, because you have some good ones. Drafting semis, driving 51 miles an hour for 3 hours at a time. Like, we want to hear this stuff, man.
Race by the first race week, I did 22 and 23. I've actually been to Kearney the first day of race week 2 years in a row. Because at 22, I made my hit, and I'm like, well, I'm out of here. Nobody's going to care about me anyway. And stayed there. And then, like, going through the mountains, that trip in 2022, like, I forget where we were. We'd pass Julesburg, and there's that really straight stretch that's like prairie or whatever.
Right.
Like, I was lucky to hit 45 because the wind. Like that
Dude,
whole
that's-
stretch through there was the worst experience I've had on a bike.
Wow.
And that being said, I've driven from Tulsa to my house straight through on a Hayabusa, like almost 14 hours. No, that was worse on the Grom that trip.
Man.
Yeah, and like weirdly, like I was the dummy that left the hotel at like 6:30 in the morning
Well,
because
you
I
had
stayed
to because it goes 50.
I stayed at Pinky's down by Pinky's hot rod shop, so I had to drive up through Estes Park and down.
No,
and I didn't have a jacket liner because it took up space.
So if
and
you
it
guys
was
don't know, Estes Park is cold in the
I-
morning.
my hands were numb. I had to stop like 3 times.
Even June, it was probably high 30s.
Probably that's what I was. I didn't want to know,
Right.
but I'm sure it was that cold.
Yeah.
It's been rare I've been that cold on a bike before.
Yep.
Got no desire to live that life.
Yeah, but coming downhill, the last stretch from Estes Park was fun because it was downhill enough that I could accelerate and beat traffic.
Oh
like
my
the
gosh.
only time that whole trip.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. Like the first time I ever stopped on the road was that trip, and it was Rich Guido and Bill Armstrong on the side of the road when I had no idea who they were. I'm just like, "You guys good? Yeah, we're good. Okay, bye." Yeah, that whole trip.
Oh, that's
Interesting.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So why motorcycle? Why did you choose to do the Grom? Where did that come from?
Originally, it was supposed to be the 250 Grom.
He threatened the
Plan A.
250 his whole life. That's all he's
Yeah.
ever done, and he's only brought the 50.
Yeah. Like it was I was signed up and registered to come in 2021, and the day I was getting ready to leave, it had a bunch of electrical issues and wouldn't even crank or fire, and I gave up because I'm like, there's no way I'm coming on something that doesn't even work.
Yeah.
And so I got it all working, and like 3 weeks before in 2022 it failed, and I'm like, screw this, I'm gonna go get a new bike. And that Grom, like the stock one, had 180 miles on it when I showed up for race week.
Oh man.
That was like 3 trips to work on it, and then I did race week.
Wow.
Like did break-in oil changes and everything on the trip.
Man, that's
So
so
it
crazy.
it was Rocky Mountain.
Yeah,
race
it was
week.
Rocky Mountain
It
race
was.
week.
I mean, it had 180 miles on it, and he was taking it to 5-digit elevations. He was
Yep.
riding it up like, dude. So in Colorado, they have 7 or 8% grades on a lot of the stuff that we're dealing with. So every 7 or 8 feet out you go up 1. It's steep as hell, and he's, I mean, got that crap pin
25 or 30 mile an hour. in,
right,
like,
second gear. And again,
Yeah.
you're thinking, I mean, you're a relatively normal size guy. You're probably 185 pounds or something like that. Less than that.
220.
Oh, all right. Well, whatever. You're 220. You got a weak clothes on your back as well. So riding this thing, you're probably 250, 260.
Oh yeah.
All said and done, and it's got
Me and my gear is more than the bike.
and right. And you're at 10,000 freaking feet. It makes 8 horsepower at sea level. It
Yep.
makes 5.5 horsepower at 10,000 feet.
Oh yeah.
You're a gangster. Dude,
Here at home,
absolutely.
it'll maintain like 65. In the mountains, it's like 45 or 50.
It's a
maybe.
different thing, dude.
That's
So
true.
if you know fuel injection, 100 kPa is 1 atmosphere. It's whatever 16.7 psi or whatever. At 10,000 feet, it's 68. 68. So you floor your car, it has 68% throttle. You floor your 8 horsepower motorcycle, it has 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you spend in gas on that thing for a race week on average?
I have I've never paid attention. I haven't even paid attention when I've driven my truck. It does about 90-ish miles to the gallon.
Wow.
I always laugh when people say, yeah, Groms get like 140 to the gallon. I'm like, maybe if you let off the throttle once in a while.
If you throw it out of an airplane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to look through your photos here and grab a shot. There was a shot I remember. Yeah, here it is. Hang on just a second.
On top of that, Pat is an Army veteran. So salute to you, dude. Shout out to all those. You're the same dude as me. I don't want to really be called out for that necessarily, but people need to know that you're that dude. You signed that check at one point, and luckily it wasn't cashed because here you are riding that bull crap in the mountains.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, you're an animal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
and that's
this
on
is
2.0.
50 cc's.
125.
Oh, sorry, 125. Right.
Yep.
Right.
And that one's a 250. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a mini bike just for scale.
The pit
Everybody
bike,
knows.
right.
It's a micro mini bike. So it's tiny.
Right.
That's awesome. Oh man.
But-
Yeah, you've had some adventures, dude. And then for the circuit, I know this isn't Mega Week related, but for the circuit, you bought a Yabusa and then rode it all the way to Joplin, Missouri to start with us there. I mean, it was like 880 miles to ride it. Craziness. 1,800 miles in 4 days or something insane.
Between that and race week last year, I put on about 5,000 miles on that bike.
Man, that's so cool.
That's a lot.
Last year,
And
I drove to every event I did, which sounds like a lot, but one of them was in a stock F-150.
and y'all, if you've never ridden a Hayabusa, if you've never ridden a sport bike, it's a different thing. A Hayabusa is the king of the sport bikes. There's one motorcycle larger in the sport bike world, and that's it. This is the king, and it has been for years and years and years and years and years. It's a 1,300 cc sport bike that makes like 160 horsepower.
Yeah.
At the tire, roughly, and it's 350 pounds plus its rider.
Yeah.
Give or take, whatever. But this is a monster motorcycle, and all of your weight is on your hands.
Pretty much.
When you ride this thing, it's like a cockpit, and you sit on it, but your back half turns the motorcycle. It doesn't actually. Your weight is on your hands, and any amount of time riding that crap is a really, really, really big chore. Yes. Jason Hurley's getting tips because now he knows that I've ridden sport bikes, but that ain't no shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then to pull this trailer, that only helps the the drivability of these things for sure.
Oh, it doesn't care at like allegedly like 95 mile an hour.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, I won't confirm that.
From what I in Mexico once.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Yeah, you're crazy, and you really do lead a lot of the motorcycle drag and drive stuff. You know what I mean? There's a whole page or a Facebook group. I mean, like there's a lot of conversation that
The
you
group
have.
is mostly I think Dustin Moody started that, but I go in there and give him a hard time and try and keep conversation going.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's awesome, man. How crazy! Yeah, you're an animal. So what you're bringing the 250 gram this time? You've
He
ridden it around.
says he's never gonna bring that.
It's the loudest. I
Don't
can't
let him
imagine
lie to
how loud
you.
that thing is.
He's never gonna bring that Grom.
It's bad. The exhaust is a foot long and completely open.
Oh man.
And there is no air filter, so it makes noise from both ends.
I've heard that before for some reason.
Nice. Well, how many race weeks have you done now, like Rocky Mountain events?
Every both in 22, both in 23, and I did 24 in the truck and the bike.
Wow.
Yeah. The truck was the one that was second in the Rowdy Radial shootout.
Rowdy Radial, dude. Shootout. He beat like a 6.0 eighth mile car.
With my like 960 in the 8th mile truck.
F-150.
Nice. Nice. That's awesome.
Because all-wheel drive.
Any given Sunday, baby. You never know.
That's right. Yeah, sometimes you get all the traction, sometimes they don't.
You never know.
And I'm coming back to Rowdy Radial again this year.
No kidding.
130
Grom?
tire on the Grom fits perfect.
Attaboy,
Those cars should
yes.
be on those big,
Yes.
30 tires.
Plus, it probably won't run a quarter mile, to be honest.
I don't know that I want to go that fast.
Yeah, that's smart.
Because it'll
That's
be
smart.
80 or 90 mile an hour, and maybe not.
That may be a little sketch.
Hell
Yeah.
yes.
Fun.
I love that you're racing that in Rowdy. That's freaking great.
Yeah.
Mhm. And if I can get a good hit, it pulls the tire every time I shift to second gear.
Just like me.
Every time.
Yes.
You just can't
Yeah.
launch the 250 full throttle because it will.
Like I did.
put the
Yeah.
tire
can't-
to the moon.
No, not planning on that. Stevie was really, really worried about that. By the way.
You weren't going that fast. You'd have
She's
watched
never seen me do anything like that before. So,
She's like, what is he doing?
yeah. Why? Oh my God, he can wheelie a motorcycle.
Mhm.
Who
Yeah.
knew?
That's awesome.
But
All right. Well, what else, man? Tell us one more story, and then we got to go.
like the circuit, the Hayabusa was my first trip, and
Yeah.
it took Jesse Fox kicking my butt to be able to get me to run 10.9s, and with it completely stock, like it does not like to launch. I came out to race week and ran like 10:59, 10:60, and then I've literally just fixed the clutch. It has a slipper clutch in it that if you don't launch perfect, shakes the clutch. It just beats everything up, hammers it. So I've actually ran a 10.1 with it, spinning the wheel, wheeling at my local track.
Perfect.
Let's go.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I told you, got 165 horsepower, like stock.
Oh yeah.
It's running 142 mile an hour running 10.1s. Like
Yeah,
it's
dude,
got
it's-
a lot more in it.
This stuff's
That's
when you think about that, that's a hot rod, like a really, really fast Honda Civic.
Yeah. You
Yep.
say Honda Civic?
And then you take 1,000 of those pounds out of it.
Yeah.
That bike is a lot of fun.
They're amazing, and they're really pretty stable. The wheelie that bike is saying something. Wheeling like 1,000, like a regular like GSX-R 1000 is that's what they're made to do. The Boost is not necessarily made to be in the air.
Right.
Yeah, but it is remarkably stable.
Yeah. Yeah, they're
heavy.
built. I mean, they're like, dude, they're speed limited at 186 or something, right? Like something
Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
And
Have you seen
some
that?
of those has been
Have
my
you done
first
that?
bike. What? No, I haven't.
Okay. Attaboy.
The fastest I've actually been is at the track.
Okay.
Wow.
You're smarter than I am because I
Yeah,
went
no.
way
That being said,
faster on the street than I did on the track with mine.
I've hit like 130, 140 on the street so many times on other bikes that it's like, whatever.
Yeah.
Because my first 1,000cc bike is RC51.
Okay.
1,000cc.
It's a V-twin
that revs to 10.5.
Yeah, tons of torque. That's a sweet ass bike. The RC51. V-twin sport bikes. Big fan.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
and I'm like a motorcycle guy in the way most guys are car guys, because I had a bike that sat in my garage for like 4 years almost, so I sold it. And a week later, my brother found a CB350 4-cylinder.
Nice.
Which is cool mostly because my dad had one, and which my brother has now, and he got fixed up running this winter. And so I have a matching bike to that.
That's nice.
That my mom is meeting me with at race week.
Yeah, the great thing is it's much easier to collect several motorcycles than it is to store cars. Yeah, the same number of
It
cars
is
to
nice to have
motorcycle
too many
ratio
cars,
is pretty good.
Right.
Yeah.
That is true. They
I've
take
got
up way less space, and there's only
5
two of
bikes and
everything,
4
so
cars.
they're theoretically cheaper.
Yeah,
In theory, yeah.
In theory.
Mhm.
that's awesome. All right, sir. Well, I can't wait. We'll see you next week or this week. 2 days. When do you leave?
Dude, it's Friday. It's
Yeah, you're
freaking,
like-
it's in a couple of like everyone's moving on Friday.
Mhm.
It's
I'm rolling out Friday as soon as I get out of work and drive
wow.
till I can't stay awake anymore, and then do the same thing to get
and
there.
I
on
don't know
Saturday.
if you have a calendar in front of you, but dude, it's Wednesday.
Yeah, it's Wednesday at 9:03 Central. Like,
Yep.
8:03
they'll-
in God's time zone.
yeah, there'll be people in Tulsa this time 48 hours from now.
Yep.
Before that, way before that.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, a lot of folks have been messaging about Fridays. Okay,
Yeah, when can I show up? There,
Yeah,
I mean,
Pat.
dudes have already left. The PNW dudes,
Oh, yeah.
Pacific Northwest dudes,
Yeah.
have already left. They're on their way.
Yeah, bring it on. I can't wait to see Donovan's car, all the
Dude.
upgrades.
Oh yeah,
It's going to be badass. Okay,
Oh.
Pat, thank you for hanging out backstage for so long.
You're the
dude. I
man.
appreciate it.
Thank
Oh,
you.
no worries. Always
we're
glad to be here.
running through. We're going to bring in Mr. Jack Crawford next. So
Oh, the freaking Yacht One. He had better
see you, buddy.
have watched Uncle Buck.
Peace.
Have a good one, dude.
oh my
Have
gosh.
you watched Uncle Buck?
No, I haven't.
You bastard! Come on.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it before
That is your
before I come.
only job between now and Friday, or you're going to leave Saturday because you're a Nebraska boy, probably, right?
No, I'm pretty local to Tulsa, so
Yeah, okay, all right.
I live in Pryor. Yeah.
Well, then you got like 3 days to watch Uncle Buck. I don't care if you have to buy it.
Yeah.
I'll reimburse you. I'll give you the $4 or whatever if you have to buy it on Prime. But you got to watch Uncle Buck, and then you'll get all my stupid jokes.
Yeah, it'll make sense then for sure.
Yeah.
For everyone. Everyone else gets it except the dude driving the freaking car.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm like, what's Uncle Buck?
Right. Here's the problem. There's a generational gap. I'm an old guy, but I look like
Yeah.
a young guy. You're a young guy, but you look like an old guy. And
Yeah,
Rude.
yeah.
here we are.
No, it's good. I mean, ever since I was young, everyone's going bald in high school. Everybody's like, "How old are you?" And I'm like, Whenever I first started teaching, I was 23, and everyone thought I was like 35. Now I lost weight, and I shaved my beard off one time, and the kids are like, "Who are you?" They thought I was some high school kid. It's hilarious.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Wayne Baker
baby
did that
face.
to me, by the way. He's got that rusty old Nova. He showed up to my wedding reception shaved. Nothing.
yeah,
Wayne Baker
Yeah.
typically has like a big old, and I didn't recognize him. I felt like such an asshole. Yeah. So we're going through
Yeah.
all of our cards, and dude left me a $75 check, and I'm like,
That's awesome.
when the hell was Wayne Baker there? And turns
Yeah.
out he shaved. Anyway,
that's
yeah,
funny.
dude. So tell us, because I'm just gonna jump in here, Mike.
Yeah.
You can just take a
Dude,
break.
dude, have it.
Tell us about the Yacht One, dude.
Yeah. So, do you want kind of like
everything.
background on the car?
No,
Okay.
go for the whole
So
thing.
Yacht One was my great grandparents bought it brand new. So whenever I was in high school, my grandma and grandpa got it when my grandma passed away because she drove that thing everywhere.
Real
And,
quick, for folks, what the hell is it? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, sorry, my bad. It's a 1972 Ford LTD. It's full body, full glass, full interior car. I just got the cage certed this weekend, but it's got an 850 cage in it, all that kind of stuff. I've been eighth in it. The goal for it is if I can get it all together, everything's there for it to do it. It's just if the track's there and that kind of deal. But if I can do it, I'm gonna try to run an 8-second average this week.
Boy.
Yeah. We'll see. But I was real close last time. I ran nines, low nines all week at
Yes,
Rocky
Eric,
Mountain.
We'll be fine.
So
He said, "Bye, skanks."
Absolutely.
Sorry.
So no, that thing, and what's it weigh? Low nines on race week, and you completed. What's that crap weigh?
4,500 pounds.
Dude.
Yeah. So 4,500 pounds. I have no clue with the trailer. Before last year's Rocky Mountain, I'd never done a national event. I've done a lot of the local stuff. I did the circuit. The first time I did the circuit, I blew up my brand new engine. That sucked.
Oh.
And it wasn't just like a little bit. Yeah, it was like it got to the like 100-foot mark and just shut off. And I'm like, it literally looked like you took a plasma torch and just torched the piston like a full-blown nitrous failure, but it's a turbo car. It was a bad deal.
Did it lose the injector? Is that what you said?
No. So it had an aftermarket reluctor wheel from the crankshaft, and it had we found this out later, but it had a small gap that was too much between the two pieces on the 24X wheel. So it was actually 40 degrees or 27 degrees advanced from what it should be. So on
0 was 27 and
Yes,
15
yeah.
was not 27.
Yeah, so 20 was 50, 20 pounds was 50
Yeah,
degrees.
so you're like, we're really safe.
Yeah, I'm like, this thing is super safe to go, And I was like, man, why is this thing so hot?
Up. It's weird.
Yeah, well, why is it so hard to start? This makes no sense, So, no matter what I did, I was scratching my brain. I asked so many people for help on that deal. I was like, we can't figure it out, and then they just let go. But anyway, so yeah, I built the original 400 back when I got the thing whenever I graduated high school. My grandpa passed away, and I picked it up from my grandma because she was going to sell it. She needed money. I was like, hey, I want that. Me and grandpa were talking about getting it running, and she's like, all right. So, and then I just, while I was working and going to college, I built the original engine. Basically everything under the car is new. I mechanically restored it, not paint, that kind of stuff. I don't really care. But mechanically it was great. Yeah. So the first time I had somebody do an engine for me, the block was actually cracked. So it sat with water and froze and cracked the block. Well, I didn't know. The guy's like, hey, I'm going to mag flux it. And he charged me and all. He's like, yeah, it's great. No, it wasn't great. I mean, that thing ran awesome, but as soon as it got warm, that crack would just open up and start pouring antifreeze in there, and it'd backfire through because it would get combustion pressure in the crankcase. And I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, I've learned everything on the LTD because, anyway, my brother-in-law was like, hey man, you should LS swap this. This is back in, I don't know, like 2013, 2014, maybe. I wound up, I was like, man, I don't know. I started looking at it and I was like, well, I want fuel injection and I want overdrive. It kind of makes sense. So I got a 6-liter and a 4 LADE off a guy and swapped it. And I drove the thing around like that for a while. I was getting 23 miles a gallon. Dude, awesome burnouts everywhere you wanted to go, super comfortable. And then I made the mistake of watching Sloppy Mechanics, and a camshaft came on sale. I know it. Camshaft and the turbo, and then it was all downhill from there. And now it's first time I went to the track, it ran like a 1240 at 112 or something like that. And everyone's like, what's that thing going to run, like a 14? I'm like, I think it's going to run a 12. And I freaking bent a rod, not at the track, on the way home. My buddy was riding with me. We make it past. Everything's awesome. I'm driving it home. And then we just merge into traffic like nothing. And it bent a rod. I just started hearing tick, 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 tick. I'm like, oh, great. So yeah, it's been a journey. It's been through a lot of iterations now, lots of different versions of Yacht 1. So
yeah, I love it, dude. He literally won the first Broke Trophy that year at the circuit.
Right.
Like,
yeah,
it was the first pass that he made. Like,
yeah,
welcome.
Yeah,
He's like, I don't know what happened. He's on the phone with somebody about to cry, and we're like, what happened? He's like checking push rods and stuff. Man, it was wild.
Yeah, it literally. So I got it off the track, and then I parked in the pits, and I went to start the thing, and it backfired, and smoke is blowing out from under the hood. Like, it was like a nitrous backfire. Blew the intake gaskets out, valve cover gasket, because it just ignited and just filled the whole crankcase. And like, I was fully strapped in, going back up to make another pass. And the dude next to me comes running over with the extinguisher, trying to open the hood. I'm trying to rip it. It was bad.
Yeah.
So,
but hey, fun story. Jumped in with Carl Bright. Big shout out to Carl Bright, white El Camino that kills transmissions or kills power glass. Yeah, it kills power glass.
4 ladies, then glides.
Yeah, everything. That 632.
Yeah.
That's 632 on nitrous. So Carl's actually Chris Pageant couldn't go with me this year. He was my co-pilot last year. So Carl's actually going to hop in with me.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so he's going to ride along. So that should be fun.
Cool.
But yeah, so like last year you guys were talking about Matt letting people in. Whenever I finally decided like, hey, I'm going to go all out on the car, I built it to do Rocky Mountain Race Week. Like, that was the goal. And I'm an ag teacher, and I never could really make it line up like with my schedule. So then I was like, oh, I'll do 2.0, and then that didn't work. And it was in Tulsa. I'm like, I'm just gonna show up. I talked to Chris, and Chris is like, I'll bring a trailer, throw your crap in it, let's go. And so I got in last year just showing up, and we wound up,
dude, honestly, which is rare. Like that's
yeah.
we're like the only event that I know of in the circuit, I think as well, that like we'll turn you away and sick week.
Yeah.
Like it's no guarantee if you show up, you may or may not get in.
Right. I almost drove to Colorado the last year it was there, but I just couldn't make it happen with work. I couldn't get away, but because I knew Bandamere was going away and I always wanted to race it, never got to.
Yep.
But yeah, man, race week last year was nuts though. Like for the first one, wound up second in Unlimited and won the quick 16 shootout.
I was gonna say you killed that quick 16, dude, in that crazy car.
Yeah.
People think run 12s.
Yeah, I know it. And I mean, day one, we couldn't figure out, or I couldn't figure out. Chris was, I'm sure, getting pissed off with me. Like I'm such a analytical guy, like problem solving. I'm like, well, I could do this or this, and I just kind of had paralysis of what class I'm going to be in. And I'm like, I'm just going to do Unlimited. Screw it. And it worked out. And man, we made it to Texas, and the fans went out. This guy in I think it was a 50 Chevy. I forget their names. They happened to pull off. We were 20 miles from Force Performance. This thing like flawless the whole way there. And all of a sudden I looked down. This is right after Goldstone like ripped the oil pan off of his car. And like so like we're looking for that pothole. I'm like, oh, there it is, and then right after that you make the turn, and I turned and that thing was like nuclear hot. I'm like, what the hell? I pull over and no fan. So the fan died. So I'm like, crap, and it was like I did everything, on the cheapest possible, like trying to use stock parts and stuff. So it was like a Ford Taurus fan or whatever, running it on high. I mean, it worked for a long time. I had that same fan forever, but if it died. And so I have a fan on my transmission cooler. So I took it off. Those guys stopped and they go, hey, we're not using our trans cooler fans. And it's these two little bitty, like looks like computer fans. So they pulled that off of their car. I strapped that on there. So I had like two little 8s, a little 10. So, and it would keep it cool for about 20 miles. So we made it to the checkpoint, started overheat, like getting hot, did the checkpoint. And then we hung out, went to Buc-ee's down the road, and then it was getting hot. And then, Sean Slayball, he was like, hey, I got a fan, and we tried to make it work. It didn't. So some random guy's like, hey, I got a little fan. So I had 4 like small transmission fans on the radio. Dude, it worked awesome. It was great. And we made it the rest of the way to Summit and bought a custom fit one. And me and Chris, it wouldn't fit because my turbo stuff is all right there between the radiator and the engine. So we took just a cutoff wheel and cutting the shroud up, made it fit in the parking lot. And then we show up to Texas late, right? So we get to Texas a little late. They're on the second round, and they're at Ennis, and that's where I've run my fastest pass, my 8 pass. I did that at Coder in the heavyweight deal. And we get everything changed over. I'm like, all right, we're going to make it. I lay under the car, do a shock adjustment, and I just look and I'm like, oh my gosh. So the whole time driving, you make a swooping curve. This thing would start making noise, like grinding. And I'm like, this thing's never rubbed. Maybe it's just a trailer. Well, what it was the lower control arm was tacoed. So here's one of them. I don't know if you can see that, but this one's not as bad, right?
Oh.
So yeah, it mistakenly in the dark got jacked up by the lower control arms.
Who did that?
Chris. He's like, I'm sorry. Anyway, so it's no big deal. But
I get
so
it.
we're freaking out. Yeah.
Greg Hurlbut jacked up Mark Cicino's car by the oil pan one time.
Man.
It happens to the OGs, dude. It's part of the deal.
Yeah, so I'm scrambling around like maybe I can weld a piece of angle iron to it or zip tie a pipe, just like make a pass. And the Juggernaut guy, he had F body. What is that arm? I
Torque
can't
arm.
remember what's arm. What,
Torque arm.
yeah, he had an F body torque arm that was like all wore out, and he's like, "Oh, this might work." So I took this off. I had the whole rear end hanging on the ground. He was over there grinding and cutting, and we were fitting it all and measuring it out. And so I ran that for a while. So we had old chopped up F body torque arms welded. He cut off of my ends and welded them on, and that's what we ran. Yeah, and with the Mad Thrash on the fan, and then the arms, and then I was like, all right, this is I'm gonna have to one and done this thing. I go up there, I'm sitting on the brake, I'm like, man, this sounds spicy, and I let go of the button, and that thing was just start screaming. It was picking the tires up, and then it just shuts off, shoots flames across the hill. I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, and it was only supposed to make 8 pounds, but it went to 12 pounds, and then went from 12 to 40 pounds of boost in 0.3 of a second. Yeah, it was rowdy. So what happened is the dome pressure sensor, the power came out of it. So it was reading 0. So it was just giving it all the line pressure it could make. And it was just that Force Performance turbo was like, let's go. So I had to use my fast pass to go make a pass, and I wound up running like a 9.1 or 9.0 or something like that after I figured out that was the problem. Man, and then from there, where'd we go? Did we go to Thunder Valley after that?
I think so. I can't remember.
Oh, it was so hot. Chris got sick from the heat. Well, I did a one and done at Oklahoma City, and we go to leave, and the front end felt funny, and I'm like, what is going on? I hop out, and someone was talking to me, and I had my wheels turned. I just happened to look, a belt broke in my front runner, so the wheel was like that, and I was like, oh great. So I call Carl. I'm like, hey, do you have any like 28-inch tall tires? Nobody's open. Like nobody had. I was trying to find a front runner. Nobody had one. So I have 29s or 29.9 inch diameter tires I drive on the highway in the back. We wound up throwing that on the front, and then put my drag radials on the back, and drove all the way to Mocan. And we wound up pulling an all-nighter getting to Mocan from Thunder Valley. That was awful. And the funniest thing ever, you guys know Sean Slayball, and he has that gorgeous Pontiac Firebird.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Or Trans Am. Anyway, so we're in the small town. He gets pulled over. It was kind of funny. And we're like parked over the gas station. There's like 2 or 3 of us just sitting in the dark watching him get pulled over. But we go to this little town, and he made a wrong turn or something. And we wound up going down this alley. And I'm telling you, I used to off-road all the time, and this felt like a true off-road trail. And it was downhill in this tight alley, just bashing everything around. And man, I was like, I bet I would love to hear what Sean was saying at that point, because this car is way lower. Like the LTD was rubbing on the rocks in this alley. Like, I'm not joking. Like it was hitting the floor pans. I'm like, I'm gonna bust a drag radial. This is gonna be over.
Well, you got a 29-inch rear tire on the front.
Right.
Yeah, and it was still rubbing. But anyway, no, that was a crazy deal. After that, we went to Mocan and blew up an alternator, and that Mocan's always sketchy for my car anyway, being that heavy and going that fast. And but yeah, then we made it to Tulsa. Everything was good. Got in the quick 16 shootout deal, and I raced Bill Armstrong, which he's been way faster than me, and everyone's like, oh no, that sucks, you know. And so I got Bill, and then I raced I can't remember the guy's name, but he has a real pretty like gunmetal gray Nova, I believe, or Chevelle. And another guy, he's from Oregon. He has that Fairmont, that 6-speed Fairmont. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yep, Nate Curran.
Yeah, Nate, dude, that thing was fast. I don't know what we ran because it was a no time deal, but that had to have been a PB for me, because I mean, I as soon as I got that dude clicked into high, I was on the scramble, and I think it's Blaine Stark has a video, and there's a GoPro on his the D pillar or C pillar or whatever on the back of his car, and you just see my car, like he leaves on me because mine wouldn't leave hard because it was so slimy. And you just see the LTD just keep coming and just barely clip him at the very end. I had that thing turned up, and then after that I raced, Unlovable Dusty, and that was a good time, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Trey, you saw the wheelie that he did, I think last.
Oh
week.
yeah,
Also.
yeah. I was like, holy crap, dude!
Got it turned up, man. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
But,
well, I'll tell you this probably more than you need to hear, but your car is one of my favorites, man. It's so cool being just big and 4-door and just cool, man. It's just really, really cool.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I dig it. I keep going back and forth on if I want to build a faster car or something lighter or whatever. But this one will probably stay a street car. My only goals are like try to run an 850 in it and then be done. But I mean the mile an hour is there, but I gotta get the front side to work.
Jeff Moore, you could have a podcast in the trunk. I think that is one thing.
Yeah, no kidding.
It is fun about that car. Like you start looking at an 850 cage in that car probably doesn't really get in the way as much. But dude, a 750 cage, you're just man, it would be hard to have a 750 cage in that car and drive it as much as you do.
Yeah, because we'll take it to church and church, work, to the racetrack, whatever. I mean, it's a good one.
That's so cool. Adam, what else you got for him?
I just got done peeing. I don't know what he was saying, but dude, what movie are you gonna watch?
Uncle Buck.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll get it watched.
Yeah, that's the first question we're gonna ask you when we come find you on Saturday.
Here, I can share
be like
screen.
pop quiz.
Here.
Yeah. Pop quiz. Yep.
There you are, right there.
Hang on.
It's a 2-door.
Yeah.
But it's not doing a burnout. It's running.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, I have a photo very similar to that
I'm
of
sure you do.
doing a big burnout.
Right. Yeah. Right. This is how it runs.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, it's pretty good. It's John Candy at his finest.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check it out.
Prime time John Candy, man. It was a great movie. All right. Well, Jack, we'll see you soon. Couple days.
Yep.
2 days.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
48 hours.
We'll see you soon.
All right,
Got one, baby.
Yeah.
Dude, how fun. Okay. We got to keep rolling here. I want to bring in.
I'm going to jump off.
Eric's going to roll, it sounds like. And,
I'm
and
going
we're
to
going
jump
to, except I still haven't ordered a pizza. So
dude, that was 2 hours ago.
Shut up. You were the one that made me drink on your show.
Well, Adam, I will see you soon.
Yes, sir.
And
Definitely.
everybody else.
And dude, if you haven't heard, Eric is going to be joining the DDR team on Mega Week. It's the first time that he's been out in quite some time, right? Since Sick Week, I think.
No, he wasn't at Sick Week.
No, there. So this is my first Rocky Mountain Race Week.
You're about to be so ruined. There ain't nothing like Rocky Mountain Race Week, baby.
Yeah. So if you see the Narcs cart coming by, I'll probably be hanging out the window taking photos. If you see me at the track, I'll have a camera in your face taking pictures.
Cart?
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Yeah. I've driven
you guys are idiots.
1.2 miles this in the last 3.5 years.
Perfect. That's probably about right.
So safe travels, everybody. I will see everybody. I will get there Saturday night. So 10-hour drive. I'll probably be there Saturday evening. I'll catch up with everybody, and I'll be ready for Sunday day one.
Hell yes, dude. Hell yes.
All right.
All right, buddy. See you, man. How fun. And then it was me and you. All right, dude.
And here we are. Yeah, dude.
I'm excited about this. We got Uncle Stoney here. Mr. Jonathan Stonecipher.
Oh, I've been trying to sell him a blower for the last 2 hours.
he needs one. Needs one for sure.
For his Suburban, and
yes,
I don't know. He keeps talking about he doesn't have enough money or something, and then he shows up and there's a $30,000 Nova behind him.
Yeah, yeah. It's probably worth a lot more than that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering why you're beating me up on a $2,000 blower.
It's because you spent all the money on that car, man. Tell us what's going on.
Introduce yourself for folks that don't know who the hell you are, and why are you an idiot?
Well, I'm John Stonecipher, otherwise known as Uncle Stoney, because I'm the crazy uncle that everybody has. They've just claimed me as like, oh, that's my crazy uncle. It'll be all right.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Don't know really where to start. I met Adam the first time. I was broke down at a gas station in 2014 on Drag Week, and then I watched all the 301 guys enjoy Rocky Mountain Race Week, and it looked more like the event that I wanted to do. So starting in 18, I started wasting every dime I've had on Race Week stuff since then.
Attaboy. And that you started the Gas Chamber Nova, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's named appropriately because it tried to kill you?
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Me and Michael, if we wouldn't have lost the wheel bearing in 2020 on the first race week, we probably would have died.
It was close.
It was.
Listen, when I say it was hot going into Oklahoma City, y'all don't even understand what I'm telling you. It had to be 150.
You weren't on
that car.
You were not on that race week, especially. You
Oh
don't know nothing about hot race weeks.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
The only trip I've been on that I thought it was that hot was Drag Week 2014, day 1 and 2. It was we had a temp gas in the car, and it was 130 in the car.
Oh, yeah.
So
it was no fun. It was awesome being in the car, but the Gas Chamber Nova is one of the inside the car, one of the loudest. Like you can't even explain it. Like it's to your core.
Tell us about the gas. It's a 68 to 72, right? Nova.
Yeah, it's a 72.
Okay.
Yep. And, it's actually an ex Outlaw 10.5 car that was raced by my buddy Todd Kitchen, and it's steel to the front of the wheel tubs, and in the back half of it's aluminum round tube.
It's really, really nice. It's really nice.
People talk about how loud their car is. I don't know if you understand how loud it is until you ride in it. Like you wear headphones. The only car that I've ever ridden in that is as bad is Aaron Fowler's car. I see John Allen jumping in here, John Doherty jumping in here. He actually owns the exhaust and the headers off my car when it had the big block in it. So his car is probably that loud. He understands.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I love drag and drive, and I've tried to do it with cars that were not really what I wanted. Like the first Rocky Mountain Race Week I did, I broke the Nova on the dyno. So I borrowed a Trans Am that we called SR71 that I raced in stock block. I borrowed it from the guy that owned it and did Rocky Mountain. The guy that owned the car, he sold it during the race to Jason Cunningham, which was my co-pilot, which came next year in his turbo pickup because he enjoyed it so much. He bought Boo Quamzo as his co-pilot, which got Boo addicted.
Right.
Ruined
his life.
Ruined him. And then we built a car. The guy that owned the Trans Am, we built a car to do 19, and we had to swap a motor a day before we left to go to Colorado. And that seems to have been a trend since then.
That's the way. That's what we do.
Yeah.
This is the way.
So this is the way. So I actually, hopefully this will be the last car that I do Rocky Mountain in. This will be my forever Rocky Mountain Race Week car. And I had bought pieces of a motor and tried to fix the thing and was unsuccessful. So I actually, again, had to do a motor swap the week of. And and I have a borrowed.
I'm sensing a theme here.
It's never planned, like, and then it never fails. Like
it never fails to fail.
Never fails to fail. So
yeah,
a little Crosby, Stills, and Nash there.
If you know what I'm saying. If you know
Absolutely.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I never planned to do this, but it's like I even quit my job and opened my own shop so I could have a more flexible schedule to do this stuff on. Yeah. And then now I've got my shop is super busy. I've got more stuff than I can do, and I have guys calling me. And then like today, before I went on, a guy called me and wanted to buy a tractor that I had for sale, and like want to come get it tonight. And then
Is that wait, hold on. Is that tractor more than about $2,000?
it's right at
Perfect. Just
Well,
yeah,
just throwing it out there. I mean, I'm just letting you know that I can ship for free right now. And
Yeah.
blowers
Adam,
are not light.
Hand delivery.
I'll just let you know. You've already sold it to me. I just got to figure out how to pay for it. It's like the guy with the car. I went and looked at it. I met him at the track. He's been a friend for 10 years, and he's putting a sales pitch on me, and I'm like, dude, I'm going to buy it.
It's done.
We just have to find we just have to find a number.
I have a long history of just letting people take my shit, and then work on it when they want. A la Vince Rui, who is currently PS making trophies.
Oh,
so
nice.
yeah, that
Big
dude's
shit up.
jamming. That dude's jamming trophies right now. But yeah, dude, that I get it. I understand. But you know, I mean, if you want it, you just got to tell me, and I'll put it in the trunk. And then we can
Just go
work
ahead
out
and bring
the
it.
we can work out
Just
the
go.
details.
Just go ahead and
later.
bring it.
Okay.
I agree with your number. I just got to make the money now.
That's great. And
Well, the
honestly,
cool thing
it's
is you
sitting
got
in
2
my
days.
trailer doing nothing.
Yeah.
So I'll put it in the trunk if I can take my car.
Yeah.
Well,
so
Done.
Tell
I
us-
just
tell
made
us
$2,000.
stories, man.
done.
Yeah.
Just done. So that's like I told you, that's still cheaper than buying a truck. I was looking at trucks.
And we were talking. I 30 to 55,000. I said, you know how much gas, because you're going to get 6 miles a gallon with a
I
blower
don't even care
on
about
your
that.
3/4 ton
It already-
Suburban. You know how much gas you can buy for 30 grand?
A lot.
Yeah.
A
That's
lot.
exactly
You
right.
can get
It's gonna
6
be-
miles a gallon for 25 years, and you'll break even.
Yeah.
Well, I've lived that life my whole life. I've had multiple gas tow rigs, and I'll be honest with you guys, I can't stand the smell of diesel. It makes
Stinky
me
ass
sick.
diesel. I'm the
Stinks.
same way. I hate stinky ass
It
diesel.
makes me sick.
No, thank
I'd
you.
I'd rather get 6 miles a gallon and get there a little
All
bit
day
slower.
long. And
So-
spend $20,000 less on a truck to begin with if it's new, and $5,000 if it's used. All day long. All day long.
That and then on top of that, you know, the Suburban, the insurance is like $65 every 6 months.
Right? People think it's a half ton, and they think it's a Yukon.
Yeah.
It's a 3/4 ton
So-
truck. PS.
Yeah.
With
I
a
love
long
it.
box on it.
Like I've got a 3/4 ton truck and the Suburban. The Suburban will outdrive, out-tow, and get better gas mileage than the pickup all day, every day.
It's everything. The
Yeah, I love it.
3/4 ton Suburban in the GM platforms from the GMT 400 until now are the biggest sleeper 3/4 tons on the market. Period. It's a 3/4 ton truck with a Suburban back on it. And dude, you can still get a GMT 800, which is like the Jam, the 99 to 06. You can still get those 3/4 ton Suburbans for like $4,000, and the 2500 HDs are like $8,000, even if they're 6 liters. I'm just saying.
I see John Doherty.
John, I see what you're saying there. John, your truck's beautiful, but if I had that, I couldn't afford to race.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
If I
Well,
had your money.
I can't wait to race with him. John, he's one of the funnest dudes. Gearhead Perspective podcast. If you guys are wanting a great listen to.
I love it.
He's actually going to be traveling in our group, and I didn't know if Carter was going to make it on here tonight. Carter's one of my real good friends too. John and Carter and Boo and all the guys. Me and Adam, we let Carter get screwed over in Nebraska, and I thought about it the next day, and I was like, God, that was a terrible move as a friend. But I let him get a pecker.
I don't know what you're talking about. I would never ever do that. Never once. That's not me. I didn't do it. I wasn't there.
If I remember
Mexico.
right,
I have no idea
you
what
had
you're
the
talking
Sharpie.
about. I don't
If I
know.
remember right, you had the
I
Sharpie.
never had a Sharpie. I can't remember anything that you're talking about. I don't draw dicks on stuff randomly at race weeks. Ever. I've never done that.
Carter, I'm sorry, but I love you, brother.
But it was
he was cool about it. He laughed too. He had a good,
he did. He told me, he goes, dude, I'm in the service. That ain't nothing. He goes, I've had a lot worse than that.
That's because I was in the surface, and I know. I
Yeah.
mean, right? That wasn't a real dick and balls on his head.
Right.
It could have been worse.
Right. That's exactly.
Well, and I think that's one of the greatest things about Drag and Drive and the race car friends we make, dude. It's just
Parking
such
lot
a
friends,
big-
parking
oh,
lot
man.
parties, all of that
Oh.
stuff. I tell people all the time, Drag and Drive ain't the drag. It's the drive, it's the parties, it's the every night at the hotels, it's the hotel bars, it's the Buffalo Wild Wings after the fact. If you guys don't know, I don't know if Matt's still watching again, but Buffalo Wild Wings, and I wasn't there. Dude, I've only heard third hand about Buffalo Wild Wings at Race Week 2023, I believe. Dude, I mean, I think someone, one of the Donovans, Donovan Leader or Linwood, one of them, was going to tip one of the waitresses like $4,000 to stay open for the end of race week. And then June Allison, who is Matt's fiance / wife / Big Boo June. You guys know June. Yeah, dude, she was like, I'll match it. Like they were gonna it was 2000 and 2000, I think, and they were gonna give them $4,000 to stay open late. At Buffalo Wild Wings, and I was back drinking with Aussies. I had no idea, and these dudes showed up after the fact and said, "We just got kicked out of Buffalo Wild Wings," and let me tell you the story. And apparently, it was off the freaking chain party. And that's the stuff that happens on Drag and Drives. It's the weird offshoot crap at some random restaurant that blows up and becomes the thing of legend. And you don't know when and where and how and why it's going to be. But yeah, dude. I mean, me and Adam Krigo almost got kicked out of a hotel. Applebee's. Yeah, dude. Krigo passed out in his room, door wide open, face down on his bed, after telling the lady at the front desk of our hotel to suck a cat dick.
Oh no. Hey, let's talk about late night hotel check-ins real quick.
Oh goodness.
Jonathan Stonecipher. Now this is a great story. I am a Drag and Drive virgin in Race Week 2020. Race Week 2020 really changed a bunch of people's lives, right? Changed mine for sure. It's 4 a.m. I have booked a hotel for that night, not 4 a.m. night.
At 3 p.m. the previous day.
We wake this guy up. He is not happy. If there had been 2 couches in that lobby, we'd have slept on them. I'm telling you, it was bad.
But
it was brutal.
He screwed us even worse than that. He gave us a room with the whole thing was mirrors. And we didn't even have a video camera charged.
I was going to say, did you guys start making out? Is there video of this?
There were 5 of us in there. I mean, it was a great time. That's a story that will live in infamy forever. Yeah.
And you never would have had stuff like, honestly, I'm just saying, if we all just sit at our jobs like a bunch of stiffs and make money and don't go and do cool stuff with cool people and meet people from all over the world, we don't have this. And that's why this is so important. Like, I don't know Stonecipher from shit until that dude shows up, broke down at a gas station, because we're idiots. I don't know Narcs from shit until that dude shows up with a Crown Vic or a Grand Marquis or whatever the hell it is with the body chopped off of it, because he's an idiot. This is this stuff, and these are I mean, I'm sure your analytics are the kind of near what mine is. It's 500 to 1,000 people that are our people. These are our people, and man, the stories that come out of these people, unreal, absolutely insane. And again, like, if we're just going to work and we're trudging along and we're doing our thing, I never meet any of you assholes.
And Red Hat Scotty just said that he's about to start the car.
I mean,
Julio.
I'll believe that when I see it. Which car is he bringing?
That's what
is it his black car? Send video or we don't.
No, heck no. I told him jump back in here.
Oh, jump it. Yeah, get him,
So-
get him live.
Yeah.
So before we get off subject here, one of the things I love is taking a drag and drive Virgin like Mike was, and then me and Mike had never had a sleepover before, and then I come out in a towel and then in my underwear and just lay on the bed, and then he's like, "Hey, can you turn off the light?" And I was like, "Do you want me to talk dirty to it, or do you want me to?" And he goes, "Just flip it off." So I'm like,
"Oh man!"
I was like,
"Lost it, dude."
And then he goes, "Okay, can you turn the light on?" I was like, "Hey, baby, what are you up to?"
And that's this shit. Like you just don't.
Yeah.
The stories. I don't who unless he's got pink freaking beadlocks. I don't give a shit.
Oh wait,
what Blue Barzo's doing.
Here we go. Hang on.
Who is coming? But
there we go.
There's Red Hat.
Woo! I don't have my headphones in, so
You sound great. No, you sound. Can you hear us fine?
yeah.
Yeah, you're awesome.
Okay.
So what I don't hear first, real quick, I don't hear Pantera, but I do see BTR.
Yeah. So we got the beater, we got the BTR. I mean, Pantera is always, it's in my heart, always playing. So we're gonna start this thing.
Let's do it, man. That's
Do
why
it.
you're on here. We love you, bud.
If you guys don't know, is this your black car?
Yes.
Okay, so
this is
this is Red Hat's high school car that used to be Ford powered, but then he got smart and decided to go fast and put a Chevy in it.
Yeah.
And here he is, first start, getting ready for. Oh, he's off.
No,
oh, he's gone.
What?
Oh.
He hit the button or something.
He hit the red button. He hung up on you. Holy cow!
Oh,
I mean, talk about your all-time letdown.
Oh,
That's
what
that's like
happened?
getting fluffed the whole way,
Yeah,
right up until the
Scotty,
end, and
we're
having
ready.
to go home.
Scotty, we're ready.
Oh,
I gotta steal one from Cletus here. How about now?
There we go. Oh, it's making some noise. Holly Dash, attaboy. Hell yes.
dude, that's awesome.
Hell yes.
woo. All right, we got fire in the pipes, boys.
Are you bringing the dude?
Yeah, the dude's actually right here.
Attaboy.
Hey!
Hey, dude. I saw the dude, and again, Drag and Drive, right? Everything that happens at Drag and Drive stays on Drag and Drive. But I saw the dude drunker than I've ever seen a dude older than 65 years old at Race Week last year. And I mean, they were hammering Pantera, they were selling BTR parts, and freaking man, the dude was like, "Stop by and drink some beer." And I was like, I gotta go and sleep, man. And that was sweet. That was kick ass.
Hey, congratulations, Scotty.
Good job, Scotty.
All right, bye, buddy.
Attaboy.
See y'all later.
Hell yes, my friend.
That's awesome.
Oh, Red
2
Hat
days.
Scotty, dude. Red Hat Scotty.
And again, like
Yeah.
you told earlier, they had to pull the head back off the car, get it, get it remachined, to get a new one put in there, all swap the valves, springs over, and all that kind of stuff.
And big shout out to Red Hat. He has done every year a rookie and a hard luck or like a spirit award that he's done on his own every year. He wants to get up and he wants to talk to all those rookies of the year. That's a deal I just kind of made up on my own because I want to highlight these guys that are coming out of the woodwork and bringing out. Who cares, dude? A bracket car or an aluminum back half car or whatever.
Hey, I'll tell you this story real quick, and this will be short, I promise. So, what started Drag Drive Repeat was me going to Jonathan's shop way back. This is like when Race Week was announced. I didn't know anything about what to do on a Drag and Drive. I knew I wanted to do one, didn't know what to. So Stoney put together like 8 people that had done them before. And I took my microphones and my computer over, and we did like what I would consider probably the changing of what was Narcoleptic Customs podcast into the Drag Drive Repeat podcast, because man, after meeting and talking with those guys, I don't think I did another normal podcast after that. It was all Drag and Drive racers.
Right. It's the easiest way to ruin your life.
Oh yeah,
it just is.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I love it.
And if I remember right, you lost all your ones that day to Timmy.
Bro, listen.
Bro. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, we were doing some gambling. It was fun.
You're adults. You're consenting adults.
Well, at that time, 9-year-old she was in. She wanted to do some gambling. We had a good time.
Hell yeah.
Boo posted there. We did do donuts in the Narcs cart in the field.
Yeah.
After that, so
four adults deep. Yeah,
that was a lot of donuts.
How fast is the Narcs cart going to be this year?
Oh, dude, no, it's slow, but it does gnarly burnouts.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's all it was built for.
Totally. Stone Cypher. Matt Frost just said, dude, Stone Cyphers builds his own freaking trophies, and what's cool, he throws his sort of naturally aspirated sort of world in that, but then because he's a strange freaking dude. Yeah, he gives awards to the slowest finishing naturally aspirated small block and naturally aspirated big block, and last year the overall slowest. Right,
I'm doing overall slowest again this year also because we have Travis Weiss making those this year. They're great, and he sent me pictures, and then he also I do at the circuit. I just do one trophy. I just do the slowest overall. But I've had so many people be like, well, that wasn't the slowest car. And I was like, well, it's the slowest NA car. So what's one more trophy? Let's just do it.
And honestly, it's my award. So I do what I want. How about that?
Yeah.
Check this out. Yeah. You don't win. My bad. Whatever.
It's like last year I took my Z06, and if I had turned in my time slip for day one for 14.0, I would have been the leader. But I'm not a 14.0 guy. I'm a naturally aspirated small block guy. So that's where I'm at.
I think I yelled at you for that. I think I announced that you should have done that, but you're a moron. But I love you for it.
Yeah.
I love you for it.
Oh, Wendy Martin here. Mike, the first time you went on, you were like a kid in a candy store. The cardboard doors and the Narcs were priceless. Hey, listen, here's the great story. Man, all this stuff coming back. I was having to pull cardboard out of the dumpster every day to remake the doors because we would pull them off for whatever reason. I didn't have a window net. I didn't know you had to have that. So every day we would duct tape a window net on the cart. so I could
that's super. That's safe as shit.
It was well, I had arm restraints.
I get it.
So it's fine there.
But but think about the people's lives and careers who were launched out of Drag and Drive as a whole.
Yeah.
Dude, Chad Reynolds, Kyle Loftus from 1320 Video, and then subsequently Cletus. And then Cletus again on Race Week in Pueblo. I mean, you, me, Matt, to a certain extent, and I mean June, who had a job and couldn't have a job anymore because she was doing everything she was doing with Race Week. There's the ripple effect from a couple of guys like, let's see who's got the baddest street driven car. We owe so much to those people. All of us that I just mentioned, plus some. It's absolutely amazing.
Yes, I will agree.
My experience goes all the way back to I used to drive to Memphis 5 hours to go to the streetcar shootout. It started out as NMCA, and then Hot Rod bought it.
Right.
And then I've been to Pump Gas Drags twice. And then they started Drag Week, and I was like, I got to do that. And my thing about it is I was just a dumb kid. I spent enough traveling to go watch the races that I could have been racing something.
Right. Anything. At that point, they had 100 cars. You could have gotten in with it whatever you wanted.
It's more about get out and do something. Just do it. Like, just do something. It doesn't matter what it is. Just do something.
Right.
In
2014 on Drag Week, there was a cat that had a legit no crap bracket car. It had an aluminum dash, aluminum doors. It was a bracket car, and he had it in the street. It was a daily driver back then, but Street Machine Eliminator now. And that dude was having a blast. He's like, I've never had more fun in this car in my whole life than this.
We had a straight up 80s bracket car last year at the circuit. I mean, it was a straight up, it's a bracket car. They dingleberried some exhaust on it and they brought it. And I was like, that's cool. Like,
it's badass.
We got a guy on a Grom. We got guys with pro mods. We got guys with street rods. We got guys with,
there's something there. I mean, whatever tweaks your fiddle, there's something for it at Drag and Drive. It doesn't matter. You go to one of them, any of them, whatever. Something tweaks your fiddle. If whatever you like, if you like Hondas, we got that. If you like gassers, we got that. If you like motorcycles, we got that. If you like crazy Crown Vic carts, we got that crap. You name
we will
it,
this year.
We got it.
Yeah. Hey, hang on. I want to bring Taylor on because he's been patiently waiting backstage and he's got some good stories. So
Taylor Groszinski, dude, gangster.
Stoney, I'm gonna leave you on with us because there's probably stories that are related into this. So
I love Taylor.
Hang on. Sorry, dude, I'm almost there.
Taylor, put some lifters in it, baby.
What's going on?
Man, dude, well, you've been listening for a while. You know the deal. Who you are, where you're
thanks
from.
Thanks for hanging out.
People recognize, all that kind of stuff.
Taylor Groszinski, Longmont, Colorado. I've done race week with my dad with his wagon that we specifically built for race week,
which was a Matt Frost.
Yep, we did get it from Matt Frost.
Find. It was a like weird for a while. Matt, when he was doing a bunch of the oil field stuff, he was finding cars in the middle of nowhere, and he would go back and snag those up, and that was one of those cars.
Yep, he literally pulled it out of a field, and it was sitting at his house, and Dad, him and Matt were good friends before I really even knew Matt, and he kept asking Matt, will you sell me that car? Will you sell me that car? And then, finally he was able to get it. Matt was like, all right, fine, and they worked out a deal, and we built it literally in a year from nothing.
Wow. How cool.
And
dude, tell us some stories, man. We're open. We're listening.
The car that, we took that car on race week in, I think it was, I want to say 17 or 18 was our first year.
Something like that. It was me. I think it was 18 because that's when I brought the Cadillac.
Yep.
And I got your Easy Up because I had been carrying around a skeleton of an Easy Up without a top for years and years and years and years and years. And I had no idea. I pulled it out, no top. I was parked next to the Groszinski boys, and they got me their Easy Up so I could put a lifter in my car. So 18, yep.
Which then turns into mine and Adam's joke now,
Put lifters in that shit.
We leave Bandimere. We get to Bandimere. We had ran the wagon. It was going, I think, like 11 O's, 11 teens, in testing. And we started in Pueblo that year, and the car was running, decent, but we were starting to have problems. We turned in a time slip. I think it was probably running 12.0. I think we turned in a time slip of like a 12:30. And we, head off to Bandimere. No issues really. I think we had a fuel pump issue, because that was kind of it's been our thing. We'll get there, but we make it to Bandimere. We make our run, and I just told Dad, I said, something's not right. So we start running the lifters, found a couple loose, adjusted them. It didn't really help, but we're like, you know what, we're finishing. So that was, we're just going to go. So we get in just inside a boulder, and all of a sudden I feel this motion by my foot. We heard it, and I felt it. And he's like, that's not good. So we pull into this gas station, start ripping things apart, find out we lost a lifter, get a hold of our engine builder at the time. He had a set of lifters, had somebody go pick them up. We literally put 2 lifters in it, in this gas station parking lot in Boulder. And
if you guys don't know, like Boulder is like liberal college, Colorado, like
total.
And these dudes are in a rusty ass Nova wagon, like, and I mean, you see, Taylor's got that's his thing, like he's got that, and he's in Boulder, and
cowboy boots with shorts
don't fit in Boulder. I'm just saying.
We make it literally not even a mile down the road, and right by the target, we lose another lifter. And at this point, my dad's like, we're quitting. And I'm like, no, we're not. Like, we've never, in all our racing years, we don't quit. That's not who we are. Like, we're going to finish. So we tear it apart. We put another lifter in it. We make it to, I don't, we went to Kearney, I think, from there, right? Or no, it was
that's right.
Julesburg. Julesburg.
Yep. Oh no, it was Jules. That was the year we did Julesburg. Yes.
Yep. So we make it to Julesburg. Honestly, really no problems from, Boulder to Julesburg. It was pretty smooth sailing. Thankfully, we drove right past our house on the routes. We were able to work on the car that night. We did some things hoping it was going to help, and we get to Julesburg, make our one run, and yet again, didn't, pick up at all. So we're like, we're going. So we take off. We head to Kearney from there after we turn in our slip. And in Kearney, I think he went like an 1190. It ran better. We made one run, packed it up. We make it just outside of Pueblo. And mind you, we're in some little tiny town at this gas station. I remember it looking like a cabin almost. And it's probably 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. And we lose another lifter. So we're tearing the motor apart. And Dad dropped one of them. I can't remember what happened. I think the tie bar had fallen and it fell down in, but we could still see it. And this guy came by in this old beat up Chevy pickup, and he's like, I think I got a magnet that'll work. So he went and got us a magnet. We were able to get it out.
Cool.
We get it back together. We make it to our cousin's house in Pueblo, stay the night, get up that next morning, went to Lanier's Speed Shop that used to be in Colorado Springs.
Rest in peace.
Yep, exactly. Bought a full set of lifters, go back, put a whole set of lifters in it, and we finished race week.
That's awesome.
And that was our,
that's our joke. Every time I see them cats, I yell at them, put lifters in that shit. And
Well,
at a stoplight, at a McDonald's, at a car show, at whenever I run into either one of them, I put lifters in that bullshit. And
the thing is, Adam, you've known me since I was probably 12.
12, and I was just gonna say that. Like I watched you grow up at the racetrack, and your old man drove King Street, and I drove King Street, and you were, I watched you get your first Nova. I watched you start doing all your, you started in bracket racing. You got to heads up race your stuff. You bought your old man's car back. I mean,
that's cool.
His old man sold his purple Chevy 2 Nova 64.
64, yep.
64, purple, beautiful car. And his old man sold it, and it was one of those that's the car you let go that you should have let go. And Taylor, Andre Navant.
Yep, Andre Navant.
And he found my old Monza, and he found that car. Taylor was in the right place at the right time, and rebought his old man's car, and he still has it today.
I joke with everybody, that's my college fund.
Right.
Because I literally had, my grandma and grandpa had put money away in a CD for college, and I never went.
Right.
I just went to being a mechanic right away, and when it came about, I didn't have, any money. I mean, I had a little bit because we were heads up racing at the time. I had with my 72 Nova, and I had no money. And I tell everybody that's my college fund. I mean, it's literally that is it.
And you got that car sitting in your garage right now.
Yep.
Which you don't have the 72, right? You sold that car?
No, I still have it.
You still have that 72 too? Nice. And he was doing limited 235 racing back at Vandermeer when PSCA was a big thing. Which was, he had a big block on a little 235 tire. It was like the OG Rowdy Radial stuff with that car back in the day. And dude, Taylor is like I said, he's like an OG dude. And Earl and Taylor have been around Race Week for I think as long as you pretty much knew about it, and you guys have been doing the thing and running around and competitive cars. And yeah, dude, are you doing Mega Week?
I was going to.
Eric Andreen. Holy come on.
I know. I wanted to so bad. Eric Andreen. I know. He's really good friends of mine and my dad's and our family. And,
my pizza's here. Give me a second.
All right.
And, Eric really pushed for me to do it. And it wasn't in the cards this year. My goal is hopefully next year I want to bring my 72 and run, the radio class with it because that's what the car's set up for.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
quick story.
Yeah.
The
Taylor.
first year I was able to race in race week was with the 64 Nova, the one that we bought back.
Yeah.
And I don't, if you wanted to find a picture, Mike, there is one. There should be one right on my profile. It should be from the cover photos.
Is this the
Um,
motor swap?
what's that?
Is this the motor swap story?
Yep.
Halfway through the week?
Yep. So when I bought the car back, it had a 434 in it, and it went here in Denver. The car had been like 1090s. You know, Dad had street raced it with Matt. I mean, they all kinds of stuff. Had fun with it, and you know, it just the car was awesome with that 434. Well, when we bought it back, I raced it once at Bandamere, broke
This one here.
timing chain. That's the 72. Yep. And then broke timing chain, so I, you know, scrambled to find a motor. Found one. That one didn't last, unfortunately. So a buddy of mine, Sonny, that actually races PSCA, he said, he goes, I got a motor sitting under my bench. He goes, I know nothing about it. He goes, it's been sitting here for like 10 years. He goes, if you want it, this is my price. So we go pick it up, put it in. We literally drove it around the block with fuel. We put fuel injection on it the night before we left in 22. We get to Great Bend, and I go 13:02, I think it was, on our second pass. And I told Dad, I said, we're turning it in. I said, because we ran the 13:0 class, I'm like, we're turning it in. And we had nitrous on the car, and Dad's like, no, let's spray it. You know, let's, you know, well, maybe we can run the 12:0 class. And I said, no, 13:02. I said, we're turning that in.
Yeah.
So we turned it in. What's that?
I said, yeah. 1302. Submit that.
So we turn it in, go to the hotel, get up the next morning. We maybe made it 10 miles from the hotel en route, and the car starts running like crap. We're pulled over on the side of the road. We're chasing things, you know, and everything. We didn't pull plugs right away. And I said, let's pull a plug. We literally pulled the plug out, and it looked like a set of plugs that had been in a motor for 300,000 miles. I mean, they were crusty, nasty, just, and I had one set of plugs, one spare set. So if we sprayed it, we had plugs. So we put those in. We made it another, I don't know, probably 30 miles. The car died. And we did this the whole way to Kearney. We literally pulled over at some little Napa in one of the towns. I bought a wire wheel for my drill and as many spark plugs that they had that would work to at least drive on. I think, and we were burning oil too. So we bought some oil and we made it to Kearney. And I think they were like in the third round of people running. And we put the tires on, switched our tires, unhooked the trailer, unloaded the car. I went up, made my run. I think we went 13. I want to say it was a 13:02 also, or 13:01. So the car still ran good. We had to put plugs in it. So we're turning that in. We're done. So we took off, and I think that was when we went from there to Bandamere, right? I think in 22.
Yeah.
Was it? I think it was Kearney to Bandamere.
Bandamere.
Yep.
Yeah.
So again, we do this. I mean, we were like, we're leaving, and we're not even, you know, we're not going to stay. We didn't stay in Kearney. I don't think we stayed in Kearney. I think we took off. And we made it, you know, a little ways, found some little hotel finally at like 1 a.m. because we had to go through the spark plug thing and the oil and everything else.
Put lifters in it.
What's that?
Put lifters in it.
Right. And we finally, the next day, we make it into Briggsdale. We're like 20 miles outside of Briggsdale. I told Dad, he's like, you know, if we make it there, we're having somebody come get us. You know, we're close. We're done. And I said, no, I'm going to find a motor. So I started posting all over Facebook. I mean, my page, I had people posting for me, sharing it on all the racers' pages around here. And my engine builders that have built the motor in my 72 for the last 3 years, 4 years, maybe even longer than that, I remember. Bowtie Engine Shop, Danny and Eric, greatest guys around. Danny calls me and he goes, hey, buddy of ours that lives like 2 miles from the gas station there in Briggsdale has a motor we just built. And I said, what is it? And he goes, doesn't matter. You got nitrous, right? And I went, well, yeah. And he's like, just get there and he'll let you put it in. And we literally drove there, put it in. I fell asleep standing up. There's pictures of me against, I can't remember how you say his last name, but Mike's his name. I fell asleep. Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Well, it's probably going to have a glare. Can you guys see that at all?
Oh yeah, there you are. Asleep.
Yep.
Standing up.
Literally standing up. And
the GPS lost its batteries a lot.
Bad. I was done. It was probably 3 a.m. So finally, you know, I slept for maybe 45 minutes. They wake me up. They're like, "Hey, your dad fell asleep." So he was asleep. They had like a recliner. I said, "I'll let him sleep." So we finished it all up. We fire it. We take off.
Matt
I
said,
mean, Matt's not wrong. Matt's not wrong. I do. Matt's known me long enough that, yep. But we fire it up, we take off, and we make it into Loveland. I think it was Loveland on 34 we had to come through. And the car's just running like crap. And come to find out, we had an intake leak. And it was because it was my decision to put the intake on this motor off of the 383 because it was ported. And it was just leaking air like crazy. So we make it through the mountains, get to Bandimere, we switch intakes. We had somebody bring us an intake to the track. And I think we ended up going, I think I turned in like a 1305. We ended up having to spray it with that motor because it just didn't like it. It went like 1350s on the motor. So I put it to, I'm used to using my grid and everything in my other cars. So we pulled like 5-6 degrees, on initial and went down and sprayed it and turned in a 1305. We make it to Pueblo and I can't remember what happened, but there was a reason we had to do something with the intake again. And we didn't burp the system. So I go up to make my first run and I look down and the car's at like 240. I mean, the gauge is pegged at 240, 250. And Dad opens the door and he's like, "What's wrong?" And I said, I really want to shut it off. I said, "But we kind of need to make this run." And he's like, "Just spray it. It'll cool it down." And I'm like,
Yeah.
So, and I had it on a button. I didn't even have it on a micro switch. It was literally a trans brake button that I wired up in my hand.
Yep.
Oh man.
And so
that's what happened to the cart. That's why it was down for so long because I just held the button.
That's the best way.
Yep. Yeah. So, I'm foot braking it. So I think like 2,500 RPM, foot braking it. I take off. I hit the nitrous, and it just instantly just was not happy. So we go back to the pits. We get it figured out. Get it burped. Go up, make another run. Well, I said I'm going to spray it again. Do the same thing. Well, I sprayed it and it felt good. So I got a little excited. I ended up spraying it all the way from probably just past the 60 to the quarter. And I think we went like a 1080.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'm like,
wow.
We can't turn that in. I'm like, that's not, it felt good. But
We're in 13.0 and you turn in a 1080? Yeah.
Don't look good.
Yeah.
So we come back around and I think we were going to be able to get one more run. And at this point, Michaela, Danny Romanowski's daughter, Marietta. She was in third. We were still in second. And I told Dad, I said, "This is the closest we've ever been." I said, "I can't mess this up." I said, "We have to make this one count." And he goes, "Well, once we got up to they were getting ready to pull us into the water box. He runs over. He goes, 'That guy you're running, he runs 13.0.' And he goes, 'He's been like 13.08. He goes, 'Just, do your bracket race deal and stay right beside him.'" So we're like this. I'm on off the gas because he seemed faster than me. And I'm like, something's not right. So I think we turn in a 13.07. And then Michaela goes up and runs a 13.00 with a 1 or something. Turns that in. Drops us to, I think that put us in, mathematically, somebody else had turned one in. It dropped us to 4th.
Yeah.
And then.
Welcome to index racing at Rocky Mountain Race Week.
Exactly. Right. So then we get back to Great Bend and, we locked in there, didn't we?
Yes.
Yes. So I think it put us in 5th. It was 5th, 4th or 5th, something like that. Get back to Great Bend. And I'm like, all right, now I'm in my element. We're going to go do some bracket racing. We make it, I think we went like 3 or 4 rounds, and then I ended up going 002 red to this guy's like 200 light. I don't even remember who it was I ran. I think it was a red
picking
Camaro.
The crap out of yourself at that.
Oh, I was like, come on. But, and that, unfortunately, that's been the last time that we've been able to make it to one. But, it's just, I like Adam said, like you said, Mike, and I mean, everybody said tonight, I mean, the Race Week family there's nothing like it. I mean,
nothing.
Yeah.
Well, and that's one of the coolest things about it. Again, back to the 70% of people sign back up for the next year. Like, I don't know if that was intentional that Matt knew that many people would sign back up, but the community that has built is unparalleled. Like, because here's the best part: 70% of the people that go already know what's going to happen. They know
we don't have to reread the rules.
Yes,
they've already seen what this is done,
and it gives the other 30 or 40% of people that are there somebody to ask. You can ask. And just like Jonathan was saying earlier, like, somebody came, then they were, Jason Cunningham was his co-pilot. Then Jason brought his truck, and Boo was Jason's co-pilot. And then Boo brought his car, and like it just continues to grow out of that.
And then I was Boo's co-pilot a couple times.
Oh yeah,
and then
yeah. Jonathan's been like 20 of them. There's only been 15.
This will be
been to all of them.
This will be my 20th. This one here, but
Oh,
six
shit.
of those there's a co-pilot. So
Wow.
because I've been a co-pilot for Greg Jones and Boo and Nick Robinson.
Right.
So,
That's awesome. And Matt Frost here for the podcast listeners. Matt saying it was by design that he did that with the returning racers. It was funny how many people were mad about it, but it works, and it really does. It just works on so many levels.
Dude, here we are at 10 years.
Yeah, I mean,
it's been since day one.
Well,
That's been
and
the
hey,
deal.
Monoxide Harris with the Monoxide podcast interviewed Nathan Shaw a couple episodes ago, and Nathan started One Guy's Garage Drag Weekend the same year that you guys started, or that Matt started Rocky Mountain Race Week. And dude, 10 years is a long time. That's a really long time to be able to do it. And in 2020, like the ripple effects of him doing two are far reaching. We won't know that until another 5 or 10 years about how much that really changed the game. So it just showed you could do more than one. Until Matt came along, there was only one. Like,
and it was hilarious because it was a drag week replacement. It was 2014 tracks.
Yeah.
A lot of the same route.
Yeah.
And there was a line in the sand that Matt found out that day that there are drag week people and there are race week people. And there are those handful that just want to actually go do it. And it was like, I don't care. There'll be race week people. That's what we're gonna make them, and that's fine. But you may have hit this while I was getting my pizza, but when will we see the G-Man back out at a Dragon Drive?
Like I was telling these two, my plan is I've unfortunately had a lot of stuff happen in the last 2 years that
it happens
was not planned. So my plan is to be back out. I would like to do it next year. That is my goal. Either the wagon, the 64. I'd really like to do the 72. Because to me the index stuff is fun, but I just take my high school car and do it and compete with the Rowdy Radio guys. I think it'd be a blast,
dude.
I may try and
that's your move. Like, you were a limited 235 guy. Like, you've got a lot of data from that. That you made a pretty good showing in that without having a gigantic bank account, because that turned into a gigantic bank account class in a damn big hurry. And you were podiuming, a pretty home built race car.
I mean, we built
not that. So I'm excited to see that. I hope that happens.
That's like I said, that's the goal. I mean, it's something. I mean, all our cars we've built in a 2-car garage. I mean, it hasn't been, a real good friend of mine, Robert. I mean, he's done the cages and all the cars. But other than that, I mean, everything else has been done in our 2-car garage.
Right. And if you see these cars, they're like, so there's Matt Frost cars. And then there's like Garzinski cars. There's not a big gap there.
I don't know if I.
You have cars really good looking, like, they're nice paint. They're really good body work. It's a car that you could look at and go, that's a 13-second car show car. And then it's not.
But it's not.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not.
Real quick, and
then. I mean, and again, you did it out of a 2-car garage with help from your friends and whatnot. But basically, it was you and your old man from the time you were 13, wrenching on cars in the garage and learning how to do it and doing it with Earl. It's good stuff.
And to just touch on the whole heads up thing, and that's the thing is, at 18 years old. I went, there was, Eric had, kind of set the bar at McEwen in 235. But, in Vegas, we did go, I think we went 540, in the 8th. Might have been 550, but, to do that at that age, with, stuff that guys are putting way more money into their stuff,
Right.
I was literally,
Any car you
begging for
built.
nitrous bottles, and
It was you had a bracket car, a bracket motor
Yeah.
that you just sprayed the dog crap out of. It worked.
yeah. The first motor was a small block, with Vortec heads. It on the motor it ran 1230s, and then we'd spray the crap out of it to run I think we went 599 or
90.
60.
I was gonna say 90 something on that, like iron head, nothing small block. Like that's pretty sweet. That's pretty good.
So, and I've always prided myself, a lot of people make fun of me, friends that I bracket race with and stuff. Why do you have license plates? Why do you have headlights and taillights? And why does all this stuff work on your, on your cars? Well, because they're a street car. I won't own something I can't drive on the street. The 72 I just took to, a car show, and then I trailered it to that just because of the, I don't have street tires for that car that'll fit. But we drove it all over, the north side of Longmont 2 weekends ago.
That's awesome.
Which
And
is like
that's
that's like our cruise area up there.
Gotcha. How cool. Well, dude, thank you for coming on and telling
Oh, I
stories.
appreciate it. And,
I appreciate you hanging out in the back for so long, dude, like 2.5 hours.
No, you're good. No, and I,
He's watching the show anyway. It's no big.
Yeah.
He's just waiting his time, and
Exactly.
he'd just be doing this either way.
Well, I will definitely miss you guys. I will be watching, and I hope everybody, stays safe and everybody has fun.
Hell yeah, we'll be thinking about you, and hopefully we can see you next year, dude. And I personally, the 72 on little tires with nitrous.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying. I mean, that's the G-man. Period.
So we'll chat, Adam. All right.
I can't wait. I
All right,
can't
man.
wait.
See you.
Jonathan, see you, Michael.
See you.
See you.
All right, real quick. I want to thank sponsors and stuff like that real quick, and then I want to bring Boo in for a minute. He's backstage, and then we're gonna finish the show out with Jason Hurley and Nico and like a whole band of friends. But let me. When Eric left, he took the slides with him. So just want to say thanks so much for being a race car friends. Thanks to our sponsors, the sponsor list here on the bottom of the screen. We can't do this without them. We really can't. Thank you so much to everybody that's out there that does this with us. If you're trying to spend some money, please try and do it with these guys: Summit Racing, Molly Motorsports, Driven Racing Oil, Deech Works, Car Chains 3D, J-Wire Solutions, Performer Built Transmissions, WAF Racing, Howard's Cams, our boy Luke B, Sweet Patina, the best hand cleaning wipes out there, TKO hand cleaning wipes, Racing Junk Classifieds, and PowerTube TV. If you want to watch this show later, you can do it on PowerTube. If you want to watch a ton of other drag racing or car stuff at all, they can do it over there as well.
And a bunch of these people down here are the put your money where your mouth is type folks. And
that's right there.
That's the jam. That's what Race Week was kind of built around. These people live this stuff, and we're going to have Summit. We're going to have Molly. We're going to have Driven. People are going to have WAF stuff. Deech Works is on the freaking route, for crying out loud. Yeah, dude, this is absolutely awesome. Joey Greer, big time, long time sponsor. Again, when you're going to spend money, please think about these people first, because none of this happens without money. None of it happens without money. And when you do purchase something from them, make sure you mention Drag Driver Pete.
Yeah, thanks, dude. Hey, can we get Adam to do all the ad reads?
I can't wait, dude. I'm in. It really does. It makes a difference. It makes them know that their money is going where it needs to go. It helps those people realize that there is a real reason to be pumping into this stuff, because they don't need to be sharing their profits with Drag Driver Pete or with anything drag and drive related. They could keep their money and be totally fine, and no one would even think twice. But because they put their money back in this stuff, you have to pay attention to it. It matters.
Yeah, for sure. Well, y'all, Boo Quamso, one of my favorite cars out there. The Cobra is just amazing.
I like the LS Swap BMW.
Yeah, that's a good one.
F that Cobra, dude. I want the LS Swap BMW with a stick.
That Cobra is
it's sold now, unfortunately.
So no more
BMW.
So no pink beadlocks, no LS Swap BMW.
I'm getting more lame by the year. I think.
I'm out, dude. I'm out for this. You guys take over for this, Uncle Stony.
Cut him, Mike. Cut him.
Yeah, just mute him, and we'll just talk over him for.
I'm looking real close. I don't even see a car in the garage.
You're not even. There's a real fancy toolbox. That's about a car.
It's not there.
Yeah.
That's a Harbor Freight toolbox. It's not fancy either.
Is the drink machine still in there?
Oh yeah, we got it still.
That's what I'm talking about. That's all I
got a beer fridge ready to go.
Yeah. So a good friend of my wife's lives around the corner from Boo. I literally was over there one time, saw his car in the garage, sent him a message 30 minutes later. Hey, what's that soda machine in your garage? And he's like, oh, there's beers in there. I'm like, cool, I'm on my way.
It's full of Busch Light.
Yeah, that's the best kind of beer there is, except for Miller Lite. Okay, dude, tell us what's going on, where you live, what are you racing? Are we going to see you this year?
Man, I kind of forgot you sent us an invite to this. I've been watching it for about the last hour and was like, oh, I know all these guys. I'd like to get it. Oh, I can get it on there. Okay, cool. So I live in Pea Ridge, Northwest Arkansas, kind of my backyard for these Midwest races. So it's close. It's cool. I kind of like the Rocky Mountain vibe more. I think, a lot of people do, even though this is, local tracks to me, but, we'll see how it pans out with the new track or property being purchased. I think it'll go back to some cool Colorado drives at some point in the near future, hopefully.
So you're one of the guys, though. Rowdy Radial jumped at you, and you brought a race car.
Yeah.
So to your first Dragon Drive.
I had ever done a Dragon Drive. I met Jonathan Stumcypher through race car stuff.
Idiot.
And he said, hey, that car that you bought would probably be legal for this class racing deal that we're doing. So it was strictly a race car, right? I mean, I drove it to Walmart to take a picture and talk crap on the internet about, oh, hey, this is a street car.
Right.
But it wouldn't run cool on the street. It wasn't really ever intended to be driven on the street. It had one seat, no carpet, no interior, no nothing. It was a gutted, crappy SN95 Mustang. It's a race car. And then Jonathan talked Jason Cunningham into doing one of these with him. Jason was like, hey, this is awesome. You ought to do it. Well, we can't take my POS car. We'll take your truck. I'll just tag along with you. So we had a pretty big group that year. I think Timmy Meehan ended up winning Rowdy Radial that year.
Yes, he did.
And honestly, I just thought, I really don't know if I can wring the neck of my car quarter mile stuff or have the safety equipment for quarter mile stuff. So this Rowdy Radial, this is right up my alley. So me and John gave it a try the next year, and we were competitive straight away. I think we finished second that year.
Maybe, right?
Had a really good go of it. I think we broke something maybe. I'm not 100% sure. We had some sort of issue where
that year we broke the anti-roll bar link.
It did the three-wheel motion. Right.
That was cool.
Right. Yeah. Good picture.
Oh, we hurt the transmission. I remember it. We kept turning the boost up the last day, and it just made more RPM. It didn't make any more drive shaft speed.
Doing a burnout on the torque converter.
Yeah,
that happened.
And it had a slobby converter in it, trying to make a 5.3 with a big turbo work. So, I think it was about as best as we could have done. So the next year, I got pretty serious. I built a much nicer engine for it. Put a power glide in it to try and kind of alleviate the wheelie problems that it had, and I think we were in first place up until the last day, and then ended up breaking the rear end housing, and it would not go down the track. We tried really hard. I made a bunch of sketchy passes the last day, making half moon around the drag strip with it pointed one direction, just trying to get it to go. And I only needed to run a 560 or something really slow to get it to win, but it just didn't have it in it. So I've had some growing pains since then, though. I put a really nice 427 in the car. Big turbo, switched a bunch of stuff around, and then broke the transmission a bunch of times in a row. Day one of race week, I was, hey, this is my redemption tour. I've gotten second, I've gotten third. I kind of want every place on the podium. I'm going to bring a hammer to this knife fight here, and then just tore it up straight away. And then since then, I've really just not been on my A game too much. We did the circuit with it. And I broke the parachute mount and ended up ruining the brake rotors. So put everything back together and had some undiagnosed vibration. Just couldn't figure it out. Just kind of poor planning, and didn't really have a whole lot of care at that point. It's going to be 105 degrees. I don't really want to take my race car anyway. So we didn't take it year before last. We took Kale's BMW. No, back that up. I crashed it. I ran into the wall pretty fast. So that's why I didn't go the first go around. And then we took the BMW the next year.
Yeah, and you hurt the freaking bead locks, which is why we can't be friends anymore.
Yeah. It's just one of those deals.
I understand. Like, we used to be cool and stuff. Like, you got those friends that you used to have in high school that you really, really liked. And now you just see them
as it goes
every once in a while, and that's where we're at.
Started off with a Mustang, which really isn't that awesome in the first place.
But it has pink bead locks, and
it was stylish for a Mustang,
and it's that obnoxious blue color, and I'm for it. Like, that's perfect.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll have it out again here before too long. We went to a street car race at the end of last year and broke a piston in it. Just kind of a weird deal. So had to order new pistons. It took a long time to get parts in because that's the world we live in nowadays. It just takes a long time to get not off the shelf parts.
Right.
And then I kind of drug my feet after that. I finally put the motor in and said, well, I don't really like how this looks. Let's take it to the chassis shop and have them fix a couple things. It's been there a couple weeks now, and it's probably not due to come out for another couple weeks. So.
I was going to say a couple of weeks at the chassis shop. Like, they haven't, have they even pulled it in?
I haven't even touched it.
And I'm just having a bunch of nitpicky stuff done. I'm having the radiator moved and having a transmission cooler done differently, redoing the downpipe, just some stuff that I've wanted to do for quite a while. So not anything to really keep it from racing, but when it's apart, I really don't want to put it back together and then take it.
Oh God! While I'm in there. While I'm in there.
So then what are you bringing on Mega Week?
Well, I'm not 100% sure. I'm set to be Carter Snell's co-pilot right now, but I've been frantically searching Facebook Marketplace for a car. I've just been lowballing the shit out of everybody with something fast, seeing what'll happen. So I may try and buy a Corvette in the next day or two. Found a pretty solid deal on one.
You have done that in the past, even with an automatic. Which I try not to hold against you either. I don't know why we're friends. I actually have no idea why we're friends.
The BMW is a stick shift.
The BMW is the only way. I think that's the only thing you're like hanging on by a thread, and it's the BMW soul.
Spraying nitrous into the inlet of turbos.
I'm for all of that
hood rat stuff every now and then really redeems me. But for the most part,
it's been like 3 years since you've done anything cool.
A closet Mustang guy. Just don't tell too many people.
You're not a closet anything.
Well, hey, the one story that you guys were a part of, the transmission swap in the Tornado. Tell that story. That's a good one.
Super cool deal. We were in Jason's truck. It was the first drag and drive that I had done, and Jason, he's a child. He can't be told not to do things. So he will repeatedly make highway pulls in his truck locked up in overdrive. No, it's got a lockup converter. It's fine. But the overdrive planetary in a 4L80 still doesn't like that, even if the converter is okay with it. So we broke it. I think Jason claims it was at the track. I'm not 100% sure if it wasn't on the street, horse-assing around. But beside the point, he foot brakes the truck that day, so he has some time slips to turn in. He drives from Julesburg all the way back to BFE somewhere and buys a junkyard transmission to rob the overdrive planetary out of. It's about to storm. We're in the aircraft hangar in Julesburg. There was a bunch of stuff going on too. Andy Doppito was there.
Andrew Doppito's car. Yeah.
Yeah, he had I think bought or borrowed a transmission from somebody, and it ended up being bad.
He borrowed Daryl's.
He borrowed Daryl's transmission, swapping this transmission out, and it ended up not being.
And it was junk
anyway. Yeah. So we get on the lift after that. We pull this transmission out, and I mean, it's late, like really late. It's got to be midnight at that point. I don't know who it was. Someone comes over and tells us, "Hey, we've got steaks cooking over here. We've got this and that, and blah blah blah. Whenever you guys are done, come get some." So
that was actually the track owner.
Oh yeah, they were super cool, really hospitable. I mean, took care.
I went and had a steak.
Boo didn't.
Well, we're on the phone with the transmission guy that built it, and he's explaining to Jason, okay, now what you need to do is take the valve body out so you can get everything lined up and drop, everything back through the front of the transmission. Jason's just distraught. I'm not doing that. I don't have time for that. I'm not pulling this apart. I don't know enough about this. And the transmission guy, Kevin Hensley, is a good friend of ours. He's built many transmissions for me and John and a bunch of people in our group.
Yeah.
He's trying to explain to Jason, hey, this is the only way to do that. And then as well, we had, gosh, I'm terrible with names, but another Race Week guy has a turbo truck transmission shop. He's explaining to Jason, no, you've got to do it this way.
Corey Pesca.
Yeah. So Jason, in a different state of mind that Jason gets in from time to time, takes the entire Planetary gear set like this and just drops it into the transmission, and all of it lined up perfectly.
I can't believe that.
He looks over and, hey, bolt that in. I'm going to go grab us a steak. Walks off like that's just how you do it. So while we're bolting that
There's
in,
like gigantic teeth that need to fit perfect to make that happen.
Yeah,
And
I mean, one in a billion
weighs
chance
a
of just
lot.
dropping 40 pounds of crap into this. And
That's
absolutely lined
incredible.
up.
That's incredible.
So I'm trying to bolt this pump in, and there's a tornado outside, like massive storms going on. Who else was there with us, John? They had hit a deer earlier in the night.
Yeah, it was it was Tina Pierce.
Yeah.
Tina and
Tina
Dave,
Pierce.
Pierce.
Dave and Tina.
Yeah. I mean, it was just
And the
massive
deer
people.
hit them actually. The deer ran into the side of the bed of their truck, and then the tires wouldn't fit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
Just a mess of
Hank
people trying
Cronk
to
had
get
blew the
stuff
rods out of his. He was there too.
Right.
fixed or repaired
That
or botched together.
sounds like Hank Cronk.
And we're all in like an aircraft hangar in a tornado, eating steak, watching people hit stuff with hammers. It's just, it was the weirdest shit. Like, I don't know how we got to this point. This is really cool. I mean, I'd probably do it again. But
10 out of 10 would recommend. I'm not sure how I got here, but
bunch of fun with Jason doing drag and drive stuff. Like, he's the most MacGyver person you've ever met in your entire life. Like, this
those
guy,
are those dudes. You got to have those dudes.
I mean, he carries pliers on his belt loop. Like, he's just prepared to fix something the wrong way immediately. Like, we busted a brake line on his truck day 2 or day 3. We went
just
to
pinch it off.
the place that sells
That's-
all the meat, Something Industries,
That's a
super
good
cool
story.
place. We're driving down the road, and Jason's shocks are as loose as they'll go at the racetrack. You know, they've got maximum extension on them. Well, we didn't switch them back, so we're driving down the road. He's got all of his shit in the bed, fuel cans and canopies and blah, blah, blah. We're driving down this dirt road, and it's just getting beat to death. You can feel the axle hitting the frame. The bump stops are completely gone at this point. So we're cruising along, and Jason goes, "Oh, hey, we don't have any brakes." Like, no big deal. He's pumping the brakes a few times. It's not slowing down at all. So we finally whip into a dirt road off of the other dirt road that points uphill a little bit. We investigate, and sure enough, the brake lines are sitting on top of the axle housing, which is a bad idea. You need
Which
to
you-
run them on the back.
Right.
You know, just in
Now
case
cut it in
like
half.
this. Yeah, I mean, this was like a last moment thing to get this rear end housing and everything put together in it. So we didn't have shit for tools. We definitely didn't have any brake line stuff. So Jason grabbed a rock and beat the brake line together with a rock until it stopped leaking.
Yeah.
And we drove another 40 or 50 miles, I
That
think, to
works.
the next town and swapped the brake line out there and bled the brakes. And it's probably still the brake line that's on there, a foot too long with a couple loops in it, but it's what we had and it worked.
Whatever.
That's
So-
awesome.
Yeah, I've been a part of a handful of the roadside let's make it happen repairs, but I really have been pretty lucky with my own stuff. I've torn up a bunch of stuff, but it's really been like last day trying to do dumb shit or not really.
That's why we're friends.
that
That's
big
the
of a
only
deal.
reason.
You know,
That's you pull out the wick.
I heard,
You're my dude.
exhaust bellows. Remember, I'm racing Cletus, and he
Right.
was having troubles, and my car was running good. And I thought, man, this will be really cool. I'd love to outrun Cletus. My car should run 790s, 80s here, and you know they're having a hard time. This might be some sort of claim to fame for me. I'll outrun Cletus one time.
Right.
So we line up, and I go to do a burnout, and it wouldn't spin the tires. It's like, oh no, something's wrong. I found out later on that I had like a vibrant bellows in the turbo kit, and it had blown apart. I mean, it looked hilarious. Accordioned out. I didn't know that's what it was. I just know, oh no, I'm about to lose, and I really wanted to win this so badly. So we had nitrous on the car, and I thought, well, I'll just bump the nitrous here at like 1,700 RPMs to get it to do a burnout. And it immediately bumped the coolant pressure sensor, chucked the head gasket. It's like, oh shit, that sucks. We shouldn't have done that. But I mean, I'm already in the burnout box. It's already ready to go. I'm not going to hit the nitrous again, so it'll be fine. I ran a terrible pass with it hardly making any boost. It ran like a, I run it out the back also, just trying to do what it'll do. So it runs like an 860 or something. Slowest pass of the week. Just absolutely terrible. Cletus runs the best pass of the car to that date, I think. I think it went a mid-7 at that point in Vandermeer. They finally got the gremlins worked out. And we went to an exhaust shop the next day and borrowed a welder for $20 and put a piece of mild steel pipe in between it. The guy wouldn't weld it for me. I told him, man, I'm not a good MIG welder at all. Like, I would pay you to do this because I can't MIG weld worth a damn. This is going to look terrible. And he goes, hey, man, I'm too busy. You know how to operate it. Give me $20. You can use it. Wow. So he came and checked it out afterwards and said, well, it won't leak, but yes, you are a terrible welder. You may put that exhaust strap back over that. But we finished out the week like that. We retorqued the head in the parking lot later on that morning, and away we went. Didn't have much more issues. So, had lots of little problems, but nothing that really killed us or kept us from going on.
The last straw for the flex coupler also was I hit a raccoon going about 80.
That'll happen.
Yeah. We hit the biggest raccoon I've ever seen. I'm like sleeping/dying in the passenger seat. The exhaust blows fumes right in your face in the passenger
side.
So
it's also the gas chamber Mustang. It follows around Stone Cipher.
Yeah, it didn't run super cool with the big air-to-air on it. So we would drive at night a lot when the temperature went down. And I mean, we're mobbing through the dark in this thing, running 80 miles an hour, just friggin' zinging it. We get through this cornfield, and I mean, we had to have been going 55 or 60 still. No idea where we're at. I thought we hit a baby bear. It was the biggest raccoon I've ever seen in my life. I mean, absolutely massive. Broke the Zeus fasteners out of the bumper, broke the wastegates off. They were hanging on by the boost lines. Smacked the bellows there, and it had guts hanging out of it. It's like,
hell yeah.
Well, we got zip ties. We'll just put all this shit.
That's drag and drive, baby, right there.
Yeah. That's when the car was black still too, and that was a big reason why I had it painted. I bought a new bumper, and I bought a fancy carbon hood, and I brought it to the paint shop, and I told them, hey, just fit this bumper, paint the hood. I'm not super concerned. And said, well, let's blend the fenders. And then a couple weeks later, hey, these look pretty terrible. Let's blend the doors. Hey, your trunk lid's a little bit ugly also. Do you want to paint that? And then before you knew it, it was, what color do you want this to be? The car's completely gutted. So decided to go ahead and paint it then. But it wasn't on the schedule. It just kind of happened after John obliterated the front end with a baby bear.
Man, that's awesome. And you'd never get that if it was a race only car.
Yeah, exactly. And, we talked to Luke Newolf about it. It was super cool. Had like a little write up about it, and they went into it like, what have you guys done to make this faster? Said, oh, nothing at all. It used to be faster than it is now. Now it's got blinkers and headlights.
We slowed it down.
It's got a passenger seat. Like it used to be way more of a race car. Now I know a lot of people go the other way, but this thing was a race car for the first 5 or 6 years of its life. The very first day that we did a drag and drive, John put more miles on the car on the street than I'd put in the first 5 years of owning it. Just wow. I didn't drive it very much. It wasn't super fun to drive. So pretty cool deal. Like actually getting to use your stuff is a whole lot better than making a rip and pushing it back with a golf cart.
Oh, for sure. For sure. All right, Boo. Well, we'll see you in a couple days, dude.
Yeah, appreciate you having me on. I'll see you guys this weekend.
Yeah. All right, man. See you.
See you, Boo.
Peace.
All right. As we move into the what will be the 4th hour we've been on live here, I want to bring on a crew of dudes that have been working in the background. I don't know what they've been doing. I don't know what they got going on. But we're gonna.
I gotta go.
Hey, bye.
So,
well, thank you.
Chicken.
You
chicken.
guys. You guys.
You want. It's like,
all of
Adam's
this
scared.
action.
You know you gotta lose on ground.
I got that dude right there that you see on your right. Yeah, you're gonna be $200 light this time next week. I'm just letting you know right now. You guys do it, take it over, make it happen.
Thank you for hanging out.
Those Meltdown Firebird Part 2 guys.
Dude, look how good it looks.
You gotta watch them cats right there. You gotta watch them cats. Guys, thank you so much.
The
Carry it
Adam
out with
Dory.
these cats.
The Adam Dory. Thank you very much. Airborne announcer, guys.
See Adam.
See you guys. You going down, Hurley? You going down?
You're
baby.
going down, bro.
You're going down,
Take that
baby.
one.
Oh my God. Okay. He's out of here. He leaving us. Hang on. We're putting you guys big screen. So, one big shout out to Adam. No, thank you for coming on, staying, for so long, helping kind of co-host the show there. And, man, That's Cool Drink. He does a live stream every Tuesday night. That is great. Always has great guests on, kind of drag and drive centric for sure. 85% of the time. Wonderful listen. But enough about Adam Dory and his losing ways on the Grom coming up. I'm going to talk to you guys. I'm going to talk to you guys, see what's going on, see what y'all been working on. And then we need to kind of get, at some point, we'll have Nico move and get a bigger shot of the car there. So tell us.
Nico takes up a lot of space.
I do.
Introduce who all's here. What's going on?
I'm Jason Hurley. This is Nico Christoffery. And our latest addition to the Meltdown Racing team, Brandon Hayes over here. He's going to be driving Dwight, the F-150, next week. Yes. So I think this is his third attempt at making it on a drag and drive. And
this is true.
I think he's going to make it this time.
100%.
I think we're in good shape.
Looks promising.
That's awesome.
No hail and tornado, right?
Hey, get ready. It's coming. It would only add to the story. So for the folks that are at home, Jason Hurley's kind of a big deal. He's won Rocky Mountain Race Week 3 times in a row. He's kind of a badass, and
stop it.
Hey, took a big swing from his the car before the Firebird, the Meltdown 1.0. That was a high school car, right? Had it since high school, had it long, and then bought a
not so
badass race car.
22.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Pretty close.
Since I was like 22. Yeah. It delivered pizzas and everything else.
That's awesome. And the new car, well, not new, new to us. I don't know. Anyways, it's fast as shit. It went 200 miles an hour. He is Mr. 200 mile an hour at Bandimere. It's pretty badass on Race Week 2023. So that was man. And since his last win has struggled a little bit and is back to kick ass and take names for Mega Week.
Absolutely. Last season was really rough for us. Wiped out a camshaft on the first race week, wiped out a transmission on the second race week. Both took us out of contention. Those were my first did not finishes since I put the old car in the wall in Tulsa back in whatever year that was, 21, I think. So yeah, it was definitely a rough year. Or maybe that was 2020, I guess. That was the first year of 2.0.
Race Week 2020.
Yeah. But we're back in a big way this year, and hopefully this thing just does exactly what it's supposed to do, which we're feeling pretty good about it, pretty confident. We didn't get our testing in that we wanted to last week. Locked up the oil pump down in Pueblo because number 6 piston oiler decided to exit the chat, but got that all squared away in short order through the help of many, and we're ready to rock. I think we're actually loading up the trailers tonight a little bit and getting ready to go.
That's pretty interesting, man. That's a little bit early. I think you thrashed the last 2 years to make sure the car was ready just hours before.
So the first year that we brought this car out, we had gotten it together and tested the week before at Pueblo. We had 4 hits on the car when we brought it, and we won the shootout that year, I believe. We didn't quite win the overall, but we won the shootout.
That's badass. And tell us what the combo is.
565 big block Chevy, Big Chief heads. We got a brand new intake on there this year, so hopefully we couldn't melt in the part number 4. And Turbo 400, 1-2 leave. Just got a brand new rear end underneath of it this year that Mike Glickman down at Blacktop Hobbies in Pueblo built for us. So we're a full float 9-inch now. Changed some ride height stuff, some 4-link stuff, and hopefully she's all ready to rip.
Yeah, big twin turbo setup. Super cool car.
Yeah.
Super cool car.
Yeah, twin 96s?
Damn.
I'm so terrible with numbers.
Hey, we don't care. The only number we want is a 6 and a 2. That's what we want.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So tell us what's the quickest you've been? What's the fastest you've been?
Quickest we've been is 698 or 692 that day at FSC.
I can't remember.
It was somewhere right around in there, and 211 mile an hour right now.
Come on.
So we're looking for 220s this year for.
That's badass, dude. That's badass. Love the car, love the trailer, love the new paint. Man, that whole thing, the decals on the side look badass. I can't wait to see this thing out and about. Who's co-piloting with you this year?
The kids will be riding with me. My cousin Joe will actually be my designated during competition. But the kids will do all the drives with me. Bobby and JJ, they'll swap off, day to day and endure the misery with me.
That's badass, man. And I think that's one of the coolest things is, being able, like, those kids don't understand it yet. I know they don't. Now they get that they're in a cool car, but they don't understand how cool that is. Like, to ride in that car for a week like that and pull up to a gas station and be the fastest car in the parking lot, probably the fastest car in the county,
Yeah. Or maybe they do, and 20 years from now, they're going to be like, that was miserable, and I don't ever want to do that on my own.
Yeah. They'll be like, I'm putting way more creature comforts in my 6-second car.
Exactly. Yeah, because we have 0, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's badass. Well, I want to talk about Nico's car because listen, y'all, let me give you a quick story. Red Hat Scotty, one of the worst influences on people that you can have, throws together this $1,200 challenge. Nico literally cuts a tree out of the front bumper of this Mustang and then is hauling ass to the circuit, blows the motor on the side of the road, nearly freezes to death waiting on Jason to come pick him up. Then proceeds to go home and spend $15,000 on a $300 car, and is having the most fun out of anybody, I think.
So accurate. So accurate.
Yeah.
How many motors later are we now?
Number 3 now.
Number 3 now. He's got a good motor in it now.
Yeah.
With my
that's
crankshaft.
Awesome. Yeah.
Someone else behind the laptop.
Someone else behind. That's probably the key right there. Someone else behind the laptop.
Part. Yeah.
So this car is a ton of fun, and it's not even his Plan A car, but the Plan A car got pushed to the side because he was spending so much time and fun with Plan B, the Mustang. So, dude, tell us what's up, man. What have you changed? What's going on? What are we getting ready for?
So all 3 of us went to Pueblo this past Friday with working cars, and all 3 of us left without working cars. I blew up the rear end. I snapped an axle, I guess. On like the 4th pass, last pass, it was like 10 minutes to when they closed the lanes. Yeah. Let go of the button, and it went hard left on me. Got out of it quick, and then hopped out. Nothing under the car, so I was like, all right, I'll limp it off, and then jacked it up in the pits, and the driver's side axle snapped on it. Luckily, it had C-clip eliminators on it, so I didn't hurt anything more than the axle,
which was a new addition.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah,
actually, we just got that done for the circuit. So, because the car is getting quicker and quicker, it was 13 or 12-second car. Now it's should be low 10 car.
Wow.
So upping the safety on it. It's got a cage now. It didn't have a cage before. Red Hat Scotty gave me a cage. So, just adding to that bad influences. Yeah, influences.
Yeah.
So
that was, by the way, it was super nice of Red Hat to give that to him. That was the crappiest roll cage I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
It was terrible. we had to work it over a little bit for me to say,
sure, you can have it
in the car.
Yeah. Get it out of here.
Man, that's awesome. So it's a nitrous 6-liter, right?
Yeah, it's a 370 now. It's forged crank rod pistons in it. Still stock headed. Still got Gen 3 truck intake on it.
I'm just waiting for that thing to meet the sky.
Yeah, it's probably going to be confetti at some point, but we're going to see what it takes to do it, I guess.
That's awesome. And then
Yeah.
you brought it home broke. You've been working on it this week. Is it ready to go?
Yep. Yeah. I ended up driving like 350 miles, pretty much all across Colorado to pick up marketplace finds to get it back together. But it's back together. That's the one upside of Fox bodies and stuff like that. It seems like you can pretty much find anything, in the area off a marketplace to get what you need done.
Yeah,
So
what was it you said the other night? Like, yeah, I snapped an axle. Oh, 2 hours later, look, here's some forged axles. Let's go get those.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly right. 4-lug thug. But tell us about your Plan A.
Plan A cars, G-Body Malibu, the same thing that started off very cheap, like $1,000. I think I picked it up for. Small block, stick shift deal. Same thing. I bought that car and then promptly blew up the transmission on the test drive on buying the car. And then same thing, a couple 4 speeds later. Now it's a T56 car, billet T56 faceplated that I'm trying to maybe work my way into some kind of contention for stick shift. Just seems like it's hard to get all the parts together and stuff like that. So the same thing between waiting on parts and spending more money on the Plan B car, it's kind of slowed down the process. But we're making steady progress with it. It should be hopefully out for late this season.
Oh no, it's gonna be.
No, it's gonna
be.
So
as soon as we get back from race week, that thing's coming in this shop, and it's go time on that guy.
I mean, listen, Rocky Mountain Race Weekends in September. Just saying.
Yep. And we're signed up.
That's gonna be
right.
We were waiting on a couple of big pieces. Got a lot of the big hard parts now, so it's just a couple little bits and pieces, plumbing, wiring, and stuff like that. Just some assembly required now.
Right.
Should be good to go.
Right, Brandon, tell us about your stuff. Then we're going to get into some stories.
Yeah, real quick. I've been working with these guys for years. Started following Jason around on Rocky Mountain Race Week, and came back from, I think it was 2.023 down in Pueblo, and was like, it's time to go. I'm ready to do it. And I've always kind of had a thing for 90s F-150s. I grew up, my dad had one when I was a kid, so it was kind of a sentimental thing. Guy down the street actually had it sitting in his driveway for about 5 years. Hadn't been plated since like 2018. Made a deal with him, pushed it down the street, and my neighbor and I, within 20 minutes, had it running and driving and cruising around. So it has taken quite the change since then. It's got a junkyard 351 that's been worked over, machined by Eric over there at Bowtie Engines. It's got an Aaron Ginn 4R70W, the original 300,000 mile transmission out of it, but Aaron's taken that and fixed that all up nice and neat for me. Left Pueblo testing with the eBay turbo kit that I was trying out. Basically decided it didn't want to actually function.
It's like that big.
Yeah, it was tiny. So actually got the GT45 turbo off for Payton's Fox body. We've been fabbing that up this week and got it loaded back up on the car hauler to bring back to my house to finish up a few last minute things, put some trailer wiring on it, stuff like that. And then, Friday afternoon, we're headed east.
I just want to point out that by Brandon hanging out with us, he got to skip like probably 15 steps in the racing world, you know? Like, he went straight from no race car to a turbo small block with a forged bottom end and everything, like overnight, you know? Like he didn't have to make all the mistakes along the way.
The benefit of knowing people was like, I want some engine work done. Where do I go?
His first engine guy was a good engine guy. His first transmission guy was a good transmission guy.
Yep.
Like,
100%.
Yeah.
Total cheater.
It's all in who you know.
Yeah, right.
He'll probably podium next week. Cheater.
They'd be like, why do y'all say this is so hard?
Yeah, exactly.
Friday night, that was not
Right.
That was not
the sentiment Friday
not
night.
the sentiment Friday
Yeah.
night. Nope, not at all.
Yeah. Going from probably what is a 62 millimeter turbo to a GT45, dude, you're going to be like, oh my God, this is what real life is
You
like.
think that thing was 62 millimeters?
I don't know, man. It was
like
tiny.
That thing looks like a 34 millimeter, man.
They accidentally put the Honda turbo in there instead of the V8 turbo.
Yeah, like I think that was an economy turbo from Nikon cameras.
I had nicknamed it the hair dryer for a reason. I mean, it was about the size of my wife's hair dryer.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Wow. That's too
It
fun.
made
Well,
fun noises, though. It
Yeah.
did do
Oh.
that.
It did make whistly noises.
yeah. And hey, it was
Oh,
probably
yeah.
in full boost by like 2,800 RPMs. It's ready. Well, y'all, I want to hear
And then
stories.
proceeded to suck a vacuum.
Yeah. I want to hear stories. I want to hear roadside stuff. Nico's got a ton of like 7.5 S10 rear axle repairs. We want to hear that. I got to go take a leak, but I'll be back in just a second. Talk amongst yourselves.
So, guys, I was going to share that the first time I met Nico, I was beside the road broke, and he had been doing a third member swap, and he was on his test drive on the way to Great Bend, and by test drive I mean like 150 mile an hour test drive, and
Right.
I could hear him coming for about 3 miles. And then I walk out by the road and he slides to a stop and goes, "You guys need anything?" And I said, "Nah, we're out." And he goes, "All right." And he bangs gears away and he's leaving. And I told the guys that was with me, I was like, that has to be my younger brother.
Oh no.
He's got to be my younger brother.
That sounds accurate. That definitely sounds accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've definitely
no
been
DNA
like-
test required. He's
Yeah. We're kin. Have to be.
yeah, I'm sure of it. Jason's my brother too. I just didn't know Jason at that time.
That's fair. I'm pretty sure Nico's killed more 10 bolts than the Dukes of Hazzard killed General
Yeah.
Lee's. So
I think I've single-handedly upped the price on 10 bolts to 7.5 10 bolts, but and I've been like, people have come up to me
Yeah.
that I didn't know on race week. They're like, "Oh, you're the 10 bolt guy." And I'm like, "Oh,
that's
no,
how I
that-
met this guy.
That's how I've known.
is
I've been told that by
at
people I
Great
don't
Bend,
know.
he had his the rear end of the Malibu up like 4 feet in the freaking air. I don't even know how he got it that high. And I just see light underneath of it. I walk over and I'm like, "You good, dude?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm just putting this thing back together." I grenaded the 10 bolt again. And I'm like, "All right." Had no idea who he was at that point in time. Little did I know.
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
one year I did it twice. I think I blew up the carrier or something like that. We welded it back together, and then I broke the ring and pinion on it.
I'm just
And did
glad
a ring and pinion on it.
that you have carried that tradition into 8.8s.
Yeah, 8.8s. I mean, I killed the 9-inch one time too. I shot the pinion support flange out of my 9-inch on the Malibu at 1.2. It wasn't on race week, but it was like a day or two after coming back from race week. I drove it to work, and coming home from work, it let go on me. So there's that. So I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything I can't break as far as rear end wise. I don't know.
I would
Brett
agree.
Mark
He goes to the
here
next
saying,
line.
"What's up?" That's awesome.
And hi.
What's up, dude? What's
Oh,
up,
man.
Alex?
All right, sorry, I missed that.
I
I'm
haven't
sure.
been-
I think you're probably just telling the long list of stuff that Nico's broken.
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we were
I
telling a
broke
long
some
list of rear ends that he's broken.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Okay, well, what about Jason? Tell us stuff, man. You've the last couple times have been pretty tough, but there's been some times. I mean, like, listen, tell the Kmart parking lots or Lowe's parking lot story to win
Cole's
Rocky
parking
Mountain.
lot.
So let's
Cole's.
That's when we first formally met.
Almost every crazy story I have involves Nico. I just want to point that out. Okay. Yeah, like when Nico and I mean, I met him when he was rebuilding his rear end in Great Bend. Kinda. Like, I mean, I poked my head under his car and asked if he was okay.
In passing, yeah.
And then the next time that I met him was actually was that Adam's show or Michael's show? That was on Adam's, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
No,
it was on.
No,
Michael's
it was on
show.
Michael's show.
It was when you
He
first
had us
started
both
it.
on together when you
Yeah.
first started your show. And I was, sitting there at my kitchen counter looking at the camera, and this dude sitting over there going, "That's a big son of a bitch. I don't want to fuck with him." and then the next time was we kind of started rolling together that year a little bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was this car.
Yeah.
We I don't even remember where the hell we were. Like, gosh, do you remember? I don't know. Was
that Oklahoma?
It was probably somewhere in Oklahoma. And we just got onto the interstate, and all of a sudden I just started hearing rod knock, something awful, You know that sound, like when all the rod bearings are out. That was the one. And I pulled over and shut it off, and Eric McEwen was riding shotgun with me, and we started it back up on the side of the road. And we're like, nope, rod bearings are definitely out of it. Shut it back down. Got on the phone to Nico and was like, hey man, can you come give us a tow? Here he comes in the freaking Malibu, just banging gears, towed us into Cole's parking lot. And 6 hours later, freaking with a, couple nearly broken pry bars trying to get an oil pan off.
Oh yeah. Yeah, oil pans come off when you have all the bolts out of it too. Yeah.
We were prying, like, we had two 4-foot pry bars on this oil pan trying to get it separated, and just could not get it to come off. And then all of a sudden Eric's like, oh hey, maybe I should take this last bolt out.
Yep.
So bad.
Take the last bolt out, get the pan down. Yeah, we spent 6-8 hours together that night, freaking tearing into the car. And then finally Nico gave us, I think you gave us a ride to the hotel to get some sleep.
I think so.
And yeah, it's just been downhill from there.
Yeah.
Now my wife cooks for him 90% of the time, and she mixes margaritas almost every night in the shop, and it's great.
Well, that's not the story I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one where you swap an engine.
Oh, that was in Pueblo. That was in
yeah.
Pueblo. But hang on, I want to point out, Adam was saying earlier, that my wife needs to feed me more. I just want to point out that my wife feeds this guy 90% of the time too. So it ain't the food.
Well, no, he's eating more than you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be
He's a growing boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Out, not up, but yeah.
Right. So that was let's see, that was race day 4. Was that 2.0 or was that 1.0?
Is 1.0.
Had to be 1.0.
Yeah, 1.0. Yeah.
1.0 23, race day 4 in Pueblo. We have made a good enough pass to lock up the overall win, and something just wasn't right with the engine.
Your third overall win in a row, I do believe.
I think you're correct about that. Yes. Yes. And something wasn't right with the engine. Got to digging in on it, ran compression. Number 4 wasn't looking hot again. Got a hold of a borescope, I believe, from Jared Gwynn.
Yep.
And I literally stuck the borescope in and turned my head away. And who was next to me? Was it you or Eric? But I was like, I think it was Eric. And I was like, look at that, dude. And yeah, that piston was way not happy with life. So we ended up, kind of pulled back. I was like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Can we limp this thing? No, it's not a good idea to limp this thing. This was a brand new engine and everything at that point. Ended up pulling back. And I swear to God, honestly, saying some prayers. And then my brother came over to me and was like, what are you going to do? And I was like, I don't know what to do, dude. He was like, well, I ain't never known you to quit, so this ain't no time to start. I was like, okay. We need a big block Chevy and a carburetor and whatever else we need, some sort of exhaust system,
Yeah.
And we put out feelers and
hang
looked
on,
all over Facebook. Craig.
So just so
Yeah.
everybody understand, he's staring down a 400+ mile drive, but he has
Yes,
the overall wind locked up, but a 400+ mile drive. This isn't some bullshit 150 miles. This is like a commitment, and he has to find and swap the setup.
Right, which and I guess to expand on that, like these are Big Chief heads, so our exhaust will not bolt up to a conventional head engine, right? I mean, it'll bolt up to the head, but everything's going to be all crooked, and it's not gonna fit up to the turbo and all that stuff. So it complicated things, to say the least,
Yeah.
So we put out feelers and everything. We were scrounging all over the place. And a guy that we know back here in Greeley was like, "Hey, I've got a fresh engine at Bowtie. It's I think it was it a 454 or 496 or
I think it was a 454.
I think it was a 454, maybe
Yeah.
punched like 30 over or something,
A mild roller or something.
Yeah,
like
mild
that.
roller, steel iron headed, nothing special. It was for his 68 El Camino or something. And
It was going in a truck.
yeah.
Yeah.
But he was like, "Yeah, you can use it, So I had another buddy in Brighton that I called and was like, "Hey, Ty, like, we need a favor." So he blasted up to Greeley. Eric McEwen met him. It must have been you I was showing the camera to, because Eric McEwen met him to give him the engine.
Yeah.
Because it was
Yeah,
at
no, I
Bowtie.
think it was.
Loaded up the engine with stock exhaust manifolds, stock truck exhaust manifolds, and I think like 2 or 3 other sets of manifolds, and brought it all down to us in Pueblo. We worked on the car till 2 a.m., getting the engine out and get everything as prepped as we could. Crashed out at 4 a.m. The engine showed up. At I think 11 a.m. we had the engine in. Truck headers or truck manifolds turned backwards, like flop side to side, which, in case you don't know, big block Chevys, that doesn't really work. It still leaves a gap on the front cylinders. And we hooked up the electric water pump. We hooked up the oil pressure sending unit, the coolant temperature sending, all that stuff. So my Holly dash was still working with this 454 big block with an Edelbrock carburetor on it. And drove it to an exhaust shop. Had some pipes bent to bring the exhaust around and back down and out the fenders still. And then proceeded to drive it through what was probably one of the hottest race days I think we had ever seen.
Yeah, it was hot.
It was brutal. And the funniest thing is me and all my genius, I didn't ask him for his flex plate. So I just put my billet flex plate on there. Well, my engine is internally balanced and that engine was externally balanced.
Oh,
that
no.
thing shook the entire way to Kearney, Nebraska. I mean, just vibrating like nobody's business, It
Nice.
was but it made the drive. Other than that, it drove really nice. Like, I mean, it had good torque and everything. It drove really good. My converter was super tight on it because, that converter was built for like, 2,500, 3,000 horsepower, and it had like 400 in front of it. And yeah, it drove really great. We made the drive, got it there, cleaned the car up because there was oil everywhere. And, everybody was like, "Oh, that's awesome. It's too bad you're not going to be in the shootout." And I was like, "The hell, I'm not going to be in the shootout." So we went out first round against Aaron Schaefer with his car limping, actually.
Man, I think that's one of my favorite stories.
Yeah, I still ran like a 12 something.
Damn, that's awesome. How did you get the fuel from?
Might have had some.
Right? How'd you get the fuel from EFI down to the carb setup?
Oh, okay. So my rear fuel cell, my drive fuel cell, actually still has like the 2 lower sump bungs on it, and through a menagerie of fittings that Rob Lipinski loaned to us, we got those dash 12 fittings down to 3/8 fuel line, and then ran that up to the stock mechanical pump that was on that 454.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure it even should have passed tech at that point. Like it was that sketchy.
There's nothing
Yeah,
sketchy about
you know.
that. It's fine, man. That
There's
has
only
to be
20
one of
feet of
the
rubber.
yeah. That has to be one of the top stories, dude. Especially in Rocky Mountain Race Week history, to go from just the badassness of what that is to a to make the final day. You have it locked in. You've got to make the drive back, and it's a 400-mile drive, and you swap to that setup.
You know, I've seen some pretty epic engine swaps on Race Week. I don't know if it's one of the best ones, but it's definitely a memory for the whole team. That's for sure. Because man, I mean, everybody pitched in. You know, Nico was pitching in, Peyton was pitching in, my brother was pitching in. Obviously, we have friends driving, you know, with engines and donating engines and everything. Like it was pretty epic for us as a group. You know, to realize just what kind of a commitment we have to the entire program and how much people are willing to help out, you know. And I mean, 4 a.m. the engine rolls in and like nobody even had to say anything. Mom comes out of the camper with cups of coffee and breakfast for everyone, you know. Dad's right there with her and whatnot, you know, like it really amazing the tightness of the family and the entire group, you know. And I mean, everybody was offering to help. Gracie offered to take the freaking engine out of her truck to put it in here, you know. Like she was like, "You're finishing no matter what," you know.
Yeah.
So,
Well, because there's some real money on the line. You know, if you had not made that trip, you know, that's $7,500.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, it absolutely is a major contributing factor to our race program. You know, we're not winning, we're struggling financially. That's all there is to it. But that wasn't what it was about. And that wasn't what it was about for anybody that was helping us, you know. Like, that's just, if you're going to be a part of Team Meltdown, you better have a no quit attitude, because we don't quit, you know.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of a funky spot last year, and we've taken some preemptive measures to make sure we don't get into those funky spots again this year.
Well, and I remember having the conversation with you at, I think it was Texas Motorplex, when you guys kind of pulled the plug there. You were like, I can finish it on this cam. It's just going to ruin everything. And what's the point in ruining everything, you know, to do that? And dude, I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, we're really heavily invested in this car now. And I mean, I'm not going to throw out any names, but we're not one of those high dollar racing teams. Like, we don't, I go to work with these two guys every single day, you know. He works at a different plant than me, and Brandon works, you know, in environmental, but we all go to work at the same place every day, you know, essentially punch the same time clock and whatnot. So we're not big names, big personalities that, you know, just have millions to play with. Like, so that was kind of a crushing decision for me last year to do that, but because it's not our typical MO, you know. But yeah, I mean, I don't even know how much money I have in that engine. I know it's insane, you know. It's $15,000 we have just in the heads, you know.
Yeah, we don't talk about
that's all money
numbers
that's
like
been, you know.
If my wife is watching, which she's not, everything's $300 that I gotta buy.
Yeah, that's just it. You know, we pinch pennies to make this program work. You know, there's no doubt about that. So,
Rule of thumb. Rule of thumb: just remove 1 0.
Oh, is that how that works? I'm gonna try that, Stoney. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's why you're my uncle, buddy.
Yeah, he's the
That's
best.
all right.
He is the best for sure. Well, what else you got, man? Listen, we've been on here a little more than 4 hours, and we've told some badass stories. But that's kind of why I waited for you guys to wrap this up, because y'all have got some fun stuff you've done over the
We've
years. I
been
mean,
freezing our butts off waiting for you to bring us on.
Well, sorry. No, I'm sorry.
6 days straight here. You know how unheard of that is, Michael?
Oh, dude, I'm over it. I'm over it. Like I walk in my driveway and it's squishy. I'm like, no, please no. So, and especially since I'm bringing the cart, like, I'm nervous we're gonna get damp.
Tell the Noble story. Was it around Noble where we were stuck? Peyton lost the distributor gear.
Oh, yeah. Red Hat Scotty was with us. I think that was Noble or something like this.
Red Hat Scotty wasn't just with us; he was riding shotgun with you.
Yeah,
right?
I had
at like
to go pick
150
him up.
mile an hour.
Yeah, well, he didn't know that because he was asleep. But, that was on the way back. That was afterwards. Yeah, I'm at the hotel, and then we're in the group chat, and they need another torch or some way to get this distributor gear on his cam sync, and I had a torch on me, and they had one, but it wasn't enough, and then something to just ream it out to try to get it on the shaft. And Red Hat Scott was like, "Oh, I want to go. Can you pick me up?"
Hold up. Remember, and Walt we were broke down. Peyton was broke down. The distributor gear had sheared, or not sheared. It had eaten the teeth off of it on his Mustang, and we're broke down next to this like oil refinery or gas plant, whatever,
something like that,
in Sketchyville, Noble, Oklahoma, or somewhere in that general
Outskirts.
facility.
Yeah.
And
gunshots going off in the distance and stuff.
Yeah, gunshots going off. There's sketchy trucks driving by like 4 or 5 times. There's cops rolling up. Right. There's cops rolling up on us, literally telling us, "What are you guys doing here? This is not a good place to be." And we're like, "We got no choice, man. We don't want to be here." And who of all people rolls up on us? It's Walter and Catherine Doyle. And this is the night that we met Walt and Kathy. And Walt is just like out of his mind because his trailer hitch had just broke off. Or not his trailer hitch, I think his receiver had broke. So you guys went searching for one of those before you even came to us.
That we had me and Scotty had a whole side quest for that, like hitting every Love's, like truck stop, and it was like 1 or 2 a.m. Half of them are closed, the other half they don't have anything like that. We tried paying some guy that worked there to buy the hitch ball off of his truck to come bring it back, and he wouldn't do it, and that was pretty wild. And the whole thing too, Scotty wanted me to pick him up because he was in no shape to drive already. And I was like, yeah, I can do that. But he was like 45 minutes in the wrong direction. So I go pick him up and then go back in the other direction.
Did you see what Red Hat says? Dude, Walt scared the hell out of Nico. Now he walked up like some local OKC guy.
Yeah. I was like, but we just tried everything we could. And just like me and Scotty went all over creation, that whole, like probably like a 50-mile radius, that whole like area, trying to find a hitch ball
at 150 miles an hour.
Oh yeah,
in a Malibu
constantly.
that shouldn't have been going 150 miles an hour.
No, probably not.
Yeah, so like to paint the whole picture, so we're on the side of the road in a sketchy neighborhood next to a gas plant. There's literally trucks rolling by 3 and 4 times. We're with Walt and Catherine Doyle drinking beers with all of our sidearms hanging off of our hips. Cops are rolling up telling us we shouldn't be there, and there is spiders the size of my head crawling out of the trees right next to the road.
Yeah, you look off the side of the road, and it's just a wall of spider webs. And this is just spiders like this.
This
like,
is every
bit
of sketchy you can get, man. And then
that one local guy, he shows up, and he says that his buddy's got a whole cam sync for SBF or whatever, but like didn't want to sell it to us or let us borrow it, and like
he let us borrow it. He wouldn't just sell it to me.
And like Peyton had the Summit like up, like with it in the box. He's like, I'll buy this right now and mail it to your address.
Yeah,
like next day order. Like we'll do it right now. Just let us have this thing. He just would not let it happen. And you're like, come on, man. It's like trying. I don't know how long, like hours.
Yeah,
trying to get this guy to convince him to just let us have it.
I think Peyton had to like give him $100 for him to get it back or something. Like there was some weird like deposit thing going on. Like, I'm going to be at the track tomorrow and you got to give it back to me. Like, or we could have just ordered you a brand new one and had it there the next day, but whatever. We tried everything. So Peyton Or I guess somebody brought us a distributor here. What did he say?
Scotty said, dude, 120 miles an hour in a sketchy G body hitting every GD truck stop for a hitch. He said, I found a beer on the way there, though.
All better or tolerable.
Yeah.
So we got our hands on another distributor gear, but it was too small.
Yeah, so we're trying to ream it
We
out.
tried to drill it out, and then we ran out. We didn't have drill bits big enough.
Yeah.
So then we were trying to like emery cloth it out. Like we had cut up a screwdriver and put emery cloth around it, to try to ream it out and everything. We were trying to heat it up and hammer it on, and eventually we just destroyed Peyton's cam sync trying to do that. And then luckily found this local guy that was able to get us one, even though it was a way weird deal. Got it all back together. I think we probably left there at like 6 a.m.
Yeah, because then we spent another hour trying to figure out how to resync it because he couldn't.
Oh, that's right.
There was a fire popping out the intake and then out the exhaust and all kinds of stuff trying to get it lined up right.
That's right. So we left under sunlight, and I think we broke down at 8:30, 9 p.m.
Oh,
something
my
like that.
God. Dude,
and this was another race week where all I had to do was make it back, right? Like all I had to do was finish making it there, and it was done. It was a wrapped up deal.
Yeah. And then I had to leave there, drive 45 minutes past my hotel, drop Scotty off, 45 minutes back to my hotel. I think I took a shower, laid down for maybe an hour, hour and a half, and then it was like checkout. I was out of the hotel. So it was, that was pretty wild.
Yep. Well, and then
that's awesome.
Were you with us the last year of the OG car?
No.
You weren't?
No.
Who was with us? Because that was, I think Eric McEwen, I think, was with us. Yeah, and I left him and Peyton at Noble while I went to Travis, gosh dang, I can't remember his last name now, over there by Noble's, the track in Noble.
Travis Cannon.
Cannon. Yep, thank you. Yeah, I went over to his house and welded up headers. After we went and had breakfast, which I thought was really weird after I'd slept on my fender, and they come out and they're like, "Hey, let's go get some breakfast." I'm like, I just want to weld up my headers and get back to the track, but okay, whatever.
Food? Okay.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Yeah, and that was another like gigantic spider incident too, where I left Peyton and Eric at Noble, and they were trying to get some sleep, and all of a sudden a gigantic spider crawled across one of them, and that was the end of their sleep. So we were up for like 38 hours straight on that one.
That's awesome. Great Travis Cannon story. Jonathan and I leave to do, I guess, one of the 2.0s, 22 or 3.
It was 22 2.0.
Yeah.
Yep.
We leave.
You were there. You were there.
Yeah.
Stoney?
After
I remember
after
talking
him
to you
and
that
my
week.
brother, they had to cut the bolts off the extensions for the headers. That took like an hour and a half, and then we end up at Travis's place because you were having troubles with the alternator. But why did we go to
Alternator.
Travis's?
Because I was too tired to drive any further.
Well-
I'd been up all week working on the car. I'd been up for 48 hours at that point.
Yeah,
like
that's right.
And then we had been there at the track, and like it takes 45 minutes to change my car over, and we're 5 hours in.
Yeah.
And
yeah, Steve and them were cutting bolts. It was insane.
Yeah. So I just couldn't go anymore. And I knew Travis really well, and we seen them, and we stopped. We went over to his house, and then I took a shower and went to sleep.
Yep. In a trailer, we slept in one of the haul trailers, and y'all, when I say it was cold, I'm like, dude, no, I didn't have any fun. It was great, but
I don't know if you guys have ever stayed in a all aluminum like an ATC trailer. If you don't have something under your air mattress, you'll freeze. You'll freeze. It's cold. Then the trailer that we were parked out there, they didn't have it plugged in. There was no heat, and it was cold.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and we were dumbasses and left the door cracked just a little bit for airflow. Whew.
Yeah,
big time. It was a great experience. One we'll tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Red Hat Scotty here says, Nico, tell the Fox Body Jesus Spider Gear deal from Noble.
Oh my
Hey,
gosh.
guys.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna have to duck off here.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate you. All right. I'll see you guys in a couple days. All right. I'll see you guys in a couple days.
There.
Bye.
All right.
Not everybody can hang out till
You go.
11:30.
Here you go.
So yeah, Fox Body Jesus story at Noble. So I was already on no sleep because that was right after the camera transmission. Was that 1.0 or 2.0?
That was 2.0 after I think that was 2.0.
Was that the transmission then?
I think that was the transmission. Yeah, I'd blown up the transmission.
So I remember I stayed as long as I could.
Yeah. And finally, when I called it, I was like, just go, dude. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to make it. Just go.
So then me and Peyton drove all through the night from Ennis to Noble.
I want to point out right there, that's because he's a homie, right? Like, he hangs with me no matter what, and that's freaking awesome.
And
That's awesome.
it's one of those, I mean, we were racing the next morning or whatever, so it wasn't a drive day. We just had to go from Ennis to Noble, and it was already 10-something, 11 when we left there. And so you're not getting a hotel or anything like that. So, it's like, all right, let's just drive. And we drove until pretty much sunup. I think we showed up at the track at like 9 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And same thing, I think we laid around for a little bit. Then we went and we got food and then got the cars ready for racing. And it was when it was super hot. Everyone was showing up, but nobody wanted to run. They were like begging people to make passes.
That was on 1.0.
That was 1.0.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So it was 1.0. But they're like, can anyone free run? That's the only time I heard free run in the afternoon. Like not like at the end of the race. It was at the beginning because it was so hot. Nobody wanted to race. And me being the idiot I am, went up for some passes just to figure out try to get the car dialed in. And it was so greasy, it would like shake the tires really bad. And I did it like 2 times. I'm like, all right, I'm not doing that anymore. It finally cools down. I think there was some shutdowns and stuff like that. And I go to make an actual pass. And I remember like pulling into the lanes. And as like making that turn to get up to the water box up there, I felt the rear end like clunking. I'm like, oh, that's not good. Something's broken. But I'm like, we're already in here. I'm not going to back out. Might as well just make the pass and let go of the trans brake and just instantly it blew up. And it broke all the spider gears in it. And I think I limped it off the tracks though, because it was rolling. I think I popped out, wasn't leaking anything, rolled off the track, pull it apart. The spider gears are obliterated. And then this dude rolls up on us. He's like, what happened? I was like, oh, the spider gears is gone. I don't know. Trying to figure it out. He's like, oh, I got some of those. I live like 15 minutes away or whatever. And it's Anthony Watson, who's also known as Fox Body Jesus in those parts, I guess, because he does a bunch of different Fox Bodies and all kinds of Mustangs. Like he was riding with his wife's like anniversary 4th gen or something like that, like super clean car. And they were actually like, I think in contention for 14.0 or something like that. He's like, well, we need to get a couple passes in. And like, once we get the car changed over, we can run up to the house and you can get whatever you want. I have a stack of just stock carriers in the corner of my shop. You can pick out whatever you want. I'm like, all right, cool. Right. And we roll up there. I take Peyton's truck and go up there, I'm pretty sure. And he's got like a dozen different Fox Bodies in all different stages of being built and stuff. And go in the shop and yeah, lo and behold, there's a pile of just 8.8 carriers in the corner. And Honey pick out one of them. He's like, take whatever you want, man. I'm like, all right, cool. And he didn't want any money, wouldn't take my money. Go back, put it back together. I think we finished the week, but that was the 3rd or 4th time I've done some kind of rear end repair, like at the track or on
an 8.8.
Yeah. No, I think that was the first time on the 8.8.
Oh, gotcha.
But that we just put spider gears in it, and then I ended up welding that together at some point in time too. But that wasn't on race week. I think it was right before the circuit, the first one the car actually made.
Yeah.
So,
That's awesome.
But he's a pretty cool dude. I still talk to him on the regular and stuff like that. Just one of those, like, you meet some of the best people on these events and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
He's definitely one of them.
Absolutely.
Super down to earth guy and everything like that. Some of the best people I've ever met in my life is usually on these type of events and stuff like that.
Yeah, you hang out with me.
Yeah. But like, yeah, the sense of the community is like second to none, I would say, like in any other thing. Like I've done off-roading, four-wheeling, all kinds of other stuff like that. And I just, nothing holds a flame to like what this kind of stuff does for the community of the people that do it.
For sure.
So
Yeah, it's the best. There's no question of the commitment to the community that people in this group of style of racing have, and you can find them everywhere, anywhere, all over the country. You can be broke down, you can be needing a part from somewhere, and somebody's going to be able to take care of you and help.
Yeah, somebody knows somebody that has what you need.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
You see posts on RMRWers that aren't even during race week that are like racer in need, and somewhere clear across the country, and because somebody blew a trailer tire or something on when they were going to pick up a new car or something, and freaking 5 or 6 people respond. Oh, this guy's in that area, this guy's in that area. Pretty soon that guy's on there, and next thing you know, it's taken care of. And that's just awesome that it goes year round, even though it's only a week long.
Yep. Red Hat Scotty here says some of my best friends are 1,000 miles away because of Drag and Drive.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Scotty.
That's awesome. Okay, y'all, I got to end this thing, man. I'm 4.5 hours in.
Longest podcast ever.
I want to say
Maybe
it's a mega podcast.
Yeah. Hey, listen, mega week, mega show. This is a big one. And we ended with, I think, some of the greatest stories that are out there.
You're a statistics guy. I want to know if this is the longest Drag and Drive podcast in history.
It's close. I think we've gone 5 hours before, but I just don't have it in me, y'all. Let's tell one more.
Dude, come on.
Let's tell one more story while I look. Yeah. Hey, tell a couple more stories while I look and see.
Are you're seriously looking it up?
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, that's so awesome. That is so awesome. So awesome. So you got me reconsidering life. I can't remember who you had on at the beginning of the show, but they were talking about some little well, I shouldn't say little, but the race, no prep race that they have been a part of here recently. And it was like one of the first things that we heard tonight, where he was like, it was such a grassroots deal, homegrown. There was nobody there with stackers or anything. And I was like, oh, damn, we just been looking at stackers the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
I got to reconsider my life choices now.
It looks like we went 358 a couple months ago, so we got to at least beat that one.
Well, what are we right now?
Gotta be more than that.
They said 4.5 already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 4.5. What day is it?
Because it started right around 6, and it's 10. So at 4 hours and 36 minutes right now.
Nice.
Yeesh.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good job, Michael. I'm proud of you.
You guys are pretty awesome. I'll tell you that much. The community really, we started off a little sappy earlier in the show about how awesome the community is, but it truly, it has changed my life. I mean, like, this was what I was looking for. Like, my dad passed away short story long. My dad passed away in February of 20, and Drag Week canceled then. And then we went, we did Race Week, 2.0 in 20, and I'm telling you, it changed my life. This is the best community of people, of just so welcoming. Everybody does stuff for everybody. It's one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me.
Absolutely. Yep. You just look at the circuit, when you had to postpone it this year. I mean, we were already, 3 hours from Tulsa, and man, we had a damn good time, didn't we?
We sure did. We sure
probably
did.
Too much fun.
Oh man, for sure. I felt bad for Steven. We drove home. It was like 2 hours to the house. Man, that was dangerous. By the time
You guys drove home that night?
Oh yeah. Yeah, hey,
Oh,
the longest live stream we've done was August of 2023, and it was 4 hours on the number.
Yes,
Ooh.
got the
Yeah,
new
so,
record.
so we have smoked the record. Wow,
Nice.
Only to
insane.
Well,
potentially be beat next week.
you know,
during-
at the circuit, it may have taken you 2 hours to drive home, but it probably took us 2 hours to stumble back to the hotel across the street.
That's awesome. And hey, that was episode 28, so it's 80 episodes ago.
Dang.
Dang.
Yeah, hold on. Let's go to 5 hours. Let's go another 23 minutes. Red Hat Scotty back.
Enter Scotty.
I'm back.
Brian
So-
Ekstrom here saying one more hour, man. Okay,
Oh,
fine,
no.
we'll talk.
No, man, I'll be quick about it. You know, I just want to say, Narcs, thank you, man. Everything you've been doing, amazing. I love it. We talk a lot. I met you in a parking lot in Oklahoma.
Oh, dude. Yeah. Crazy.
Like, that's what kicked us off. I met Jason Hurley and Peyton Bullock on one of these Rocky Mountain Race Weeks. I met Nico through Jason and Peyton. And y'all are some of my best friends. You know, we're super tight. You know, we keep things together. And we just do the drag and drive thing and became the best of friends. So anybody that's still watching us, man, come out, do the thing, meet people, talk to people. Like, you can't go wrong with it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Sport About Grubau here says first roadside repair complete. Just made it through Phoenix.
Nice.
Yeah, because he's rolling from LA to go meet Tom in Denton.
Yep. Yeah. I
Dang.
haven't even watched the Tom Bagley one last night with Adam yet. I've got to do that tomorrow. Do a quick write up on that. Yeah, man.
And here
it's the
we are
best.
complaining that it's not in Colorado anymore.
Right.
Yeah, that dude and does Sick Week. And then you heard the story last year. He had to swap engines and almost transmissions on his way across to Sick Week. Like, it's crazy.
Dang.
I remember 1.0 at Tulsa when we were there. We left late there too, and he was putting a piston in by the old tech
Tom?
shack in the back there, and I rolled up on him. He didn't eat anything. Yeah. So.
Yep. Yeah, with
that
like
guy's
a
definitely got some commitment.
yeah, with like a
I love
Harbor Freight toolkit or something like that. Like
Yeah.
super
Sheesh.
small
So I was like,
toolkit.
"Hey,
Yeah.
You need anything? He's like, nah, I should be all right. I'm like, you sure? Like, you sure? You sure?
I'm good. Now I got my
Just let me
chrome
know.
vanadium.
Yeah. He already had the old one out, so he's going back together. And I was like, all right, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he's an animal. I can't wait to hang out with him. He wants to move to the States so bad he can taste it. And then Danny here saying car kept blowing fuses for the running lights. So it's on a toggle switch now. Yep. Man, how fun.
We've all done that.
Yep.
Yeah. Man, I melted a toggle switch one time. I don't know what that meant, but it sure melted it. I was like,
Too many amps. That always switch your ground.
I was like, oh, that stinks. What is that? Like, look down and it's like smoking. That's not good.
Oh
Yeah. Well, that was, the first year that we had this car out when we still had the Jolt fuse panel in it. And I think there's video out there that 1320 took of Bobby Joe and I at a gas station, digging into that fuse panel because the back of the fuse panel itself, I didn't have any insulation in there or anything at that point. And that thing was hitting like 160 degrees and it just was annihilating relays.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we got folks asking.
I don't know. Did we
Go
lose?
prep in Tulsa.
No.
This is pretty cool story here, real quick. July 19th, we're doing a midnight drags for a NHRA Wally. So pretty freaking cool. It's one of the only no prep Wally races. I think,
Nice.
in the country. Yeah. Yeah. So July 19th, bang, be looking for the Tulsa midnight drags NHRA Wally race. It's going to be great. Last time we did it, we raced until 9 a.m.
till 9 a.m.
Scotty, are you in the house?
I made it back to the house. The car started, and I'm here. I should be in bed, but drag, drive, repeat. I got to be here.
Well, we certainly
Water's
appreciate
all
that.
where it's
Okay.
supposed to be.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good. Good.
We'll take that.
I mean, it started, it ran. I'll put it on the ground and drive it tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it drove before. It should be
yeah.
fine.
I mean, it's all new. I don't know if new is always better, but it's all new.
Yeah, what's new stand for? Never ever worked.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Is it new trans and stuff, or just new engine build? I can't remember.
It's a new fresh trans. So when I put the fresh motor in, I pulled the trans down. I was going to do like a drain and fill new filter, and there was a lot of clutch material in there. So I was trying to find somebody local to do it, and everybody gets busy and things happen, and it wouldn't work. And so I ended up, my parents, cracking dude, took it to Lincoln, Nebraska, and Corey Petska, another, Rocky Mountain guy, went through it and freshened it up for me. So like everything is new.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's that
Yeah,
community
that'll be
coming back in for people.
I'm telling you.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you. And so you said you're joining 9.0 this year and just looking for any 9-second average, or are you going to run 9s every day? Is that your goal?
So that's the goal, is I want to run a 9 every day at every track. I don't care if it's 9.99 or 9.0. I just want to do a 9 at every track.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, I want the old truck to be, I would love for it to crack an 11. If it would run like an 11.99, I would be happy. I'd be really happy with that. We're not racing the cart this year. We're using it as a media rig, so I'm not doing that load and unload anymore. That was fun. If you guys remember racing 2020 and 2021, we'd have tires on the roof and shit everywhere. Thing, man, it was brutal to load and unload that thing. We're not going to do quite that much this year.
I'm excited to see the cart. Have you looked at the forecast at all, Narks?
No, dude, we're taking it. Fuck it.
Okay.
Hey,
bring your cardboard, bro. Okay? Bring your cardboard.
Hey, Steven and I drove it to Indy, and it torrentially downpoured for about 20 minutes. There, we had some side panels built out of it's like a plastic cardboard stuff. I don't know what you call that anymore, but that's what we had. Like, it lined the bottom of between the frame and the window or the bottom of the door bar, and it worked, man. It kept the water off of us. So
nice. Well, you might want to go pick some of that up in advance. Just saying.
Yeah. Nah, man. Listen,
dude, I scoured the forecast yesterday, and it looks like every day we race, it will rain the day before or the day after at that track.
Nice.
Come on. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what
We're
I'm
going to
talking
drive
about.
through a lot of it.
Yeah. Coroplast. That's what it
Racing
is.
hot
Thanks.
and humid.
Yeah. And I've got to get tires put on
Definitely
it.
happy
The
to put
tires
the wipers on the Mustang.
Yeah. I got to get tires on the cart, at least on the back, because the ones that are on there will not make it out of Tulsa. We're going to do so many things.
Not with that attitude.
I know. I'm telling you, we're going to destroy them. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great week. All right, I'm gonna end the show, guys. It's 4:46. I got to, if we end now, that'll give me something to shoot for with 5 hours.
There you go.
Okay.
It's
All right,
crazy to think that we've been on and told so many stories. I want to say thanks to everybody that's been on here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Y'all were backstage for like 3 hours. It's crazy.
We were thrashing in the background, dude. So
I was listening to you while I was on my back fixing trailer lights. So, yeah.
Still so much work to do.
That's awesome. All right, I'm gonna put you guys backstage. Red Scotty, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you coming back on. Dude, you've been on 3 times tonight. He was on once to tell the story, on the second time to start the car, and then on now to have fun. So, all right, I'm putting you guys back there so I can end this thing out. Thank you so much.
That's got to be some kind of record too, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, 3 times in one show. Yeah. All right, hang on. All right, guys, listen, thank y'all so much for hanging out. It's been absolutely crazy night. When I told you 4 hours and 47 minutes ago that we were going to do a mega show for Mega Week, you didn't think I was serious, but now you know. I don't play around. This ain't no joke around here. When we talk about a big show, we definitely got one. I just want to say thank you so much for being our race car friends. We've had huge numbers tonight. Lots of people have been watching. A lot of folks are on their way or packing up their cars or working in the shop to get their cars ready. Thank you so much for the comments tonight. Thank you so much for all the stuff that you guys do. Our race car friends are the best thing that's ever happened to me, I promise. And thank you so much to our sponsors, y'all. This has been a crazy show. Can't wait to see what the number count is tomorrow for views. It's crazy to think we've been on here almost 5 hours live, running through, talking to so many different racers. But thank you so much to Summit Racing, who's going to be at Mega Week. Can't wait to hang out with them. Deech Works, going to stop by there when we come through Oklahoma City. Molly Motorsports, make sure you make it by and say hi to Eric Grillo. Driven Racing Oil, they're going to have a team there with oil on site. And some dudes that answer questions. Howard's Cams, J-Wire Solutions, WAF Racing, Performer Built Transmissions, Car Chains 3D, Power Tube TV, Sweet Patina with the best hand cleaning wipe out there. You got to have that if you're going to be in this drag and drive game. The TKO hand cleaning wipe is the way to go. And if you're needing parts, the Racing Junk Classifieds may be the way to go for this next month. We have an absolutely crazy 12 events over the next 5 weeks. It's going to be nuts. If you're needing stuff or even a car, Racing Junk Classifieds is great for your pre-owned stuff, and Summit and all these other brands for that stuff. So again, if you're spending some money, please try and spend it with folks that spend it with us. All right, we'll see you guys soon.